Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Kidnapped by Villains. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's heart was not made for the kind of life he was living. Don't get him wrong, he was in great physical shape. But the sheer amount of stress he was under on a daily basis just wasn't meant for his poor heart to keep up with. Maybe being born quirkless meant that his physiology was different or something. It wasn't something that Izuku had ever been interested in looking up, although he was sure he knew someone who would give him an answer to his question. He wasn't sure how much it really mattered now, though, considering he was no longer quirkless. He hoped that it meant that his heart would keep up. It was racing in his chest as he stared wide-eyed at the television. His thoughts flew so fast through his mind that frankly he was surprised he even had time for idle thoughts about his physiology. He was watching a replay of a fight that had been recorded earlier by some amateur news reporter for a blog that he followed. He didn't like looking at these types of videos, but he had missed this particular fight and he needed to study it in other ways. He would prefer to have been there so he could have used his quirk to take in even more information, but it couldn't be helped. It had been a busy day of preparation. Mount Lady was a newer hero with a power that wasn't particularly filled with finesse but nonetheless got the job done. She could grow to sizes that exceeded most of the buildings she was often around, which meant that she was good for taking on large enemies and lifting objects that would be considered too heavy for normal people. Her quirk meant that her strength adjusted to match her new size. Izuku could only imagine how cool it would be to have a quirk like that. He winced, though, as he watched the woman step on a piece of rubble that caused her to let out a curse before she had hurried to apologize. She had limped for the rest of the battle. Izuku wrote down in his notebook about Mount Lady's suit being not just skin-tight, but lacking proper footwear. Could she not wear shoes at all? Or did the heroes not have a material that would protect her feet when she grew? Izuku was willing to bet the latter. Could be an exploitable weakness. Izuku startled out of his train of thoughts and turned around on the couch. His mother smiled at him when she saw that she had his attention. Careful not to stay up too late. You have to wake up early tomorrow, right? Oh, yeah. Izuku nodded and closed the notebook he had been writing in. The words were a scattered but organized scrawl with how fast he had been trying to keep his notes. He had a sketch of Mount Lady along with various lines pointing out notes that he noticed about her. Weaknesses, strengths, personality quirks, anything he could get his hands on. He would do more research on her tomorrow. He hopped up from the couch and turned off the game system that he had been using for the internet before shutting off the television. Don't worry, Mom. I'll make sure to get plenty of rest tonight. Good. His mother made her way into the living room and placed her hands on his shoulders. Izuku stared at her for a long moment, his heart thudding so heavily in his chest that he was trembling. Not that the trembling was completely unusual. He forced himself to stay relaxed under her touch. It was a familiar thing that he shouldn't cringe away from. Izuku wasn't the type to cringe away from his mother's touch. His mother was shorter than him now. Izuku remembered that he had been as tall as her a year ago. He had somehow outgrown her while he had been gone. She had more stress lines on her face and she had gained weight as well. She most likely had been stress eating, but part of it was probably age as well getting to her. She used her quirk to attract things to her more rather than just walk over to it. Her eyes were brighter than they had been when he had first come back. She looked far less tired now. He had been quiet for too long. He smiled to reassure her as her eyebrows furrowed a little with worry. She sighed and brought her hands from his shoulders to cup his cheeks. Stay relaxed. Stay relaxed. His smile softened but still felt stiff on his face. His hands itched to duck into the pockets of his sweatpants. Are you sure you'll be okay? She asked. He nodded once, dislodging her hands in the process. I'll be okay, I promise. I have a strong quirk. I'm sure I can do it. She gave a wary smile as she reluctantly agreed. Her worry stirred gratitude in his chest. I know you can, she assured him, looking a bit teary-eyed. His own eyes prickled a bit and threatened to water, so he turned and grabbed his book before making his way down the hallway. I'll go to sleep now so I can get up early. I'll make you breakfast, she promised. Thanks, he called back with a wave before entering his room and closing the door with a sigh. His free hand dropped into his pocket to finger at the matchbook that he kept there. He changed into his pajamas and put himself under the covers of his bed facing away from the door. There he stayed without moving, carefully regulating his breathing to slow his heart so it would look more natural as he relaxed. He could feel his body trembling a little, but it wasn't from the cold. His body's default state seemed to be in this constant soft rattle ever since his training. Izuku tried to not to think about the fact that maybe his body still wasn't good enough to handle the quirks in his body. He preferred to think of it as trauma, although that wasn't much better. He still had much he had to research and it itched at him to be sitting there doing nothing. It was boring and it wasn't like he was actually planning on sleeping. He had stuff that he needed to do, but he had to put up the act that he was going to sleep early. He could just play on his phone and look up videos there, but frankly he was tired of the bad quality of those too. It was tempting to bring up an old All Might video, but he liked to listen to those in all of their glory. He wouldn't be able to turn up the volume, and his headphones would make him unable to listen for his mother, so he would have to suffer. His fingers dug into his sheets and he gritted his teeth as the shivers got more violent. His mother always took her time to clean up around this hour from dinner. Soon she would go into the bathroom to brush her teeth and then ready for bed. Tonight was a night she was more tired than usual. She had been yawning and moving slower in her nightly rituals. She had even decided against soaking in the bath for just a quick shower. Izuku knew that meant she was going to bed particularly early. Her stress about his exam tomorrow was no doubt wearing on her. He felt a little bad about that. But before she went to her bed, she would always check on Izuku one last time. Izuku had long since guessed once he had noticed that she did this check every night that she was making sure he was still there. It had only been a little over a year since he had been released. But Izuku understood that it had not been long enough for his mother. Izuku never said anything in the mornings about noticing her check on him at night. If he was in her place, he would probably do the same thing. His door cracked open and his shivers stopped. His body was relaxed and his breathing was soft and slow. He closed his eyes and waited as his mother padded into the room on silent socked feet and brushed back his hair. A soft embrace was pressed to his temple that reminded him of when he had been a small child and the warmth of his mother's arms as he had fallen asleep in her lap. She said nothing as she turned away then and left the bedroom. His eyes opened again with the sound of his door closing. His trembling returned and his heart rate increased. Some part of him was aware that the opposite should probably occur when he was under stress. Still, he waited until silence permeated the house. He could hear the hum of lights outside and the muffled sounds of life in the other apartments nearby. There was a baby crying, most likely the one that lived in the apartment to the left of theirs. It had a baby while Izuku had been gone. He wished that he could say he was tired. There was an exhaustion that was hanging in the back of his thoughts and dragged at his throat in an effort to yawn. But darkness rarely coaxed him to sleep anymore. His body and mind knew that he had things to do and that sleep would not be acceptable. In the privacy of his own bedroom with no eyes on him, he allowed a frustrated scowl to appear on his face. It was tedious to check in with his MSTR, but he would rather just get it done and over with rather than deal with any possible repercussions. When another long 30 minutes had passed, Izuku threw off his covers and made his way over to his bedroom closet. He CLC'd on the light and found his way to a box he had stored in the very back. It used to contain some of his various All Might merchandise, but he had long since moved it onto some of the shelves in his closet. Inside of the box now was a single outfit. Izuku took in a deep breath and wondered how tonight would go. Hopefully he wouldn't get any injuries that he couldn't hide. He doubted his MSTR would allow for anything to happen before such a big event tomorrow. But Deku wasn't known for maintaining his temper. Not anymore, anyway. He undressed quickly and with practiced movements he donned his white button-up and black slacks. He rolled up his sleeves and put on his pre-tied tie before his socks and shoes went on. The last were his black gloves. They fit his hands like a thick second skin. The material clung, but he could feel the rounded heads of the matches hidden in the tips of his fingers and the small flint stone in the palms itching to be struck. Deku pulled the matches out of his sleep breathe and pocketed them in his new set of clothing. The silence in the house was now filled with potential. His heart had calmed down finally, and the trembling had ceased as he made his way expertly through the apartment and to the front door. He didn't bother to glance back to check on the house one more time before he left and walked quickly down the illuminated paths of the apartment building hallway. Deku sighed and ran a hand into his hair and glared at the horizon in the distance. He would need to walk for a good 15 minutes before he would get into position for Kirigiri to open up a portal for him. He had plenty of time, but he hated being on a time limit. It would be nice if he could just go to sleep, but instead he had to go visit the whole brigade. Shigaraki would be so ecstatic to see him again. Deku was so thrilled. The walk was uneventful, and the small alleyway tucked away between two residential buildings was even more so. Deku glanced up at the stairwell nearby and climbed the chain-link fence to hop onto it before climbing the stairs to the top. From there he hefted himself back onto the stone wall and easily leapt the distance between the stairs and the next building over. He slipped his leg over the ledge and finally climbed onto the top of the building. The cityscape was admittedly an appealing one, Deku thought to himself. He still loved being able to see the sky again. He would never take it for granted again. The air around him shifted and a deeper darkness materialized next to him, swirling into a portal just the size for him to travel through. Welcome home, he thought wryly to himself before tucking his hands into his pockets and entering it. The portal closed behind him. It took less than the blink of an eye for Deku to arrive through the smoky darkness and into the familiar abandoned bar where Shigaraki and Kirigiri were waiting for him. The scent of wood and degradation filled his nose, although it wasn't the wood that was degrading. Shigaraki must have touched something again recently to have caused that smell. It made Deku want to scrunch his nose as unwanted memories bloomed in his head, but he forced them down and away while keeping his face bored. Weakness was not something he would show in front of these guys. "You're late," Shigaraki grumbled, messing with the fingers of his father's hand. The metal on the stub of the wrist looked to have been recently cleaned. Shigaraki's low glare did nothing to Deku anymore as Deku moved over to sit on the bar stool 2 seats down from the man. Better to keep out of each other's ranges. The scar across Deku's forehead itched some. "It's amazing you say that," Deku responded with a roll of his eyes. "It's almost like I needed to wait for an appointed time for Kurogiri to open up a portal so I could get here." Shigaraki sat forward on the bar counter as Deku heard Kurogiri sigh as their bickering already started. "I meant that you should have chosen an earlier time." Deku didn't bother to respond to that. His mother's habits were his own to know. Instead he said, "I'd rather not be here either. Where is MSTR at?" "He's a little delayed," Kurogiri informed him as he placed a milkshake down in front of Deku. Deku smiled at that and took the dessert to happily sip. Ash filled the air as an irritated Shigaraki gripped a nearby cup to destroy with his quirk. Deku was sure he was the only one who recognized a glare on Kurogiri as the man reluctantly went to clean it up. "Why the hell does he get a milkshake?" Shigaraki demanded, but Deku ignored him as he turned his gaze to the blank black screen of the television in the room. If MSTR was late, it meant he was dealing with another one of his experiments or dealing with some other business. It could have been a range of things. Deku hadn't had the chance to really catch up on everything that MSTR was doing. He had been busy with his school and his training. Deku both did and didn't want to know what it was that MSTR was doing. Ignorance was bliss, but Deku was a person who gathered information. He needed to gather information. If this was any other night, then he would probably have asked. As it was, he knew he needed this meeting over with as soon as possible. "Dekun." Deku snapped to attention at the cutesy way of calling his name, his back straightening as he whipped around to face Shigaraki's smirking face. "Kakin," he heard in his own voice. He hated the insinuation. Deku jumped out of his seat and grabbed the front of Shigaraki's collar to drag him close as he asked, "Huh, what the FCK did you just call me?" Shigaraki chuckled at the action and Deku wanted to sock him in the face. Everything but his self-preservation told him to do so. "You weren't responding, so I thought you wanted me to be a bit more familiar." Deku's arm shook with the effort not to hurt him and he knew that Shigaraki knew it. It wouldn't be the first time the two of them had gotten into a fight. But with MSTR about to appear in their presence at any second, Deku couldn't risk creating a scene. So instead he threw the man back so his back hit the edge of the bar and he brushed his hands off on his breath with distaste. "Don't be so disgusting. Don't call me that again. This meeting is only supposed to last a couple of minutes." Kurogiri attempted to mediate, much to his long-suffering disdain. "Can't you two be civil for that time? Deku is so much more fun now than he used to be, though," Shigaraki protested. He only had the smallest frown on his face from his rough treatment. Deku sat himself back down onto his bar stool and ate some more of his milkshake. "It's boring if he doesn't talk." Kurogiri only sighed. "Yes, I would say that Deku really has become more interesting." A voice agreed as the television turned on by itself. Deku forced himself to stay relaxed even as that voice dripped and oozed through his ears and into his mind like poison. MSTR had a way of pulling every fear and self-preservation longing out from the pits of Izuku's heart and making him struggle for air. Only the sheer amount of self-control he had developed as Deku allowed Izuku to breathe through the hatred and instinct to cringe and run. He could not show his fear even as he wondered if the rabbit-fast beat of his heart could be heard throughout the room. Deku was strong, so he turned around in his seat and gazed upon MSTR through the television screen. The heavily scarred man in front of him wasn't as intimidating with possible kilometers and cities between them. But Deku knew to respect a beast when he saw it no matter how much he hated it. MSTR was the one who had granted him his tentative freedom. He wouldn't risk it now. "Sensei," Shigaraki greeted almost happily. "It's good to see you all again." "Sorry I was late," MSTR responded. "Some things need personal touches, after all." Deku's straw made loud slurping noises as it breached air. He adjusted it to make it sit back into the ice cream. "Deku, do you have anything to report for me?" his MSTR asked. "I'm working on finishing up a report for Mount Lady," Deku said and realized he had forgotten his notebook. "Stupid. My last makeup class made me miss her fight, so I've been forced to watch through bad videos." He CLC'd his tongue and grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. "It's no problem. I'm sure you'll have plenty for me next time. I would rather you finish your classes." He paused and then asked, "They are done, correct?" "Of course. I can't believe you're still taking tests," Shigaraki muttered, scratching some at his neck. "Your exam is tomorrow, after all. Where was your summer? My life would have been easier if some villains didn't take it upon themselves to kidnap me for a year." Deku snapped. MSTR chuckled. "Settle down, boys. You've done well to catch up. As long as you can take the UA exam as planned, then any delays in your mission is fine." He smiled. Deku could tell he was smiling despite the mask. "Besides, I have a gift for you, Deku. Think of it as a congratulations." Deku eyed MSTR. It unnerved him how almost affectionate his MSDR was with him sometimes. Deku knew he was treated differently from most of the villains under the man's commands. He was treated almost as an equal to Shigaraki, who Deku knew was to be the man's successor despite his childishness. It was a good position to be in, but Deku hated how he kind of liked the praise he received and the leniency that he was granted. The fact that he could convince the man to allow his plan to go into action was astounding, even if it was taking forever to finally start. "Kurogiri," MSDR commanded, and Kurogiri nodded before holding out a small metal object. Deku stared at the All Might-inspired design of the Zippo lighter as mixed feelings filled him. Only horror showed on his face though as he took it. "What the hell is this?" he choked out. "It's disgusting." Shigaraki agreed angrily. "A much easier way to get your flames going," MSDR explained. "Your matches can easily be damaged or destroyed, and your flint and charcoal aren't always the quickest option. This lighter will help you." "I meant the design." Deku scowled and gripped the lighter tightly. What was this? A ploy? A mind screw? What was he intending by giving this to him? "A reminder," MSDR crooned, and Deku shivered, "of your ultimate goal, despite the gaudy design." "Thank you, MSDR," Deku muttered half-heartedly. "Put it away already. I can't stand to look at it," Shigaraki commanded. Deku did so, placing it in his pocket with his matches. It was a solid, heavy weight added to his clothing. It practically screamed in his ears. "Tomorrow you will pass your entrance exam into UA." MSDR forced Deku's thoughts away from his gift with the command as if Deku didn't already fully plan to pass. "And I fully expect you to give me some information on what you've learned." The man smiled. "After all, it's the first time you'll finally be able to put your quirks to good use." Deku could remember the screams around him as flames had seeked at his hands and the smell of charred skin filled the air. He hadn't been able to control it then, and he was lucky that MSDR had been kind enough to find healing for his victim. But his quirk had been useful for many other situations that Izuku would definitely not consider good. "If only I could go all out," he lamented into the air, relaxing back against the counter of the bar on his elbow and tilting his head back to look at the ceiling. "The exam will be pitifully easy. It's certainly a shame, but it would be better to keep things as a surprise." MSDR agreed. "You don't even have to use all of your power to finish an exam. It just proves that heroes are pathetic," Shigaraki said scornfully. "It really does," Deku agreed with a wry twist of his mouth. "All the more incentive to get creative and make them underestimate you." MSDR pulled the attention back to him, leaning forward in his seat. "After all, you're the next top hero." Deku thought of All Might and Endeavor and all of the heroes still on his list. He thought of Kaken and his determination to be the #1 hero. He thought of all of the people who had bullied him for being quirkless and those who still teased him for being weak. He thought about how fun it would be to crush all of their expectations and how so many had deemed him unworthy so far. Of course, Deku smiled and rested his cheek in his hand. Everybody loves an underdog, after all. Deku returned home that night as silently as he had left. The sounds of his neighbors had died in the midst of the strange in-between hours of late night and early morning. Now that the meeting was over, fatigue clung to Deku's shoulders like an iron cloak. He refused to let it drag on his feet as he kept his steps feather light to the door to his bedroom. His movements were slow and methodical as he removed his clothing and tossed it into his dirty laundry basket to clean. There were scorch marks on his white shirt and ash on his breath from him playing with his matches too much. He would need to buy a new pack. He put his gloves back into the box and picked up the lighter from his breath pockets to really examine it. He could see the design of his favorite superhero's outfit on it for decoration. There appeared to have been an addition of All Might's signature hairstyle on the lid as well, but they had been broken off by someone. Izuku lamented the damage even as he knew that it would probably make it easier to use. What was the point of this gift? Izuku actually appreciated the gift for its practicality, but that wasn't why he was worried. It was the design of it. The passive aggression and the threat was obvious. His MSDR called it a reminder, but Izuku doubted it was a reminder of his mission. It wasn't a call out, but rather a sinister whisper. Izuku just hoped he was overthinking what the whisper was saying, even though he knew not to doubt his own observation. His MSDR liked to remind him of his place, after all. He tried to open and light it in one smooth move, but it wasn't that easy. He tried a couple more times and failed before he realized this would take some practice. He needed to see the movement in one smooth move. So Izuku activated his third quirk as he had the lid open and his breath caught. It was as if time had briefly frozen and Izuku's brain was able to account for all the details that were missed in the speed of an action. If he had to compare it to something, it was like the world had gone into slow mode for all of a second. Izuku noted the exact moment he would need to open and strike the zip at the same time to get it to light upon opening. He took in the spark and the slight waver in the air as the gas emitted from his tool. The flame seeked to life, and time sped up again. Izuku's breath stuttered out of him. With his new knowledge in mind, he tested out his theory 3 times with success before he decided to put the tool away in the box as well. His mother probably wouldn't like knowing Izuku had a lighter. She hadn't yet noticed him taking or buying all of the matches. Izuku pulled on his pajamas again and crawled into his bed to stare at the wall. His trembling slowly came back, starting in his hands and eventually traveling up his arms, shoulders, neck and back to his legs and feet until he had to shudder from the force of it. He felt sick, but he wasn't sure if it was emotionally or mentally driven. He glanced at the all-night clock that sat on his bedside table. Only a couple more hours until he needed to be up and ready. He sighed and closed his eyes for what would certainly be a stressful sleep. His heart did not slow for a long time. Izuku stared strong at the entrance to UA and gripped his backpack straps with shaking hands. His body was trembling with more force than usual despite the fact that he knew he was under stress. His heart was hammering in his chest. The sounds of all of the other examinees around him couldn't penetrate through the noise in his ears. His nose and ears were freezing from the cold in the air as shaky white clouds escaped through his lips and nose. The temperature had dropped so much overnight. He was actually there. He was actually about to take the exam to get into UA. How long had he always dreamed of going to the elite hero school? It felt like so long ago he had all but resigned himself to the fact that as a quirkless person he couldn't possibly be a hero. So much had changed since then that it was overwhelming to think about. He was no longer quirkless, but he didn't feel he had the right to even look at the sign, let alone take steps past it. He squeezed his eyes shut and swallowed as sickness swirled in his stomach. A part of him, the noble part, he was sure wanted to turn around and run far away. Forget his MSTR's plan and find another way. Find a way that didn't mean betraying everything he had ever loved and all of his dreams. But he knew that was a stupid idea. It wasn't worth the risk and it would cost him everything. It wasn't like he wasn't already a villain. The most he could do was continue to dig his own grave since he was already 3 feet down in the hole. His eyes opened again as his backpack straps creaked a bit under the strain of his grip. In some ways he would call himself a hero for even coming to this place. How ironic was it that he was about to be in a place with pro-heroes and potential heroes and not a single one of them would be able to help him. Maybe that's what MSTR had planned. Deku hated his MSTR's psychological games. FCK move, shitty Deku. Izuku tensed with a gasp as he spun quickly to see Kaken glaring daggers at him as he made his way to the front gate. Izuku scrambled to remind himself to fumble out of Kaken's way even as he stuttered out a good morning. GG good morning, Kaken. He cringed a little at his own acting. It didn't even sound that real to him. How did he used to act in front of Kaken? It had been too long since he had last really interacted with Kaken outside of class. Kaken CLC at his tongue as he approached and pulled to a stop in front of Izuku, surprising him. He waited for an attack of some sort more out of habit than anything else. It had been a while since Kaken had physically attacked him, but threats were still an option on the table. Izuku supposed even his childhood friend turned bully was nice enough not to attack someone who had been tortured. You shouldn't be here, Kaken growled, sizing Izuku up. Izuku felt stronger than he had before. The shaking of his body had relaxed into something of a tremble that skated over his skin. What do you mean? Izuku asked, purposely avoiding eye contact. Kaken was used to a SBMSSV Izuku. He didn't like to be challenged and Izuku needed to maintain that status quo. Don't act too cowardly, he reminded himself. He wasn't supposed to remember his torturous experience. He wasn't supposed to be too scared of Kaken, just enough to act like he used to. You think they're going to let your quirkless butt in here? Kaken demanded and slammed his shoulder into Izuku's as he passed by, making Izuku stumble. Izuku scowled at the ground in irritation. What the hell was that? He had moved out of the way for Kaken and everything. You can't fake a quirk through the exams, Deku. Izuku clenched his fists and forced them to relax as he trotted after Kaken. He didn't care if that's not what the old Izuku would have done, but he figured it was within his new role of no longer Kaken's victim that it seemed likely. You think I have a fake quirk? He asked as he walked behind his old friend. I know for a fact you don't have one, Kaken barked, whipping his head around to snap at him. You don't just magically develop a quirk just because you were. He cut himself off, visibly biting back the words, before huffing and turning back around. Izuku felt a little warmth in his chest at the courtesy. He also secretly admitted to himself that he found it a little amusing that the other boy couldn't seem to find it in himself to remind Izuku of what had happened. The doctors said that the stress caused it to manifest. Izuku protested. People with an extra toe joint don't have quirks, Kaken stubbornly insisted. I don't even have pinky toes anymore, so it's not like it matters. The words slipped from Izuku's mouth before he could stop them. Instant regret caused his heart to seize up as Kaken whipped around to look at him with wide eyes, gaping some. Izuku did admit silently to himself that it was a bit pleasing to have shocked Kaken with such knowledge. The boy didn't even have a response as he closed his mouth and turned back around. The silence between them was thick and heavy enough to choke Izuku. That kind of information wasn't something he had been planning on giving out. It was bad enough his mother had seen the various wounds he'd had inflicted on his body during MSTR's experimentation. Izuku berated himself for allowing Kaken to work him up. He wasn't one of MSDR's villains. Kaken seemed to chew on some of his words before finally cursing loudly to himself and pressing past Izuku's loose tongue to state, "Just stay out of my way, shitty nerd, or I'll kill you." Izuku didn't bother to follow as Kaken sped up his pace. Storming away from their conversation, Izuku allowed a shaky breath to stutter past his lips and pressed a hand to his chest as he sighed. He still didn't know how to handle Kaken now. He wasn't even sure what their relationship was. As messed up as it sounded, Izuku rather thought that he was closer to Kaken than he had been before he had been kidnapped. After being around actual terrible people for so long, Kaken's shitfits and angry yelling didn't seem nearly as threatening. Izuku allowed himself to stare after his old friend with a frown, rubbing his thumb over the plastic LTHR of his backpack straps. Kaken had stopped being scary to him a long time ago. Izuku could still remember the first time Kaken had even come close to using his quirk against him again. Izuku hadn't flinched and had stared at him waiting for the hit. He wasn't sure what his face had looked like, but his expression had caused Kaken's face to twist in confusion before he had backed down. He had chosen instead to just throw Izuku away from him and abandon the conversation. Kaken had barely touched him since. There were the occasional threats, but Izuku had come to learn quickly that was just par for course with the other boy. He'd even once in a while seen Kaken tell some bullies off for planning to Izuku later. Izuku wasn't sure how to handle that kind of Kaken. Even the conversation they'd just had didn't make any sense. Izuku lamented the fact that he didn't have the time to study Kaken's new behavior for his own notes. He was far too busy to do so. "Whoa, are you okay?" Izuku blinked out of his thoughts to find a girl leaning past his shoulder to glance into his face. Izuku stiffened in surprise more from having a girl talk to him than the fact she had suddenly appeared. She was, in a single word, cute, and Izuku had never talked to a girl before, let alone a cute one. He stuttered out sensibly. He wasn't even forcing an act this time. "That guy was just yelling at you." The girl frowned as she straightened and crossed her arms. "What's his problem?" Izuku laughed a little and scratched the back of his head. His shaking worsened again as he swallowed thickly. That's just Kaken. It's, nothing." "You sure?" the girl asked with a worried look. "I know we're all nervous, but that's no reason to snap at someone." Izuku attempted to respond but couldn't bring himself to do so. The girl huffed a sigh and then brightened with a smile that illuminated the world around Izuku. Sweat formed and rolled down his face despite the cold. He felt way too hot to be standing there without even gloves or a scarf in the chill of winter. "Well, okay. Good luck with the exam today." Later, before Izuku had a chance to even say goodbye, the girl was already rushing off. "I talked to a girl," Izuku screamed in his head. Absolutely delighted and proud of himself, his energy restored, he ran the rest of the way to the auditorium where the entrance exam was to begin, only stumbling a little bit along the way. As luck would have it, Izuku ended up getting a seat next to Kaken due to the numbers they both had been given. Izuku believed that it had to do with the fact that they came from the same school, at least based on something Kaken mentioned when they discovered they would be going to two completely different zones for their exams. Kaken had only scowled at the fact that he wouldn't get the chance to crush Izuku. Izuku decided it better to not say anything in response to that. Instead, he paid attention to Present Mike, absolutely starstruck to see him in person for the first time. As Izuku had always known, the man was loud and big on presentation. Izuku wished that he had his notebook with him so he could have written down his observations about the man. He noticed the flashy movements and the tenor of the man's voice. He leaned forward and pressed his knuckles to his mouth as his eyebrows scrunched with thought. It was only a guess, but Izuku was willing to bet that the man's voice had to get sore at some point. He wondered how long the man could talk and how much time was removed when he used his quirk. Izuku used to listen to him on the radio every week, but lately he hadn't been able to do so because of his busy schedule. Not that it really mattered because he couldn't learn much from Present Mike's show, even if he really loved to listen to it. Izuku noticed Kaken side-eye him silently. Izuku's breath caught and he activated his quirk before glancing over at Kaken. The movement was far too quick for the other boy to possibly notice him. Izuku took in the curious frown as Kaken seemed to be watching Izuku. If Izuku hadn't known for Kaken for years, he wouldn't even begin to know what that look meant. But Izuku had known Kaken for years, and he recognized when his old friend had noticed something strange. Izuku didn't have enough time to try to figure out what it was that Kaken could have possibly noticed about him before he had to release his breath. He got distracted from his observations as another examinee stood up to call out to Present Mike. Kaken's eyes beside him widened briefly, but Izuku didn't get the chance to even think about it before his mind turned back to the explanation of the exam. By the time he glanced back at Kaken, his face had already returned to its frowning state, facing forward. Wow, Izuku thought to himself as he stared up at the tall buildings of his examination area. When they had said there was a sector he had to go to, he hadn't thought it would be an entire fake town. It was overwhelming as the sector spanned multiple city blocks on each side to form a perfect square. All of the robots he would have to defeat were within the confines of the walls in front of him. He glanced around him at the other examinees and blinked at just how many of them were so confident. He supposed it made sense because they'd had their quirks all of their lives. But it was still a marvel to him. How were they not more shaken by what was basically a town in front of them? Izuku had seen a lot of SHT, but this was certainly new. I suppose that's just what I should expect from UA, he told himself, tapping his finger to his lips. Not many people had seen the actual grounds of UA, because the school kept it closed to the outside public and news people for both privacy and security purposes. The few times they let the public in during the year was for the sports festival and the examinees, and even then the examinees needed to have proper ID. Izuku glanced down at his hands and frowned at his gloves. It was a risk to have brought his Deku gloves here, and he kind of regretted doing so. It felt like a safety net for him to fall back on. But he was determined to not have to use them. He didn't believe that he needed the gloves in order to win, but they were good to have on him in case something went wrong with his Sippo. He didn't have enough time to practice with his new tool. The gloves were something he was used to and had purposely built with the function to work with his various quirks in mind. He wanted to see how well he could do without them. He couldn't risk anyone recognizing his technique in case Deku became more noticeable to the public. Izuku had worked strong to keep his public quirk quiet. The news had broadcasted the shocking news that someone who had previously been quirkless now suddenly had a quirk when Izuku had been released from the villains. However, they'd only been able to report that it was a latent quirk, as most doctors had speculated that the stress and trauma had most likely triggered his quirk's activation. Some even said that the tests done on him when he was small were wrong. There was no way of knowing anymore, considering MSDR had removed his pinky toes. The public and Izuku's classmates had accepted the knowledge, but Izuku had still made sure not to go out of his way to show it off. The most he had shown a couple of classmates was him playing with the fire of a candle. He wanted them to think he was weak. Kaken clearly thought he was faking. It was a little irksome to learn this. Now that he was in UA, however, he would have to show off some of his skill. It grated that he knew he still would have to hold back, but he didn't want any kind of connections being made. A weak pyrokinetic quirk was better than a powerful one in the eyes of a threat. You there? Izuku lifted his gaze from his gloves and closed them into fists, careful of the matches on the fingertips. It was the same guy who had interrupted Present Mike earlier. Izuku had no idea what his name was, but he recalled the boy's number from when Present Mike had responded to him. "Ah, yes," he asked. Examinee 7111 marched right up to him stiffly. His gaze was stern and focused. Izuku couldn't be cowed by such a look anymore, but he knew that in the past he might have been nervous. As it was, he settled for being a little unnerved. "You're shaking like a leaf. If you are not prepared for this cold, or if you are that scared of the exam, then you should not be taking it." That was the second time today that someone had told him that he shouldn't be taking this exam. Izuku gritted his teeth a little, unable to help but be annoyed. He smiled stiffly before saying, "Oh, sorry. I can't help my trauma causing me to shake. It's not something I can control. Sorry if it's bothering you." Examinee 7111 startled at that, taken aback by the response. Around them, Izuku picked up on murmurs. Some of the other examinees had found the scene funny. Others thought themselves lucky to be going up against a trembling chihuahua. The last murmur he heard was someone pointing out that they recognized him. Examinee 7111 must have heard it too, because he straightened, hands snapping to his sides, and bowed deeply. "Please excuse my words. I recognize who you are now. There is nothing to be ashamed of, and I apologize greatly for my rude words." Izuku would really rather not be recognized as that kid who had been kidnapped, but it was something that couldn't be helped. It had been big news at the time. He allowed his smile to relax and quickly waved his hands, looking around nervously. He didn't like all of the attention. It's okay. Please lift your head." Examinee 7111 stood back up and opened his mouth to say something else, but he was interrupted as Present Mike's voice rang out, "ANNND start." Izuku's head whipped up to the large tower that stood taller than all of the examination sections and gaped in shock. He wasn't the only one who gasped out a "huh." "What's the matter? There's no such thing as a counter in a real battle." "Run, Ruan," Present Mike yelled. His voice was so clear despite him being so far away. Izuku marveled at his range and noted that there was no damage being done to his ears. Was this Present Mike's choice? Did he have to choose to cause damage when he yelled like that? Izuku wanted to know. "Consider the baton passed," Present Mike continued. In an instant, all of Izuku's fellow examinees took off. Izuku stumbled and cursed himself for getting caught up in his questions and analyses. He had time later to study his teachers. He needed to secure a place in the school first. "Go," he yelled at himself and took off after them, easily overtaking the back of the crowd with his speed. His hands itched for flames and his shaking finally stopped, so his feet were steady. Izuku narrowed his eyes in a frown. It was time to prove he could be just as capable of a hero as he could a villain. Hopefully he could be even better. Izuku thanked MSTR for the decision to also grant him agility for a quirk as he dodged around a couple of the other examinees before taking a strong right. Some of the others had joined him, but Izuku paid no attention to them as he allowed any of his acting and persona to fall away so he could get serious. His muscles and bones were steady. His thoughts flowed like an effortless river as the familiarity of battle flooded through him. Compared to MSTR's training, this would be easy. He wasn't even battling any humans. The first robots began to appear then. They slammed to the ground as they either jumped or fell from higher up. The ground shook violently from the impact. Izuku's first instinct was to create a spark with his flint, but at the last second changed direction and reached into his breath pocket for his lighter. He tucked and rolled out of an incoming attack and Seeked opened the lighter, getting it to light on his first move. By the time he had rolled back to his feet, he had pulled the flames straight from his tool. The flames stretched and thinned like a WHP. It wrapped around him and shuddered like an eel removed from the water by Izuku's chokehold. Before Izuku could even begin his attack, though, another student crushed the machine. "Sorry, Slowpoke," the muscular boy who ran past said with a wink and cheeky wave. "FCK." Izuku grumbled under his breath, glaring. "Focus," he yelled at himself, and Izuku spun on his heel to dash between buildings to another street. His flames followed him. He concentrated and forced the flames to burn even hotter until they were bright blue. "I just need one good look at these things." Izuku skidded out of the alleyway to be confronted with a two-pointer. He didn't bother to hesitate in launching the flame out to attack this time. His hand snapped out and the flame flowed along it and launched at the machine. Izuku activated his third quirk while catching his breath in his chest. His visual processing skills temporarily sped up to faster than a hummingbird's wings, making the world seem like it had slowed down to a crawl. Izuku realized these robots had guns on them. He doubted that Yue would use anything lethal, which meant they were most likely something like pellets or perhaps a trapping goo of some sort. Izuku had yet to see any goo anywhere, though. He also didn't see any exhaust ports, so he doubted that they ran on gasoline. That left electric. It wasn't the quickest method, but it would work. His breath released, and Izuku abruptly changed the direction of his flames to launch straight up the barrels of the guns on the robot's hands. Sparks flew from the inside of the machine as the blistering heat of his blue flame instantly melted and destroyed it from the inside until the robot exploded. That's 2 times now for snapshot and agility. Izuku counted down as he felt the beginnings of the migraine he was sure to have after the exam. He had about 2 more times with snapshot before the migraine would be crippling. He couldn't tell if his body was feeling the wear from agility, but Izuku knew that he had plenty more of that one up his sleeve. His body was well trained enough to handle the strain of it. His hair stood on end, and only a mixture of his instinct and his agility quirk allowed Izuku enough time to dodge out of the way as a chunk of the machine flew past him. He yanked the flame back to his side and ignored the cry of pain behind him by sheer force of will. He ran forward to the next couple of machines and repeated his attack. With each successive kill, his flame became stronger as it gathered the fire from the explosions. It made his attacks faster and more efficient. At some point, a broad grin had spread across his face as he began to enjoy himself. These robots were ridiculously weak. Izuku could hardly believe just how simple it was to rip them apart. He couldn't even imagine if the heroes had been foolish enough to use gasoline. Izuku could have just transferred the explosion from one robot to the next. It would be almost effortless as he just allowed the flames to do what they did best. It would look like Kaken was there or something. Surely they could have had a harder test made for future heroes. 4 minutes left. Present Mike's voice called out. 26 points. Focus on the task. He was getting ahead of himself. He needed to keep track of his points. What was the minimum he needed to pass? He couldn't allow himself to make it to the very top of the exam even if he wanted to. He needed to stay an underdog. Was 26 points low or high? He didn't recall Present Mike explaining that. Most people were trying to get to the very top, so of course they didn't set a top limit. The ground shook violently and forced Izuku to stumble to a stop. He automatically yanked his flame, now as thick as a pipe, back to his side to wrap around him protectively. His fellow examinees started running in the opposite direction while screaming. Izuku stood there frozen in shock as the biggest robot he had ever seen in his life appeared, climbing over the buildings like they were a playground. The buildings crumbled and rubble fell into the streets around him. He was lucky none hit him because he could only gape in horror. He understood immediately that this was the 4th type of robot that Present Mike had warned them about. How is this only worth 0 points? Izuku wondered. What was the gimmick of such a stupid decision? There had to be another reason to it other than defeating it. He couldn't think, though, as the thing continued to approach. A fist came down on the building on the other street, shooting a shockwave through the ground. Izuku yelped as he was thrown onto his back. The flame he had been hanging onto dropped to the ground. Izuku scrambled with wide eyes, horrified. No, he couldn't lose his weapon. He had built it up so much. He reached out to pull what flames were left, but he had to yank his hand back as rubble crushed the flames and smothered them. Izuku felt like he might vomit. "Run," he yelled at himself. He turned and scrambled to his feet to do just that when he heard a familiar voice whimper over the noise. His gaze was automatically drawn backwards to see the girl from that morning on the ground. She had been knocked down by some rubble. Her leg was trapped under a few heavy chunks, and Izuku could smell a bit of BLD in the air. His heart hammered in his ears as he stared at her. She had been so kind to him this morning even when she hadn't needed to be. She had checked to make sure he was fine when she didn't even know who he was. She had wished him luck on the exam unlike the other two people he had talked to today. She had encouraged him. The 0-point robot was approaching. She would be crushed or hurt worse. The exam still had 3 more minutes. Izuku didn't trust that they would end the exam over something like this. He should get clear of the wreckage. The girl should save herself. She was trying to be a hero, wasn't she? Heroes shouldn't be weak. They would run into these kinds of scenarios all of the time. If she couldn't even recover from this, what kind of hero would she be? His feet were moving before he had made a conscious decision, rushing towards the girl. He had no plan. He needed a plan. He had 2 shots of snapshot left. This would SCK, but he needed both as he spotted a 1-pointer robot still mostly in working order. First things first. His eyes snapped to the 0-pointer and he SCK in a deep breath to slow everything to a crawl. The thing towered over him by multiple stories. Even with his agility, he wouldn't be able to get up the main face of that thing. Unlike with the other robots, this one didn't have any weapons. It was purely a fighter machine. That meant no easy ports. There were plenty of joints he could take advantage of. But if he destroyed the joints, then the robot would crush the girl. He scrapped that plan too. The breath left Izuku and the 0-pointer finally seemed to have noticed the downed girl. She was still trying to recover. Izuku's head throbbed as he turned his gaze to the 1-pointer and activated snapshot again with a gasp. The 1-pointer hadn't been destroyed. It was only crippled, which meant Izuku could blow it up again if he could get his fire. It was already turned his way. He just needed to get a flame going again. And the fact that he had lost control of his weapon earlier out of something so stupid as fear. He would need to get better about that. In a real battle, he couldn't afford to lose control like that when his main offense was so reliant on outside forces. His breath escaped him and his mind caught back up to the events happening around him. He had absolutely no time to even go for the lighter in his pocket. 1 flame would not be enough to take out the 0-pointer. He had no choice but to show off more skill than he had wanted to in the exam. Izuku gritted his teeth and SC'd the head of the match on his thumb across the flint on his opposite hand's palm while Izuku dashed towards the 1-pointer. The match struck instantly and didn't even have time to be blown out by the force of Izuku's running before he grabbed it and whipped it straight up the 1-pointer's muzzle. Like with the previous robots, it sparked and exploded. Izuku instantly latched onto the force of the explosion, grunting as he pulled the furious flames to him to compress. They writhed and fought against his control as they wanted to expand outwards. The pressure of them only became worse the longer Izuku held onto them, clutching them to his chest as he pivoted on his heel and dashed towards the 0-pointer. His head throbbed like it was going to explode. The noises around him was making his vision white out, but his feet kept him going. The explosion compressed and his hands raged like the pressure in a soda bottle being shaken up. He only had a couple seconds before he would lose control. Izuku felt like he would pass out. He jumped as high as he could with his agility quirk, skipping himself up and off the tallest rubble he could find and finally launching the furious explosion at the center of the 0-pointer. SSSSMASH, he screamed as the explosion erupted with greater force than it had had in the beginning. It threw Izuku and the 0-pointer both backwards as the center of the robot impacted inward. Izuku's vision FLC-curred and he lost sensation in his limbs as the familiar feeling of flames LC-ket and burned at his skin. He could tell he was falling, but he couldn't get his body to respond. He wondered how much damage he would suffer through this time. MSDR would probably make him deal with his wounds for a couple days before he would even allow any healers to approach him. That's what he got for being so weak, for not controlling his quirks better. He would be scolded when he woke up, he was sure, especially so because he had shouted one of All Might's signature moves. Shigaraki would mock him. Izuku hoped he could coax Kirigiri to give him a milkshake while he's resting. Izuku felt the final edge of his consciousness escaping him when a slap and the sharpest pain ripped through his mind. He was thrown to the side as all of his momentum shifted from falling down to falling sideways before all of it suddenly stopped. He was just awake enough to deliriously wonder if he was actually floating or if that was just his head before he finally succumbed to the throbbing of his skull. A week later had Izuku sitting at the table and staring at his breakfast. He couldn't get his mind or thoughts off of the exam that had occurred. He was angry with himself for how weak he had been. He kept going back and forth between if he had done the right thing by showing off so much of his power. He didn't regret saving the girl, but he did regret that it had made him pass out. He had missed out on seeing Recovery Girl's quirk up close and in action. How could he have done that? It was such a critical thing to learn. He needed to know what damage he had done to himself and how much the quirk had healed. But right after he had woken up in the recovery unit, he had been rushed to the paper portion of his exam. The only thing he knew was that he had been burnt and cut up from debris from the explosion. He didn't have any proof of this when he had woken up. He hadn't had the chance to even thank Recovery Girl. The report to his MSDR had been thorough, if reluctant. He had been right to think that Shigaraki would mock him, but Deku had managed to get a swift kick into the man's shin before Kurogiri had broken them up. Deku hadn't been in the mood to deal with any nonsense when he was already beating himself up. He had also been admittedly nervous about what MSDR would say. MSDR had only made an appreciative noise and dismissed him. That was honestly more unnerving than anything else. Izuku felt sick from having exposed so much information about UA. He hoped that they changed up the practical exam once in a while. Izuku, his mother cried, and Izuku snapped out of his daze. He realized quickly based on the distressed look on his mother's face that she had called him a number of times. "Are you all right? You're frowning and staring blankly at your fish," she said. Sorry, I'm okay," he promised with a smile. He felt bad for worrying her again. He couldn't help getting lost in his own thoughts, though. He supposed that his own mother wasn't used to his silence, even if Izuku had been broken of his habit of muttering for the sake of his own safety. His mother reached across the table to touch his trembling hand. "Why don't you go rest on the couch? I'll take care of the dishes. You must be tired. You have bruises under your eyes again." Izuku wasn't about to be the one to tell her that it was stress. He had just woken up from a couple of hours of sleep, after all. She didn't know he had been up part of the night training. He had to get better at using his lighter. He needed to be quicker. "Thanks, Mom. I can help though." He stood and grabbed his plate, but his mother shook her head with a smile. "I can do it. Go turn on the news for me so I can listen too. Then go get ready for your appointment, okay?" Even almost a year later, he was still being forced to go to a therapist. Izuku couldn't tell anything to that person. It helped that he could fake having amnesia of his time captured by the villains. It gave him an excuse for not having to confront his problems. It was exhausting having to act so much. He needed a therapist to discuss the stress of going to a therapist. Okay. Izuku sat himself onto the couch and FLC'd the television onto his mother's preferred news channel. It was showing a repeat from one of the flashier battles from yesterday that Izuku had already analyzed. He couldn't even bring himself to focus on it as he slumped back against the couch and stared aimlessly at the wall. If he had to grade himself, he would say he had achieved the mediocrity he had intended to set out to reach during the exam. The written exam had been a lot harder than he had expected, mostly because he was so behind in school. Yes, he knew and could memorize enough to graduate middle school, but his retention skills were much weaker than they had been before he was kidnapped. He just didn't have the time or drive to study. It was harder for him to memorize things like math problems now. Maybe his brain was just too full from his mission. Izuku hoped that it wasn't brain damage. With all that in mind, it meant that he probably just SC'd by with a passing grade on the paper test. He was certain, though, that he had managed to balance out his bad written score for a great practical score. He'd had time to contemplate the reason behind the 0-point machine. The only conclusion he could come up with was that the robot had to have been employed to see who was the most heroic, who was willing to jump in and stop a major attack even though there was no benefit to the hero who did it. The fact that Izuku had actually saved someone was only a bonus. He was willing to bet good money that the 0-point robot actually had a better value added to it, but that just made it harder for Izuku to guess for sure where his grade would land. He wanted to be middle of the road for the test. He needed to really show off his mettle later on by scrunching his way up the ladder in UA, to be the top student, or come out of nowhere to really make a presence for himself. Right now he wanted to be unnoticeable. He had probably ruined that chance. Oh yeah, Izuku's mother called over the sound of the clinking dishes. He spotted her reflection in the screen of the television as it went briefly dark. She was watching him. Izuku eyed one of his weights on the floor and decided he might as well do something with his energy. He picked up the weight to start doing some arm curls. The results are due back today or tomorrow, right? Izuku hummed in agreement, counting his curls. He briefly wondered how Kaken had done in his own exam, but brushed the thought aside. He didn't doubt that Kaken had passed with flying colors. At least with him as a competitor, Izuku knew that he wouldn't be at the top of the list. Kaken was both too smart and too strong for that. You know, honey, if you don't think you made it, I think you still did an amazing job. What you've accomplished is amazing. His mother continued. Izuku hummed again, not particularly listening as he SWCH arms. If Kaken had actually gotten into UA, that meant Izuku would get the chance to show him that he actually did have a quirk. And not just a quirk, but a powerful one. He may not be able to show off his full skill set yet, but it would be satisfying to finally prove his own worth. Izuku had a running theory that he wanted to test against Kaken. He figured that he would have to wait until the sports festival to try. Izuku. Izuku's head snapped over at the sound of his mother's form collapsing to her knees. She was shaking harder than Izuku was as she held out an envelope in her hand. It came. It's here. Your letter. Izuku put down the weight and took the letter. It was heavier than expected. His heart pounded in his chest and filled his ears. He was confident he had gotten in, so why was he so nervous? This was the school he had dreamed about going to ever since he was a little kid. This was the biggest moment of his life. He could hardly contain himself. His shaking definitely had more to do with his own anticipation and nerves than anything else as he rushed to his room. He gulped as he threw himself down into his chair at his desk. The door didn't fall properly shut behind him. He could see his mother fretting and moving anxiously back and forth in front of the door. He shuddered just a little bit before ripping open the letter. The envelope split down in the middle and a circular metal object fell out of it. Izuku threw himself backwards and out of his seat instinctively, knocking the chair over violently. Izuku, his mother cried and rushed in. Thoughts of bombs ran through Izuku's mind, but was discarded as a light beamed up from the device and a familiar voice spoke. Both Izuku and his mother gaped as the beaming face of All Might appeared with a loud call of "I am here," appearing on a hologram. All Might, Izuku yelped. Was he dreaming? Wasn't that letter from UA? Why was he seeing All Might? Why was he in a suit and not his hero's outfit? Izuku wanted to look at the letter but couldn't move as the hero went on to announce loudly the results of his exam. You barely passed on your written exam. The hero explained, but your practical exam showed you may be a star yet. Izuku's mother's hand found his and gripped it tightly. Izuku's heart was in his ears as he squeezed her hand. She huddled close to him. But wait, there's much more. Turn your attention to this screen. The hero motioned behind him grandly to where another screen appeared when he CLC-ed the button on a remote he was holding. Izuku was already completely thrown off balance by everything that was happening to him, but the appearance of the cute girl he had saved at the exam had just added another layer on top of it. She was in her middle school sailor uniform instead of the exercise clothing he had last seen her in. There was a determined look on her face as she talked to Present Mike and asked him to give some of her points to Izuku for saving her. "That boy saved my life," she cried, and Izuku was sent reeling. Her words echoed through his ears and into his very bones. Tears immediately flooded his eyes. His heart wasn't used to such kindness. His mother's hand flew to her mouth and he heard her SCK in a shaky breath as well. Her hand moved to wrap around his arm and squeeze it instead. "More than any quirk, it is your actions that touch people," All Might announced when the clip paused. Izuku could barely hear him as he wept over words he hadn't expected to hear. All Might explained the hidden portion of the exam and how the examinees were graded on rescue points as well. His guess had been something on par with the announcement, but he couldn't even bring himself to revel in the success. Uraraka-sen's words were still ringing in his head. He couldn't even cheer as All Might told him his final score and how high he had placed. He could only collapse to the ground and sob. "Izuku, Izuku, my Izuku, you did it," his mother cried with him, holding him close as the projection ended with All Might greeting him enthusiastically and welcoming him to UA. As a student, Izuku curled up into his mother's arms and wept the first tears of joy he had felt in years. His mother's wet praises continued to fill the air, but Izuku could barely even hear her. I did it," he whimpered and pressed his face to her shoulder as he clutched her to him. He didn't even really care about getting into UA. The school didn't matter nearly as much as the revelation that All Might and Uraraka-sen had given him. They had given him hope. Despite reality, despite the future, despite all the odds, Izuku could still become a hero. The next couple of months passed without much incident. Izuku still needed to finish school, including his extra classes, before he could officially graduate. Just because he had been accepted into UA didn't mean he was off the fast track to failure in his middle school. He had to work harder than he'd ever had to in order to keep pace. Between his therapy sessions, extra school classes, and the mission updates that he had to present to his MSDR, Izuku was utterly wiped out. Everything was a blur that passed him by. The only things that had stuck out to him thus far had been both, in his opinion, very bad things. They were bad enough and striking enough to cut through even his fog of exhaustion. The first was the meeting he'd been forced to go to with Kaken. His teacher had been both smug and proud to have not one, but two of his students going to UA, and he had wanted to congratulate both at the same time. Izuku had only been able to stand there next to Kaken, who had glared daggers into Izuku's face. Internally, he had cursed his stupid teacher for not seeing the clear antagonism and for unknowingly encouraging Kaken's anger towards him. It was after the meeting that Kaken had caught up to him. He had grabbed the front of Izuku's school jacket and had slammed him against the wall to get into his face. "What dirty goddamn trick did you use to pass the exam, shit nerd?" he growled furiously. Izuku had grabbed Kaken's arms and had attempted to remove the grip on his shirt, irritated at the rough behavior even though he had restrained from showing it on his face. It had been a while since Kaken had gotten physical with him like that. He must have been really PSS off. "I told you, it was my quirk. You don't have a quirk," Kaken had shouted. A couple of explosions had popped off in his opposite palm, and Izuku had heard the hand that held him sizzling. Oh boy, did Izuku want to show him how he definitely had a quirk. Show him that his fireworks show couldn't scare him. But Izuku wasn't the type to put up a fight like that. It wouldn't be good if he broke character too much in front of Kaken. His kidnapping wasn't supposed to have left much of a mark on his personality. Kaken continued to yell. It was only supposed to be me that got into UA. And you went ahead and took that dream and PSS all over it. I do have a quirk. Izuku had insisted and had finally kicked Kaken away. His foot to the other boy's stomach was neither strong nor rough, but it was enough to get Kaken to back off a bit with a growl and let him go. Izuku had glared at him and had felt angry that his shaking wouldn't go away. It had made him look like he was scared. He had been more angry than scared. FC King, prove it then, FC King Deku. Kaken had demanded. I already did. Deku's mouth had twisted into a sneer, and his shaking finally had come to a stop as he had stood up straight. His feet had firmly planted on the ground as he had tilted his head. I proved it when I PSS all over your dreams, Kaken. You got him. Kaken had slammed him strong against the wall again and had held a fist up to punch him. Deku had waited while staring him dead in the eye without any expression to cloud his face. He dared Kaken to punch him. Deku wouldn't take it without a fight anymore. If Kaken had hit him, he would have made sure to land a few punches of his own. Something had held the other boy back, though. Kaken's fury had blazed in his eyes, and the grinding of his teeth had been loud enough for Deku to hear. Kaken's eyes had searched his for just a moment before finally he had just turned his head and screamed in frustration. He then threw Izuku to the ground and had stomped on the grass so close to his face that Deku had felt the bent grass brushing his nose and cheek. Deku had met his eyes again from the ground, unaffected. Stay the FCK out of my way or I'll kill you, you hear me? Next time I won't hesitate to FCKING blow your butt up. Just stay on the ground, you piece of SHT. Kaken had yelled before he had stormed off. Izuku had climbed to his feet and had brushed himself off, a bit mystified from the interaction. How had he managed to get out of that without getting punched? He'd felt worked up by it without any outlet. Maybe that's how Kaken felt all of the time. What had stopped Kaken from hitting him? Izuku was starting to doubt that Kaken was holding back on account of Izuku's past. He just wished that with all of his analytical skills that Izuku could just read his old friend's mind. His life would be so much easier then. The second thing that had stood out to him had been the day that pro-hero firefighter had been killed. Izuku had been home for that fight because he had been finishing up his homework with the news on in the background. He had been trying to think past the various mathematical formulas that he just needed to memorize long enough to pass his upcoming exam. Nothing made sense, and he had been once again cursing the villains that had taken away so much time from him when his mother had gasped. Izuku had looked up to see her watching the television with horror in her eyes. Izuku had turned to the screen to see the news of firefighter's death displayed in bright red kana across the screen. Next to the picture of firefighter's smiling face was the image of a couple of villains that Izuku knew. His heart had plummeted in his chest as his limbs went cold with realization. Oh no, he had whispered. Oh Izuku, I'm so sorry. His mother had cried and lowered herself to the floor beside him to hug him. I know you admired her. Izuku knew that she had been referring to all of the research he had been doing about her about a week ago. He had been watching videos of her nonstop and had been taking extensive notes. He had talked with his mother about the feats the woman had been able to achieve. 3 nights ago he had turned in his findings to Kurogiri, having concluded his research and believing he had nothing else he needed to learn. Admiration was something he had definitely felt for Firefighter because of her pro-hero status. Now all he felt was numb horror. Izuku had sealed the feeling in his heart even as tears had escaped his eyes. He had felt his skin become clammy. This was something that he had been expecting, but was still horrified to see it finally occur. He had caused the death of a pro-hero. That night he had wondered if he could ever be forgiven. Izuku stood in front of the door of classroom 1 with anxious trembling filling his limbs. In UA, there were only 1 in 300 students that would pass the exams, and Izuku had learned that only 36 had passed this exam. And between 2 classes, that meant he would be in a class with 17 other students. He could admit to himself privately that he was nervous. It was his first real day of hero school. He would be meeting with new potential heroes and would finally get to make friends. How long had it been since Izuku had friends? He couldn't remember. He wasn't hesitating outside of the door because he was scared, though. He could hear Kaken's loud voice through the thick door. It was muffled, but definitely there. It was just his luck that he would be in the same class as Kaken. He didn't know whether to be eager or exhausted with this fact. He supposed there was no more hiding his quirk anymore. Aren't you going to go in? Izuku startled and spotted a girl standing behind him. He immediately got the impression of a frog from her with her large eyes and mouth. Her long tongue lolled past her lips to hang a couple inches too long. Her hands were also longer than normal proportions for a girl her age. The tips of her fingers were wider and more rounded. He found himself staring for only a moment too long as he took in her various features. Multiple hypotheses formulated in his brain from the brief impression he had of her. I am. He nodded quickly and stumbled out of her way. You can go first. It's normal to be shy in these kinds of situations. The girl assured him. I'll go in with you. That was twice now that a girl had been nice to him. Things were starting to look up for Izuku at UA. He smiled with a tinge of embarrassment and scratched at the back of his head before he joined the girl in entering the classroom. It was overwhelming immediately with all of the noise and activity. Izuku didn't recognize any of the students who had already taken some seats in the classroom. The only exceptions were Kaken and surprisingly the serious boy from the exam that had apologized to him. He watched as Kaken was scolded for his feet being on the desk by the serious boy. Kaken only sneered at him for being someone who had gone to a fancy private school. "It's loud," Izuku thought to himself and turned his eyes away from that scene to observe a couple of the other students. He mentally catalogued faces with the hypotheses of their quirks that he made from his observation. He would need more time to get a look at all of them, though. His hands itched to write his notes down in his notebooks. He was determined to maintain his theories until he could proceed to do so. "My name is Asui Tsuyu, by the way," the frog girl next to him said by way of introduction. "My friends all call me Tsu-chan, though." What?" Izuku asked, startled by the sudden familiarity. His face warmed and he shook his head rapidly. No, I can't possibly, Asui. Tsu-chan," she insisted. Her expression never wavered. Izuku wasn't sure how to handle this new development. Had he just made a friend? "You there, Midoriya?" Izuku was spun around by a hand on his shoulder to come face to face with Ida, the serious student. Izuku hadn't even realized he had picked up on the boy's name when he had introduced himself to Kaken earlier during the fight. How had he gotten Izuku's name? "Hello, my name is Ida Tenya from Saume," Ida said, holding out his hand in greeting. "Why yeah, I overhead. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida." He took the boy's hand to shake. Ida eyed his hand and Izuku pulled it back quickly, embarrassed by the trembling. The whispers of shaking Chihuahua entered his mind again as he resisted the urge to dip his hands into his pockets. He itched to play with his matches. "I'm Asui Tsuyu," Asui said, "but I prefer my friends to call me Tsu-chan. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Midoriya, I was impressed at how you divined the true nature of the exam." Izuku frowned, baffled. Ida pressed a hand to his chest as his eyes squeezed in obvious self-reproach as he continued. "I was completely blind to it. How you went in to save that girl without hesitation. I hate to admit it, but you were the better man." He clenched his fist. "This guy is intense," Izuku thought. "You saved someone?" Asui asked with a tilt of her head. "Oh," a new voice cut in from behind their little group. Izuku recognized the voice immediately as Uraraka hopped in front of him and pressed her hands together in delight. "It's you, the curly-haired boy that saved me. Glad I found you." Izuku hated how tongue-tied he got around Uraraka. She was just so cute, and in the school uniform she was even cuter. He felt his face heating up drastically. It suited her so well. "It's so cool we're in the same class. It was so amazing what you did. You just went BWOOSH. She moved her hand out and motioned widely with both arms in the form of an explosion, hopping a little from the force of it, and the whole robot just totally got destroyed. Izuku covered his face with his arms, unable to look at Uraraka's blinding smile. And no, it's all because why you were so kind. I couldn't possibly. You're too modest." She giggled. "Hey, what do you think is next? Do you think it's the opening ceremony? The guidance counselors? I wonder what our teachers will be like. I'm so excited. I heard that we're supposed to have pro heroes for teachers," Asui said. "Of course they would have the best teachers here at UA." Ida agreed. Izuku admittedly was excited for the possibility of meeting so many pro heroes in person. He would get to interact with them on a daily basis and learn from them. There were still so many techniques he wanted to pick up on. If he studied strong enough, he could probably apply the same techniques to the alumni heroes and build off of them, or figure out where they're lacking. More than anything, though, Izuku wanted to become stronger. Once he was strong enough, he could finally free himself from his shackles and remember what it was like to be his own person. Maybe even be the hero he had always hoped to be. As it turned out, their teacher was a pro hero that Izuku didn't recognize, and he was a man that classified things such as opening ceremonies as frivolities that heroes don't have time for. Instead, he had them change into their gym uniforms and immediately took them out to the sports field for a physical evaluation test. Aizawa-sensei explained how they were to complete the tasks using their quirks to the best of their abilities to really see the extent of their limits. Anyone who came in last place would immediately be expelled. Surely the teacher had to be joking, though. Izuku couldn't believe just how harsh of a punishment that would be. There were already so few heroes being trained in his year, and now they're being told that one of them would be expelled for being the bottom of the class physically. That didn't sound particularly heroic to him, especially because he was almost certain that Aizawa-sensei had decided that when someone had announced how fun the practice would be. Izuku shakily raised his hand as Aizawa-sensei called Kaken up to the pitch first to test how far he could throw with his quirk. "Yes?" the man asked. Sensei, can we use support items?" Izuku asked somewhat nervously. Aizawa-sensei looked just as tired as Izuku felt, and his stare was a bit unnerving. Who was he? It bothered Izuku that he didn't immediately know. Such a scruffy man would be memorable to him. Midoriya, don't think that you'll get a handicap just because you developed your quirk late, Aizawa-sensei warned. Izuku attempted to ignore the murmurs of interest behind him. He wondered how long his past would follow him around like this. At least he hadn't been openly stared at like he had last year in his new class. Izuku shook his head quickly. I don't need a handicap, he insisted with a frown. My quirk needs an outside source for me to use it, so I wanted to know if it's okay to use my support item. Aizawa regarded him for a few moments before tucking his hands into his pockets. No, he finally decided. What? One of his fellow students, a pink girl who Izuku couldn't for the life of him guess what her quirk was, gasped. But you wanted us to use our quirks. I want to test your aptitude without handicapping you. If your quirk can't be used without assistance, then you can't use it here, Aizawa-sensei explained. That hardly seems fair, the blonde boy behind Izuku muttered. He can't do anything anyway, Kaken mocked. Fair is hardly anything to account for if you're in battle and don't have your support item, Aizawa-sensei scolded, glancing coldly at the students. Izuku felt the shiver that ran through his fellow students. Izuku was unaffected as his mind ran wild with ideas of how he could do this. It wouldn't be the first time Izuku had been without his matches. He could find a way around it, he was sure. He didn't know everyone's quirks, but he was certain he wouldn't come in last. His agility, at least, would be able to get him through most of the tests. He was physically fit. The problem was the unknown quirks of his classmates who were just as determined as he was to not be at the bottom. He didn't know their skills or their strengths. Even if he was in good physical condition, it meant nothing if everyone else was exceptional at the tests. On top of that, all of his classmates were expecting to see each other's quirks in action. It was a physical test. Yes, but it was also a way of assessing the skills that each student had with their quirks. Izuku would get to see what his classmates could do and vice versa. If he didn't even show off his quirk even once, he could be considered a loser. He didn't want to be thought of as someone who couldn't do anything without a support item. He didn't care if he was supposed to be trying to stay under the radar. He wanted to prove that he deserved to be there too. He would have to be crafty, Izuku decided. Depending on his classmates' quirks, he might be able to take advantage. All he had to do was wait for the right moment. Die. An explosion ripped through Izuku's thoughts as Kaken yelled and launched a from his hand with the boost of his quirk. Air whipped the hair and clothes of him and his fellow classmates from their bodies as heat coated the air enough to make Izuku break out into a sweat. The light of the fire blinded him only a little bit before the leftover smoke was blown away from the area. Kaken had a delighted grin on his face that Izuku rarely saw anymore. It morphed back into a CCKY smirk as he turned to regard the class while Aizawa-sensei went on to explain more of the test. Izuku was not listening, though. He had his own smile that was building on his face. He didn't need a support item, he realized. He had a perfectly combustible hothead right in front of him that was just taunting him to steal some fire from him. Izuku decided then that he would try to have fun with this exam. The tests turned out to be much harder than expected. Not because the tests themselves were difficult, but each student seemed to excel in at least one of the tests. His classmates weren't like the classmates from back in his middle school. Izuku's classmates had fantastic quirks and knew how to make them work. It was admirable to watch. These were people trying to become future heroes, and they took it seriously even while having fun. The tension was high among all of the students, though. Izuku pointedly noticed the thick miasma of competition in the air. Barely anybody was chatting with each other as everyone tensed to see what their classmates could do. The only times most people spoke was to make comments or express wonder with others in the class. Izuku could feel when the group as a whole became threatened when they saw both Kaken's quirk and a boy named Todoroki's quirk. Between the explosions and the field of ice, they were intimidating opponents to have. Ada, too, had an amazing quirk, if a simple one. He had engines on his legs, which meant nobody would get the chance to beat him in a running competition. There were 9 tests in all. Izuku just needed to get a higher than average score on 2 or 3 of them to ensure he wouldn't be at the bottom. He just needed to figure out which ones to use his skills at. He hadn't needed to use his fire for really anything other than attacks when he had been trained. And he didn't have his relaxed fire of matches or lighters. He needed Kaken's fire. And that was an exciting and scary thought. If the explosion from that robot had been so strong to contain, he could barely imagine what Kaken's would be like. Possibly less antagonistic considering they were controlled blasts. Izuku needed to get his hands on that fire. You aren't doing so well, Sitnerd, Kaken grumbled to him during their next test as they both lined themselves up for the 50-meter dash. You're planning on using your explosions, right? Izuku asked back as he focused and refused to rise to the bait. Kaken shot him a mocking smile. Don't be so jealous. Izuku smiled back brightly as he turned to face his old friend. Oh, I'm not, he promised as Aizawa-sensei called for them to go. Izuku instantly activated Snapshot with a quick inhale and saw the moment the fire began to burst from Kaken's palms. Izuku whipped his arms up and latched onto that fire, pulling both explosions from both palms before his breath released. Kaken stumbled as his first round of explosions disappeared. Izuku just managed to catch the baffled look on his face before he stuck his arms out behind him and brought the fire to curl into his palms. Stolen, he laughed as he jumped and released the kinetic energy of the explosions. The force launched him forward as expected, but Izuku was neither trained in controlling explosions nor good at calculations. He miscalculated the angle and sent himself launching a little more upwards than he had wanted, spinning head over heels with a yelp. He tumbled his way to the other side to get his score right before Kaken managed to pass it as well. The dirt in his mouth as his face hit the ground tasted like a bittersweet win. He sat up and spat the dirt out of his mouth as he heard the other students around him crying out in surprise and awe at what they had just seen. He spotted Uraraka jumping up and down and cheering, "That's still so cool." He also heard one of his other classmates yell, "Midoriya just stole his quirk," which, frankly, was wrong, but Kaken seemed to be in agreement. Kaken growled and launched himself back at Izuku with another burst from his palm. "Explain now, shitrag." Izuku yelped and attempted to duck under the tackle. Battle instinct had him latching onto what bit of fire he could get from Kaken before the blaze burned itself out. It wasn't much, but he was grateful for his reflexes when Kaken got wrapped up in some kind of cloth and his quirk disappeared. Izuku blinked and followed the line of cloth to Aizawa-sensei, whose hair had pulled back from his face and his eyes were glowing red. "Quit making me use my quirk. I've got dry eye, damn it," Aizawa-sensei complained, glaring at Kaken specifically as the boy struggled against the cloth. He explained only briefly that his cloth was made of metal and nanofiber material, which Izuku noted as he gaped. He was more focused on the yellow goggles around the man's neck that had previously been hidden behind the cloth scarf. He would know those goggles anywhere. "Oh my god," he cried, finally standing. "You're a Eraserhead. I can't believe I didn't notice before." They had underground heroes at UA as well. Izuku couldn't believe his luck. Eraserhead, although not one of his favorite heroes, was amazing. He had a quirk that could erase other quirks during the time he was staring at them. Izuku would kill to have a quirk like that. It was more useful than any of the other quirks he had, in his opinion. He knew for sure that he needed to get as much information as possible on this man, but then he would have to give the information to his MSTR. Izuku frowned at that thought as he pressed his knuckle to his lips. He didn't want to give away too much information about Aizawa-sensei. Eraserhead was an underground hero for a reason. Not many people knew about him, and that was how he got the drop on villains so much. Eraserhead's quirk would no doubt be a threat to MSTR. Izuku didn't want to see another headline with his teacher's face on it. "Enough," Aizawa-sensei finally called over the chattering of the students. He released Kaken and muttered something while rubbing his eyes. Kaken shot a glare at Izuku, baring his teeth to let him know that he wasn't done with him. Izuku granted him a shaky smile and silently crooked his finger behind his back. The fire that had been hovering where Izuku had last grabbed it snaked jaggedly towards him and curled up into a. He compressed it and had it hover above his head so that it wouldn't burn him or anyone else. Izuku then slunk back to the rest of the class, avoiding Kaken's curse and gaze. "Sensei," the blonde boy with electricity powers near Izuku called with a lazy raise of his hand. "I thought we weren't allowed outside help with our quirks." He said no support items, though. The girl with earphone jacks for earlobes protested. "It's still FC King cheating," Kaken shouted. He hadn't taken his eyes off of Izuku since he had rejoined the class. "No, he used his quirk just like all of you have been doing," Aizawa-sensei said as he tilted his head back and dropped a couple of eye drops into his eyes. He squeezed them shut and then granted Izuku a small, interested quirk of his mouth. He took advantage of his surroundings to use his quirk. "I wouldn't call it cheating, I would call it smart." Izuku straightened with pride. He had just been praised by a pro hero, and Eraserhead, nonetheless. This completely made up for the fact that he had face planted into the ground earlier. Kaken only seeked his tongue furiously and snapped his head away. "We're moving on," Aizawa-sensei announced. And the tests continued. Izuku maintained the tiny explosion he had hovering over his head for the rest of the tests. He still had one more that he planned to use it for, but he could only use it once. He doubted Kaken would give him the chance to steal from his quirk again so soon. Izuku struggled to split his focus between the fire and the tests he was taking, though. He wasn't used to holding on to fire for so long. His body was getting a bit tired from using agility, and he already had a headache that had formed from activating Snapshot earlier. On top of that, he was still compressing the flames and focusing on making them hotter. He needed as much kinetic energy in them as possible for when he could use them. In the meantime, he continued to watch his classmates. He made notes of their names and their quirks and promised himself to really think about their powers later. The ones he found the most interest in were Uraraka's and Todoroki's. It hadn't slipped past Izuku that Todoroki only used his right side for his ice quirk and only the right side of his body seemed to suffer for it. Was he not able to use his left side? Or was it something else? On top of that, Izuku knew the name Todoroki. That was the surname of Endeavor. This must mean that Todoroki was that man's son. But Endeavor had a powerful fire quirk. Todoroki having an ice quirk didn't make sense, unless he was holding back like Izuku was. It was a plausible hypothesis. Maybe he was adopted. Izuku would have to do some research later. Izuku spent most of the grip test and sidestepping test concentrating on compressing and PSS off the fire. It was already bursting with kinetic energy from the explosion. But Izuku wanted to make sure it would be as strong as he could make it. He doubted it would be as strong as his previous explosions, though, because it had only been a tiny part of what Kaken had used, hence his focus. The time finally came when he decided he could use it. He stood at the pitch and picked up the to regard it. He knew he would need to use the fire here, but there was no way of safely using it. He didn't have his gloves with him and his gym uniform only covered arms and legs. He also didn't know just how powerful the blast would be when he actually used it. He had completely miscalculated earlier just how strong Kaken's explosions were. It made him respect his childhood friend a bit more to be able to use his explosions so expertly. The gap in experience was obvious. If he wasn't careful, he could blow his hand off. But he wanted to get as much power behind the as he could. Maybe if he burnt himself, he would get to see Recovery Girl. Was she still working at UA? Or was her help during the entrance exams a one-off type of thing? It would be exciting to meet her. Izuku's pain tolerance may be higher than most people's, but he definitely wasn't risking losing any more body parts. There had to be an alternative. "Hurry up already," one of his classmates called. Izuku startled out of his thoughts and his head throbbed in protest to the sudden jolt. He realized that he had been staring silently at the for longer than he'd thought. He bit down on the knuckle that was at his mouth in reprimand before an idea sprung to his head. He had a way around this. Okay. He breathed out and in before he pulled his now bright blue flame into his left hand. The flame was boiling and shivering in anticipation while Izuku took a step back. "Go," he whispered before he threw the in his right hand as strong as he could. He sent the of fire following right afterwards, tailing the toy. Then Izuku activated Snapshot and the world slowed. Izuku couldn't make his flames go very fast because it didn't have fuel to burn. The only thing that kept his fire going he'd learned through his own study and trial and error during MSDR's training was Izuku's willpower, the energy in the flames themselves, and oxygen. If he made the flames move too fast, they ran the risk of blowing themselves out. But with the flames so close to them, Izuku just needed to wait until it was at its peak. He was a little off on his timing with this one because he could tell that could have gone about another half meter, but he didn't have the time to do Snapshot again without it hurting badly. He still had a few more tests until he was done. He would not be able to function well if he had a migraine eating at his skull, so he released Snapshot and moved his hand out. The of flames exploded, whipping the air with lashing tendrils of flame and sent the rocketing even farther. Izuku had to plant his feet against the blowback, wincing as his arm ached. Definitely a better choice not to have released that bomb so close to his hand. 506.4 meters. Aizawa-sensei drawled and showed Izuku the number on the screen. Izuku gave a weary smile at that and held his head in his hand as he went back to his classmates. His head ached so badly and his body was trembling from the strain of causing 2 explosions. Izuku didn't realize that all of his energy had gone to maintaining that fire. He was exhausted. 3 more tests, he told himself. 3 more and you're done. I'm exhausted, in every sense of the word. Izuku continued to nurse his head as he dragged himself towards the school gate. Not only was he physically drained and hurting, but mentally and emotionally he wanted to collapse too. The morning had concluded with Aizawa-sensei giving them their scores. He had grinned while telling them that the expulsion threat had only been a logical ruse. Izuku should have trusted his first interpretation that Aizawa-sensei had been lying about expelling a student on the first day. He was glad he wasn't the only student who had fallen for it, though. Izuku had ended up taking 14th place. It wasn't a great score, but it was good enough for him. He felt that he had impressed a number of classmates by the end of the tests. He also knew that he had enraged Kaken because he could feel every glare that was sent his way. Well, it wasn't his fault that Kaken hadn't believed him about his quirk, and if he'd had a bit of sadistic fun at the sake of his angry childhood friend then, oh well, it was honestly pretty hilarious, and it made Izuku smile remembering the absolutely dumbfounded look that had been on Kaken's face when he had first stolen his explosion. But the usage of his quirks had left him burned out for the rest of the day. It was an easy day considering he was still learning his new classes and most of it had been spent on paperwork. He couldn't for the life of him remember most of it, though. His brain was fried and all he could think about was a nice long nap. He hadn't even felt up to freaking out over meeting lunch rush when he had eaten lunch. His body was shaking worse than usual with fatigue as he slumped under the weight of his own backpack and head. The noise of fellow students traveling home felt like drills to his head. It had been a while since he had felt this bad. He probably would have felt worse after the entrance exams if he had stayed awake long enough to be healed. He was just glad he was able to walk home on his 2 feet. Midoriya. Izuku came to a stop as he heard fast footsteps approaching. Ada caught up to him quickly and greeted him. Today has been very interesting. I still cannot believe Aizawa-sensei would threaten us with expulsion. But at the same time I couldn't help but think, so this is what it means to be in a hero school. Izuku huffed a laugh. He had thought that Ida was a strict guy, but he was quickly reevaluating the other boy. He seemed to be more of a studious and strong-working guy. Still intense, though. Izuku wondered if he could consider him a friend. He seemed to enjoy talking to him, at least. Yeah, same. I thought for sure one of us was screwed. He rubbed his eyes. He felt the BLD pulsing through them with the thick beats of his heart. It hurt. Wait up. Both boys pulled to a stop as Uraraka called out to them, dashing over to join the two. I'm glad I caught up. You're Ida Tenya, right? And Midoriya. She hesitated. Deku. I thought it was Izuku when I saw the name, but that guy called you Deku. Izuku shivered hearing that name come out of her mouth. He wasn't used to hearing it anymore from anyone but Kaken and the people he considered enemies. No, it's Izuku. Deku is just a name that Kaken calls me. So it's an insult then? Ada proclaimed, looking upset on Izuku's part. Izuku scratched the back of his head. He felt a little irritated at how loud Ida was being even as he appreciated the defense. Why yeah, sort of. Oh, is it really? Uraraka asked, surprised. I thought it sounded cute. Almost like you can do it, you know. She smiled brightly, cheeks flushing. I quote MDEKU. Izuku greeted, instantly charmed. MIDORIYA. Ada yelled, horrified. Don't be so weak-willed. It's an insult, remember? Izuku covered his face, embarrassed own reaction. I couldn't help it. It's like when we discovered the earth was round. Uraraka began to giggle. And Izuku couldn't resist joining her at how ridiculous the scenario was. Eventually, even Ida began to chuckle. It amazed him, really, that someone could find a positive out of the terrible name Izuku had. It was never supposed to be a positive thing. A lance of pain ripped through Izuku's skull and he whimpered a bit, dropping to hold his head again. Oh, are you okay? Uraraka asked, ducking around to look at his face. Izuku felt a cold sweat forming on his body. Sickness was seeping in. He needed sleep as soon as he could. You look really pale. It's backlash from my quirk, he said, and then instantly regretted it. What if they used this information against him? Was it safe to tell these two anything? He didn't actually know anything about them. Uraraka may look kind, but maybe she would turn on him. Izuku had dealt with someone like that before. Smiles didn't mean trust. Your head hurts, Ada asked. Do you need to go to the nurse? I could help you there. Surely they won't be gone until all of the students have left. This is a very serious school and no, I'm fine. Izuku cut off that before it went on for too long. I just have to sleep it off. You passed out after the exam. Uraraka pointed out with a sympathetic frown. Did you overuse your quirk? Yeah, Izuku scratched at his hair. He didn't want to talk about this. Talking about his weaknesses made him feel exposed and uncomfortable. He'd always been punished for releasing such information. He hoped that he could trust Ida and Uraraka even as he cursed himself for being so hopeful. He decided to change the subject. Oh, that actually reminds me. Who told you guys my name? Uraraka and Ida shared a look. Izuku felt a little silly for having to ask. He sighed. Well, it can't really be helped, you know. You're famous. Uraraka smiled sheepishly. I would hate to attach the word famous to this kind of scenario. Ida protested. It was not a positive thing, that's for sure. It was positive when he was rescued, though. Uraraka argued back. That's what he's famous for. Oh, she gasped and covered her mouth. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Deku-kun. We shouldn't talk about this. No, Izuku really didn't want to talk about it. He never wanted to talk about it. But still he was faced with it every day of his life. Izuku was used to being a nobody, so he didn't like being a somebody. He wanted to go back to just being another face in the crowd. Back before he had been captured and experimented on. Back when he'd had all of his toes and his body had been clean of scars. Back when he didn't have to help attack and hurt and kill people. Izuku forced a smile on his face and gave a helpless shrug. It's okay. I'm sure everyone's gonna ask me at some point anyway. I don't remember any of my time with the villains anyway. The lie was familiar on his tongue. That's what the news said too. You really can't remember anything? Uraraka asked. Izuku shook his head. For the best, I'm sure. She decided with a determined huff. Yes, I agree. The villains were captured and jailed properly too. I would say it's a win for justice overall. Ida added with a couple of nods. Izuku could only think about how glad he was that a phone call would suffice for an update tonight instead of him going all the way down there to meet with Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Deku. Izuku sighed to himself as a familiar voice called out to him. He could practically feel his migraine getting worse as Kaken's form loomed closer. That's not something you should call someone. Ida reprimanded as Kaken got close enough. Kaken just elbowed him out of the way, though, and grabbed Izuku by the back collar of his jacket to drag him after him. Move, shit nerd. Izuku yelped and scrambled as his tired body couldn't keep up with the sudden change. Uraraka and Ida called after him, but Kaken only growled at them both to FCK off before continuing on without them. Izuku resigned himself to his fate knowing that he couldn't fight back right then. And Kaken, at least let go of me. He tried instead as 2 minutes later he was still being dragged by his jacket. He didn't want to ruin his uniform when he had just gotten to wear it. He fumbled for Kaken's hands, trying to get them off. Kaken's grip tightened before finally he tossed him away. Izuku stumbled on clumsy feet before catching his balance and standing. He felt like he might vomit, but he steeled his face and turned to face his old friend. Kaken didn't move as he scowled and glared Izuku down. He had tucked his fists into his pockets. Izuku said nothing as he waited, noting that they were on a deserted street. It didn't take Kaken long to break and he snapped. Oi, what the FCK was that sit back there? Huh. I told you I had a quirk. That's bullshit, Kaken yelled back, hands sparking when he yanked them out of his pockets. Izuku glared back warily. What more did Kaken want from him? He'd already proven he had a quirk. How could he still deny it? I don't care what those shitty doctors said, you can't just develop a quirk. How else would you explain it, then? Izuku challenged. His exhaustion was wearing on him emotionally now. He was on his last nerve and Kaken was stomping on it. He spread his hands wide in a go-ahead gesture. Please, enlighten me, since I don't know. Don't give me that sassy SHD, UFC king a hole. Kaken ground his foot into the street. You're full of 20 kinds of SHD. Izuku said nothing. He wanted to know where he was going with this. Kaken approached him then, getting well within his space and his face. Izuku refused to give any ground as Kaken grabbed the front of his shirt and growled. Ever since you've returned you've been acting different. And I don't mean your shaky citrutine, I mean with the words you've been spouting. How would you know, Kaken? Izuku responded quietly. He could feel himself closing off more. Kaken was too close. Nobody had noticed anything different about Izuku. Maybe he had been too confrontational with Kaken. Maybe he should have restrained himself more. Deku met Kaken's eyes and tilted his head a little to the side. How do you know what I'm like? Huh? He asked coldly. Kaken's scowl only deepened a little, eyebrows furrowing. He didn't respond for a long time, and a slow smile spread over Deku's face. He knew that Kaken was full of SHD. He couldn't even pinpoint what was weird about Izuku when it was right in his face. I know you're a FC King liar, Kaken finally said, his voice low. And I'm not gonna be fooled. He released Deku roughly, but Deku held his ground. Kaken moved past him instead of dragging him along this time. Better FC King watch yourself, Deku. I always do, Izuku responded as his annoyance drained out of him. He watched his childhood friend leave with a frown on his face. He was very, very tired. Katsuki threw open the door to his house and stomped in feeling his BLD buzzing. He slammed the door shut to make sure his family knew he was home before he called out I quote him back, to doubly make sure they knew he was home. He didn't bother to stick around to see where his mother was before he kicked off his shoes at the entryway and stormed towards his bedroom. Don't slam doors in this house, UFC King brat, his mother shouted back as he passed by the living room. He spotted her glaring over the back of the couch, head tilted backwards to watch him with her own scowl on her face. How was your first day at UA? FC King amazing. Katsuki grumbled and didn't stop before he was at his own door. He threw that one open and slammed it shut behind him as well, tossing his backpack onto his desk chair. He heard his mother shout at him, again about the slamming of doors. IFCKING no, all right. Get off my back, old hag, he screamed back. He pulled off his uniform jacket and threw it into his hamper before stomping around a little while longer around his room. He was furious and could feel the pent-up urge to destroy something. He let out a frustrated scream and kicked over one of the floor chairs he had before angrily righting it and throwing himself down onto it. He allowed some small explosions to pop in his hands as he glared daggers at the single piece of paper he still had taped up to his wall. It was the first official poster of when Deku went missing. At the time, nobody had known that Deku had been taken by villains. Katsuki remembered that day as just being one of many. He had met with Deku while walking home from school and had been angry that their paths had crossed. Katsuki remembered yelling something at him. What it was now didn't matter. He couldn't even remember before storming off ahead. Deku had fallen behind most likely so he wouldn't anger Katsuki again. That was the last time he saw Deku for over a year. The thought of it still chilled Katsuki. Even now as he gazed upon the missing poster, his anger was doused enough to make it simmer instead of boil over. Sometime between the 10 minutes it took from Katsuki to yell at Deku and to get home walking past Deku's house along the way Deku had been kidnapped, it had been a cold reminder to everyone in Katsuki's class that none of them were truly safe, that the heroes were fallible. It was a reminder to Katsuki that lives could be snatched away at a moment's notice. It had even taken 2 days for Deku to be officially declared missing. Katsuki remembered that his mother had rushed over to visit Deku's mother when she'd first seen the report on the television. His father had gone after her after assuring that Katsuki had been fine to stay alone. Katsuki had seen the worry on his father's face. Missing children were practically unheard of. Villains didn't bother to go for children, let alone teenagers. Katsuki had told his dad to FCK off and hurry after his mother. His father had pointedly locked the door behind him. Katsuki had only been able to stare at the television screen, seeing the smiling face of his idiot childhood friend with the bright kana for missing right below his image. The first thing he had wondered was if Deku had been just lost. But that didn't make sense. They had both been so close to their houses. Deku had no reason to run away either. He had a loving family at home, after all. Katsuki had figured he would be found soon. But days had passed with the search parties turning up nothing. Heroes had offered their services to look for the boy. Katsuki remembered seeing Auntie and Co utterly distraught some days when his parents had coaxed her over to their house instead of staying home alone. Her sobs looked a lot like Deku's. The atmosphere of the classroom had changed when over a month had passed and Deku had still been gone. The empty desk had been like a hole in space that had SCK Katsuki's attention in. Rumors had spread about Deku and had died away. Some had speculated he had killed himself and his body just hadn't been found. Some had said he'd run away. One day a vase of flowers had appeared on Deku's desk. Katsuki had felt rage build inside of him at the sight. He hadn't resisted the urge to grab the vase and shatter it. It had felt good feeling the flowers turn to dust in his hands in a fiery explosion. His classmates had gasped in horror at the attack. Katsuki had slammed his foot onto Deku's chair and screamed, "He's not FCKING dead. USHT for brains extras. Don't put this FC King trash on here." DMN, Bakugou, one of his idiotic friends had said while holding his hands up placatingly. You didn't even like the guy. Katsuki had only bared his teeth at the kid and growled. Until the stupid police declare him dead. No goddamn flowers better touch this desk or I'll burn them up and then kick your butt. He whipped his head to regard the class that had been watching him warily. Even the teacher hadn't known what to say. UFC King got that. Nobody had put flowers on the desk again. Not even when the television reports had moved on to more sensational news. Not even when they had declared Deku a cold case after 3 months had passed. Not even when vacation had come and ended with no sign of Deku. Not even when Katsuki's father had gently brought up with Auntie and Co and Uncle Hisashi that maybe they should consider holding a funeral service for Izuku. Katsuki hadn't been able to contain his constant simmering anger. He hadn't understood why it got under his skin so much. Deku was just another pebble in the road anyway. He was just another idiot who had gone missing. His friend was right. He didn't even like Deku. But it was an idiot he had known. Deku was someone he had grown up with. Someone he had known stupid details about, like how he liked to eat his taiyaki or that he had been scared of the dark before Katsuki's mother had gifted him an all-night nightlight for his 6th birthday. He had been right there. Deku had probably been just right down the road when he had disappeared. Had he taken a wrong turn? Did he fall down some hole? Had someone grabbed him in broad daylight? What had happened that day? There hadn't been a trace of Deku left. Katsuki hadn't heard a single noise that he could remember. Nothing had stood out to him. But Deku had been right down the road from him. By the time 6 months had passed and a small but quiet funeral had been held for Deku, Katsuki had started to be plagued with what-ifs. What if he hadn't passed Izuku that day? What if he had been behind him instead? What if he hadn't stormed ahead and had just ignored Deku instead? What if he hadn't been such a FC King a hole and had just walked near his idiotic old friend? What if he had just looked over his shoulder just once and had seen what had happened? What if Katsuki could have saved him that day? What kind of hero was he if he couldn't even protect someone as useless as quirkless Izuku? Katsuki had been angry at the world. He had been angry at his mother and father for trying to comfort him. He had been angry at Auntie and Uncle for holding a funeral for someone who wasn't dead. He had been angry at Auntie and Uncle for just trying to move on even though he could tell that they weren't. He had been angry that Deku had become just a passing rumor around school. He had been angry when he had passed into his final year of middle school and Deku no longer had a seat. But most of all, he had been angry at himself. He had put up Deku's missing poster in his room as a reminder. He had considered it a failure. Deku had dreamed of becoming a hero just like Katsuki had. They had both looked up to All Might, although only one of them had had the means of achieving that dream. And Katsuki only became more determined to become the greatest hero, so that there wouldn't be more Dekus. Hey, Katsuki glanced at the door as he heard his mother's shout. Go take a bath before dinner, Katsuki, or I'll FC King drown you in there myself. Katsuki stood up and yanked open his door. Huh? What are you trying to say, you old hag? Katsuki's mother maneuvered her apron-clad self into the hallway and pointed a dripping spoon covered in sauce at him. She must have started dinner. How long had he sat there staring at the missing poster? I'm saying you smell like smoke and teenage body odor. I don't want to smell that SHT. The bath is already hot. Stop dripping sauce everywhere, you idiot. Katsuki yelled back, but nevertheless moved down the hallway to the door. He cried out as the sauce spoon pegged him in the back of the head, splattering his hair with the sauce as well. What the FCK? Don't talk to me that way. Go FC King, clean your mouth with soap as well while you're in there, she growled. Katsuki slammed the door shut to bathroom behind him. He heard his mother grumble something about troublesome teens before he stripped with furious gusto. He slammed his clothes on the ground and kicked them out of his way before entering the shower room, spitting curses about the sauce in his hair. He grabbed the little shower stool and sat himself on it before starting the shower up so he could wash, scrubbing furiously at his hair. FC Kin, he growled before he switched to cleaning his body. He would admit that he hated how nasty he had smelled too after the hot day he'd spent outside. That was why he hadn't immediately collapsed onto his bed like he'd wanted to. He didn't want dirt and sweat and sit all over his sleeping area. He finished cleaning and then climbed into the bath. It always felt a little cooler to him than he was sure it felt to his parents due to his body temperature being higher to encourage sweat output. It still pisses him off to sit in it, though. He turned up the temperature on the bathtub so that it automatically warmed up just to spite his mother. FCK the heating bills. He ran a hand into his hair to push it back out of his face as he let his thoughts drift while he forced himself to relax and let the heat soothe his sore muscle. The bath was one of the few times he was given privacy for his own thoughts, and he was determined to let himself enjoy his bit of solitude before he was summoned for dinner. He could still smell a whiff of the SBK in the air. He tilted his head back against the rim of the bathtub and closed his eyes. Katsuki remembered the day they'd found Deku. A year had passed, and he had just been beginning to move on as well when the news report had come out. He had been sitting in his room working on his homework when he had heard his mother scream his name. It had ripped through him and made him immediately shoot to his feet, toppling his chair in the process as he had scrambled to his door. He never heard his mother scream like that unless she had been absolutely panicked. He'd only heard it one time when he had almost run straight into traffic as a little kid without thinking. Katsuki had rushed into the living room only to meet his mother's grip as she had run to get him herself. She'd had tears in her eyes as she had pointed at the television and said, "They found him. He's alive." Katsuki had returned to the living room to see the breaking news. It had been a live news feed. Pro heroes had been leading off some villains in what looked to be a half-destroyed building. The walls had still been crumbling from some kind of fight, and there had been a hole punched through the ground to reveal some type of basement. Another hero and multiple police had been helping a boy with a mop of dark green curls up through the rubble and towards some paramedics. Katsuki remembered digging his hands into the material of the couch as he had watched. He had only caught a glimpse of the face, but he recognized Deku. The boy had been crusted with BLD from a bleeding gash on his forehead near his hairline. His green eyes had only turned to the camera once before immediately being covered by the police and heroes attempting to hide him from the onslaught of reporters. The news reporters had been shouting Deku's name and asking the police various questions on the identity of the found boy. Katsuki's mother had immediately called Auntie and Co. Katsuki had been unable to tear his eyes away from the television even though he had seen no more of Deku. The boy had been rushed to the hospital to be checked on. Katsuki didn't go with his parents to visit the Midoriyas. He didn't hear anything about Deku for days. He didn't know what he'd felt. Deku's name had been in the news for weeks following his rescue. People had been amazed that he was not only alive, but that he had, in fact, been kidnapped, that he had been trapped with villains for an entire year. It had been sensational news and everyone had wanted to talk with the boy. Nobody had gotten an interview with him, though. The police and the Midoriyas had been very adamant about keeping the news out of the business of someone in recovery. But the news did manage to get two things for sure. Midoriya Izuku, previously thought to be quirkless, had a quirk. He also had no memory of his time with the villains. Most praised these both as good things while others had been disgruntled. The villains had refused to say absolutely anything about why they had taken Deku or what they had done to him. Deku had been forced to think of his recovery first and foremost. Some had thought he should undergo a memory quirk to try to jog his memories for information. Deku himself had decided he would rather not. The rest of it Katsuki had learned through his mother and father, who in turn had heard it from Auntie and Co. Katsuki never visited Deku when he had come home. Deku had obviously been tortured. His father had explained to Katsuki solemnly. He had scars all over his body, and the doctors had reported he must have developed his quirk from extreme stress. It was unheard of, but stranger things had happened to humans before under such duress. Izuku said he just wants to go back to normal, his mother had added quietly, which meant he was going to be attending school again, taking many extra classes so that he could try to graduate with the classmates he had grown up with. His parents had looked at Katsuki expectantly, as if they'd thought he would jump up and offer to help the kid or something. Katsuki didn't FC King want to help Deku at all. If he had wanted to stress himself out with taking extra classes, good FC King luck. He had never been great with school anyway. Deku did return to school a number of weeks after the event. It was by chance that he had been put into the same class as Katsuki. He had immediately been popular and assaulted with questions. Katsuki hadn't said anything to Deku. He only remembered the way Deku had stood in front of the class to give his reintroduction. His body had been trembling like a leaf, although it didn't look to be from fear. If anything, Katsuki could tell that Deku had just looked uncomfortable. His skin had been paler, which made his freckles stand out even more. There was a darkness in and around his eyes that hadn't been there before. He'd found out later when Deku had been called up to write on the board why he shook so much. The shaking had been particularly bad that day, and it had made all of the kana he wrote wobbly. The teacher had scolded him for how unclear the writing was. Deku had only apologized. "I can't control it," he had murmured, as if ashamed. "It's trauma." The teacher had been mortified and had immediately apologized. Deku had only bowed and taken his seat, refusing to look at anyone. The teasing started up a couple months later when the appeal had worn off. Deku may have had a quirk now, but he was still seen as the useless kid. He was even worse at school than he had been before. But Katsuki figured that's what happened when you missed an entire FC King year of school. The other aholes didn't seem to figure it out, though, and had mocked Deku behind his back. Katsuki remembered as well the first day he'd noticed something was off about Deku. There had only been so long that Deku would choose to not be around Katsuki and vice versa. Katsuki assumed he was cursed to constantly know the idiot as Deku attempted to talk to him once in a while. Katsuki had resisted yelling at him in the beginning, mostly because he wasn't a godmahole who picked on someone who had been kidnapped and tortured for a year, but even his tolerance had its limits, small as they may be. He had snapped and grabbed Deku with the full intent of punching him in the face, but the look on Deku's face had stopped him. In the past, before the kidnapping, Deku had cowered at Katsuki's attacks. He had shaken and cried and tried to get out of the way, looking down submissively. That was not how Deku acted now. The moment Katsuki had grabbed him, Deku had allowed himself to be dragged forward. His constant shaking had suddenly stopped. He hadn't looked away and instead met Katsuki's gaze. His face had been void of any emotion, which was unnerving enough, but it was his eyes that had Katsuki freezing. They had been utterly cold and accepting. It had been both a dare for Katsuki to hit him, but also the full intent to take the hit and do nothing back. There hadn't been a single gleam in Deku's eyes. It had been as if he had seen the darkness and knew what it was like. Katsuki hadn't been able to follow through with the punch no matter the dare. He couldn't do it. All he had been able to think about was how Deku had been tortured and most likely beaten. How he had probably dealt with that scenario before, maybe even over a year of it. And he had been used to it enough that he hadn't even struggled in Katsuki's grip. Katsuki's anger had turned inward then, furious at himself. He had thrown Deku aside and left instead, wondering what the FCK he was doing with his life. Why was he bothering to attack Deku? What did he get out of beating up on a kid who had already been beaten up so much? What had happened to the person who had been determined to become a hero in memory of Deku? The one who had wished he had gone back to protect him instead. Katsuki had cursed himself for being such a FC King idiot and didn't bother attacking Deku again. He had refused to be part of the idiotic sheep crowd who felt the need to pick on Deku. Only shitlords bullied people, just like Katsuki had been a shitlord in the past, and he had made sure to make everyone aware of how large of a massive pile of shit they were standing on when he caught them considering tossing Deku's notebooks in the school pond, or hiding his indoor shoes just because. As far as Katsuki knew, nobody had bullied Deku again. Most didn't want to anyway, since they seemed under the same impression as Katsuki himself. Sometimes he had come close to hitting Deku again, but no closer than he did from beating on anyone who PSS him off. He had still yelled at the stupid kid like he did everyone else, but that was just Katsuki. He had not been friends with Deku, and he had still refused to be. Despite what the news and doctors had said, there was no way that Deku actually had a quirk. It was impossible. Quirks didn't develop past the age of 4, and Deku had told him himself when they were kids that he had the extra joint in his toe. The supposed quirk that he had shown the class had been him just moving the flame of a candle a bit. Katsuki had called him a FC King moron for the little magic trick. Just because he was kidnapped didn't mean he could go around pretending he wasn't still a quirkless little reject. God, Deku still PSS him the hell off. Katsuki felt sweat rolling down his face from the steam in the bathtub and splashed his face to get rid of it. It felt weird for his palms not to have that familiar SLC-ness of nitroglycerin on them. Water on his palms felt foreign and strange. He allowed it to pool in his hand before dumping it out, sinking lower into the tub. But today proved for certain that Deku did have a quirk, and a powerful one at that. He had actually stolen Katsuki's fire straight from his hands. He had seen that shitnerd actually used Katsuki's own explosions to help him in the tests. If he'd had that kind of power, why hadn't he shown it before? Had that little sit been hiding his quirk? Was he trying to prove himself to be better than Katsuki by making him look like an idiot when he'd passed the entrance exam to UA? After all, it was infuriating. Katsuki slammed the palm of his hand on the top of the water and didn't care as it splashed out of the sides of the tub. He did it again a couple more times because he wanted to hit something. And what the hell had been that CCKY but attitude when Katsuki had confronted him later? How do you know what I'm like? Huh? Katsuki had never heard that tone from Deku's mouth before. As if Katsuki wasn't worth his time. And with that shitty FC King smile on his face, gloating about it, Katsuki had wanted to punch his face in, but he had been admittedly caught a little off guard by the sudden change. He had been watching Deku throughout the day. He hadn't seemed any different from normal when he had been talking with their new classmates. But when he was around Katsuki, it all felt off. It wasn't just the dark eyes or the dark bruises under Deku's eyes. Something about his personality was off, cracked, different, and Katsuki couldn't figure out what it was. He only knew one thing for sure: Deku was a FC-king liar. Katsuki was certain that Deku remembered some, if not all, of his time with the villains. It was the only thing that could have changed him so much. If he didn't remember anything, he would still be that cowardly pebble who dreamed of being a hero. He wouldn't have the ass to stare Katsuki in the face when he was about to get slugged, let alone smile at him. But that just left one question: if Deku remembered, then why was he lying about it? What did he have to hide? The truth behind his quirk, saving people from the knowledge of what had happened to him. Katsuki didn't know. He wanted to find out, though. He wouldn't take being humiliated again. He wasn't going to take Deku laughing in his face again. He would figure out what the hell Deku was hiding. All he had to do was slip past the walls he had put up. But how? Katsuki ran a hand into his hair again and frowned as he gripped it. He only had one plan in mind that could work, even if he really didn't want to do it. But if he was going to figure out what Deku's problem was, it meant he had to be near him anyway or risk looking like a stalker. And FCK that noise. Katsuki groaned and ducked down under the water to groan louder. Nothing for it, then. He was going to have to befriend Deku again. Izuku was woken from his well-deserved nap by the sound of his phone vibrating across his desk. He cracked an eye open and let out a soft groan when he realized he was awake sooner than he had planned. He couldn't even smell dinner cooking yet, although he could see that the sun was beginning to set. He probably had another hour at least. He flipped onto his stomach and pressed his face to his pillow. He wanted to go back to sleep. His phone's vibrations died out and then started again immediately afterwards. Izuku turned his head just enough to glare at his phone. Not many people had his phone number, and of those he actually cared about, none would be calling right then. Even his father preferred to video chat with him rather than use a phone call. That only meant one thing. Izuku reluctantly pulled himself from the bed to lift the phone. It was an unknown caller, but Izuku knew the phone number on the screen. He brought the phone to his ear. "What is it?" "I was sleeping." "Sleeping this early?" Shigaraki responded with mocking amusement in his voice. "Get up and come to the address I texted you." Izuku took a breath and pulled on his irritation and thick skin like a familiar jacket. He ran a hand into his hair and sighed. "Why would I do that?" Deku demanded. He turned his glare to his mirror and didn't recognize the person he saw standing there. The exhaustion on his face now looked more bitter and angry. The look in his eyes reminded Deku of Kaken, which he appreciated. Kaken didn't put up with any kind of bullshit. And that's what he strove to achieve as well. "Because I told you to." Shigaraki responded as if it was that simple. It rankled at Deku. "I think I'll sleep instead. I actually have Sitobi doing, unlike you. I have Sito-do as well. Which is why you're coming with me, Deku." Deku paused at that. That didn't sound like a simple invitation to just come out and play, or whatever other nonsense Shigaraki wanted. Was he actually needed for something that evening? Deku had assumed that since he was undercover that MSTR wouldn't give him any other jobs to do. Izuku had been hoping for that, actually. But here Shigaraki was calling him up and telling them to meet. FCK. Deku thought and scratched at his hair. His curls tangled between his fingers. He ignored the impulse to wince when he yanked a few gnarls out. "What are we doing?" he asked as he moved towards his closet to change. "You'll find out when you get here. Don't keep me waiting." "Yes, princess." FCKU. Deku heard the line go dead and couldn't help his soft laughter. It cheered him up just a bit as he pulled on a black sweater and black jeans. He grabbed his gloves next. He fingered the burnt-out tip of the thumb he had used during the entrance exam with a frown. He needed to get it replaced, but the rest of the glove was still fine. It would be a waste to do that right now. He put them into his pockets. Deku exited his bedroom to just run a brush quickly through his hair and pull out the worst of the knots. He also checked the text message Shigaraki sent before walking down the hallway. His mother looked up from her laptop when she saw him and smiled. Deku smiled back at her in greeting. "Are you feeling any better?" she asked. "You looked really sick when you came home." "Yeah, my migraine is finally gone. Thanks for the medicine. I really needed that nap." Deku walked over and placed an embrace on his mother's cheek. It was a habit he had formed when he had come back. He had missed his mother desperately while he had been gone. "Where are you going?" she asked in slight alarm as she realized he was dressed. She didn't comment on how unusual his outfit was. "I made some friends at UA, and they invited me to dinner." Deku lied as he sat down at the entrance to the house to pull on his red sneakers. He really should get some other shoes, but he really didn't want to dress in solid black. He shot his mother an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for telling you so last minute. I just found out through text." Wait, Izuku. I was going to order a pizza." His mother stood quickly to follow him. Deku had to hurry if he wanted to get out of this without caving to his mother's whims. This was why he preferred sneaking out at night. He knew it scared his mother when he left at night even though he had been taken in the middle of the day. "I'll be back," he promised her as he opened the door. His mother's eyes were tearing up from her fear. Deku didn't want to leave without assuaging her, so he continued to smile broadly just like All Might did to make him feel better when he had been younger. Remembering All Might had comforted him through some of his worst times. "I promise I'll come back tonight. I'll call if I'm any later than 10, okay?" "I don't like it," his mother said softly. "I wish you had told me beforehand. I haven't even met your friends yet." Deku hoped that she never got to meet Shigaraki. "I'm still getting to know them too." He gave a small laugh. He had to hurry. There had been a time marked on his text. He still needed to take a train. "I'll see you later, Izuku," his mother called as he ran down the hallway. He paused briefly to glance at her. She had a reluctantly accepting smile on her face. "Please text me once in a while, okay? Just to let me know you're having a good time." Deku waved. "I will." He turned and his smile dropped off his face into a worried frown as he ran for the elevator to go downstairs. Lying came so easily to him, but that didn't mean he liked it. He had already put his mother through enough stress without adding these little things on top of it. He would have to make extra sure he didn't cause much trouble tonight. The place Deku ended up at turned out to be an indoor mall. He found Shigaraki slumped against the side of the building with a large, army green hoodie hiding his face and most of his body. His hands had been firmly stuffed into his pockets as he watched people through his hair. Deku thought he looked very out of place, but maybe it was because he could sense the man's distaste. He could tell the people around him, though ignoring him, were going a little out of their way to not get too close. Shigaraki looked up when Deku got close. The older man's eyes dropped first to his feet and then back to his face. "What the hell are those shoes?" "What a greeting." Deku responded back blandly, a little irritated. He shoved his own hands into his pockets with a raised eyebrow. "They're my shoes. They're bright red and gigantic. I'm a Kingdom Hearts protagonist." Shigaraki glared at him for that one. Deku smirked at his victory. He could still remember plenty of days he had spent playing video games in front of Shigaraki, knowing full well that he couldn't hold the controller properly. They'd lost a lot of controllers to his hands. "What did you want from me?" Deku asked, glancing around them. He realized they probably looked like a pair of freaks standing next to each other. Deku in his black turtleneck and black jeans, and Shigaraki in his oversized hoodie and messy hair. Deku supposed they could be considered worse. "Are we robbing something? Did MSTR want anything from me?" Shigaraki scratched at his neck, tilting his head back in response. He was sulking, Deku realized. It must be the video game comment. Deku frowned. "If you don't need anything, I have to sleep for school. You know, that thing I need to do." He snipped. "Humor me, Izuku-kun." Shigaraki finally responded, pushing himself off of the wall to head to the mall's entrance. "Don't call me that." Deku snapped, but did follow. "That's not my name." "You're not useless either." Shigaraki shot back. "Not anymore, anyway." He glanced at Deku through his hair. His skin looked frankly terrible. Deku wondered if he should buy the guy some lotion if they were going to be doing some kind of shopping anyway. Maybe some lip balm too. "So?" Deku asked, catching up to walk beside the man instead of walking behind him. It was a bad habit he'd developed in childhood to walk behind instead of beside people like that. "Don't be so familiar. You call me Tamura." Shigaraki responded. "Because you threatened to kill me if I didn't." Deku responded blandly. The air conditioner felt good on his skin. The two of them traveled up an escalator to the next floor. Shigaraki ignored him. "You don't need to be called Deku anymore." He eyed Deku again. "I don't know why you want us to keep using that name." "Because it's my name." Deku glanced around and saw a small children's playground. He was surprised so many parents were still out with such young children when it was getting pretty late. He could smell popcorn in the air, though. There must be a movie theater nearby. He and Shigaraki passed the playground and entered a food court. Shigaraki's chapped lips pulled into a twisted smile. "Or is it because Bakugou Katsuki calls you that?" Deku refused to rise to the bait. He had learned very early on when he first began his dealings with Shigaraki that the man liked to lord his power over Izuku. In the early days when Izuku hadn't yet started to form his Deku persona as a survival method, Shigaraki had often used his knowledge against Izuku. He got information from MSTR's various sources and had tortured Izuku with the information when Izuku had been desperate and scared. The threat to hurt those closest to Izuku had always been both oppressing and obvious. It had killed him to know that there were dangerous people always one phone call away from attacking and probably killing his mother, father, and the Bakugas. The villains had found the only people that had cared for Izuku in some capacity and had used it against him, was still using against him, threatening him. It had taken a long time for Izuku to build up his Deku personality enough to try to cut his emotional responses off from such threats. He had forced himself to transform that fear into anger. If he was angry, it meant he could fight back. If he was scared, he was weak, exploitable. Deku's heart twisted a little at the reminder of Shigaraki's power over him. It was a weight equal to shackles on his neck, wrists, and ankles. It made him wonder what it would be like if he just killed Shigaraki. Physically speaking, Deku was stronger than him. They were alone right then and there other than passers-by. He could lead Shigaraki somewhere and get rid of the threat. But Shigaraki was MSDR's chosen prodigy. Deku knew that if Shigaraki died, MSDR would be furious. Or, in worst-case scenario, would turn to Deku to be his next successor. The thought of the latter was almost more terrifying than the first. Aho, Deku thought as he narrowed his eyes at Shigaraki. The man's eyes had fallen on a crepe stand and his eyes had lit up. His cruel smile had morphed into a small, but real smile. And the anger and terror that had twisted Deku's rapidly beating heart had lessened its grip just a tiny bit. Considering Shigaraki had become distracted, Deku decided to let the comment slide. He didn't want the man to know that he was correct anyway. "What did we come out here for?" he asked as he stood next to Shigaraki. The man crouched in front of the crepe counter and stared at the displays for the various flavors. Deku's stomach took the time to remind him that he had yet to have dinner, and that those desserts looked really good. The smells of the food court were making him hungrier. "What do you want to eat?" Shigaraki asked. He pointed at one loaded up with strawberries, chocolate, and whipped cream. "That looks good." Deku resigned himself to not getting an answer yet. Sometimes, unfortunately, Shigaraki was just like that. If Deku kept asking, he would only get snapped at. And if Shigaraki snapped at him, there was the risk of a hand going straight for Deku's throat. His throat was already discolored enough from the last time it had had a run-in with Shigaraki's decay quirk. He knelt as well and pointed out the espresso and chocolate crepe. "That one would be good." "Do you want me to be up all night?" Shigaraki grumbled, glaring at Deku. "You're not going to be sleeping anyway, Tamura. You're practically an insomniac." Deku responded with a mocking smile. Shigaraki considered that for a moment before shrugging. True. He stood up but didn't call over the stand worker who was hovering nearby. He shifted awkwardly while Deku took his DMN time to choose something, just to irritate the man for not explaining anything and dragging Deku out for an impromptu night on the town. After making him suffer long enough to get antsy, Deku stood and ordered for the both of them. They both took opposite seats at a table far away from anyone else who was eating there that night. Deku sighed with pleasure at being able to get some kind of food in him, even if it was only fruit and sweets. "You missed it today, Deku-kun." Shigaraki chuckled to himself. Deku shot him a glare at the cutisiness, but his mouth was full so he didn't correct him. Kurogiri slipped and fell finally. Deku lurched forward in excitement, a grin stretching across his face at this information. "Holy SHT, did he go splat?" he asked. He had been waiting a desperately long time to learn this information. Shigaraki grinned back. "Bewoosh." He mimicked the motion of a puddle splashing. Deku laughed strong at the mental image. A cup fell with him. Shigaraki continued through his own laughter while Deku tried muffle himself. "Where did it go?" he demanded. "I don't know." Shigaraki took a bite of his crepe and didn't bother to cover his mouth as he continued to speak. "It just disappeared. It never showed up again. Not that I saw." They both laughed at that even as Deku cursed having to miss it. He had tried so many times to get Kurogiri to trip so that they could see if he went splat or not. He had a physical body, but his head was so smoky due to his quirk that neither of them had been sure what would happen. Kurogiri always seemed to know when they were scheming against him, though, so they never could get him to unexpectedly fall. "God, I wish I had seen it." Deku sighed. "If you were around more, you would have seen it." Deku scoffed and didn't respond to that. The two of them finished their crepes and then stood. Shigaraki SCK on his fingers as he nodded towards where he wanted to go. "Movie?" Deku asked. "Game store," Shigaraki corrected, though with some grumbling hesitance. Deku only smirked at that smugly. Shigaraki refused to acknowledge it. The two of them spent a couple hours at the mall traveling around and buying a few things. Deku bought himself a couple of new pens, a planner, and some more notebooks for school. Shigaraki had mocked him for it, but Deku knew he needed all of those things, especially the planner. He had way too much shit going on in his life to not be organized, and his notebooks were a necessity not only for his hero's notes, but also for school. He desperately needed to stay on top of his grades. But his mind was not what it used to be. Deku still didn't know the extent of his memory anymore. He feared for upcoming tests that actually mattered to him. Shigaraki had ended up buying a couple of video games and clothing. Deku could not even begin to describe how surreal it was to go clothes shopping of all things with someone who was technically his boss and torturer. He had even forced Deku to buy better shoes because he had hated his red ones so much. Deku personally thought the man was jealous he couldn't be like Sora. Deku already had the crazy hair. Deku, in return for being forced to get shoes he didn't want, bought a bunch of lotions and flowery scents and some lip balm aptly named Boy Crazy. It was cherry soda scented, probably flavored too. Deku didn't want to try it. Shigaraki had refused all of his gifts. Deku planned to rub the lotion all over the hands that Shigaraki stuck on himself, show him not to appreciate his thoughtfulness. Neither of them had really talked about Deku's first day at UA. Shigaraki hadn't seemed particularly interested, and Deku took full advantage to keep it to himself. He wanted to keep as much information as possible close to his chest for as long as he could. He knew it would be only a matter of time before he had to report everything to MSTR anyway. They had ended the night with both of them walking to the train station, and then Shigaraki simply stating, "I'm leaving," and ditching Deku in the crowd. Deku had no idea where Shigaraki lived, but he had a feeling that it was better not to know. Deku had ridden the train home while texting his mother what time he would be back. He had made sure to text her periodically enough that she could be assured he was safe. She had promised to make sure to heat the bath for him. It didn't really sink in until he was actually soaking in the bath just how weird of a night overall it had been. It wasn't like he hadn't hung out with Shigaraki before, but that was the first time they had done anything like hanging out in public. In the end, Shigaraki never explained why he had called Deku out. He didn't know if the man had had some kind of hidden agenda, but he was starting to suspect that it was more innocent than that. And that was the problem Izuku found himself running into. As disturbing and scary as it was, he was actually kind of sort of friends with Shigaraki Tamura. True that more often than not Deku wanted to punch him in the DCK and see him humiliate himself, but he also had some pretty fond memories of doing normal things like they had tonight, and he knew that Tamura might honestly feel similarly. But Izuku didn't hate him. If anything, being trapped with the man for so long because of MSTR had actually made him see the humanity that was in him. It was twisted, but Shigaraki was just broken. Something had happened in his past that Deku had never tried to find out that had led him to become MSTR's successor. Izuku wonders how things would have been different for that man in another life. Izuku didn't want to believe it, mostly because it made him even more sympathetic towards the villain, but he was probably Shigaraki's only friend. And it was messed up because there were scars on both of their bodies that they had placed on each other, more so on Izuku than on Shigaraki. And Shigaraki could still make the judgment call to kill his family and the Bakugou in time and most likely succeed. And Shigaraki was a villain. What did it mean for Izuku if he didn't want to kill Shigaraki? Did it mean he was a good person, or did it mean he was more messed up than he had thought? This is why he needed a therapist. Too bad he couldn't tell anyone about his situation. Izuku went to bed that night at a decent time. He slept dreamlessly and woke up refreshed the next morning. All in all, he'd had a pretty good, if weird, day. Izuku felt refreshed and ready to face his second day of school. He honestly was more rested than he had felt in a while, although he knew the high would only last so long. He had still woken up with darkness under his eyes and a slight heaviness to his eyelids that indicated his fatigue, but nevertheless, he was in a great mood. Last night had been strange to say the least, but Izuku purposely chose not to ruminate too strong on it. Instead, he was confronted with an entirely new strange thing the moment he had left the premises of his apartment complex. He made his way through the gate and turned towards the train station only to freeze at the sight of a familiar figure leaning against the wall of his apartment complex. Izuku stared strong as Kaken lifted his gaze from where he had been looking at his phone to meet his eyes. A small scowl appeared as he took in Izuku's gaping face. "Hey Kaken." Izuku glanced around nervously. There was nobody else on the street other than a few students from other schools headed off to their own destination. Yesterday's confrontation with Kaken came back to Izuku quickly. He could hardly believe he had forgotten it in the wake of everything else that had occurred. What are you doing here?" Kaken pushed off of the wall and stood between Izuku and the route he needed to take to school. He wore his uniform even more sloppily than he had their middle school uniform. He didn't even bother with his tie, and his breath hung too low to be properly worn. Either that, or Kaken had purposely chosen a size too large. He looked even more intimidating in the UA uniform than he had in their middle school Gakurin. For a long while Kaken said nothing. Izuku didn't say anything either, choosing instead to wait him out. He had a feeling if he said anything that Kaken would yell at him again. Or, rather, he would probably yell anyway. Was Kaken still angry about yesterday? Izuku hadn't even had time to pick apart that conversation. It didn't take long before Kaken's short patience wore thin and he snapped, "Well." Izuku stared at him, baffled. "Well, what? Are you coming or not, FC King Deku?" Kaken's scowl deepened. Izuku resisted the urge to look behind him. Kaken had to be speaking to him considering he didn't call anyone else by that name. "I've already been waiting out here for 10 minutes. What?" Izuku's brain, though faster at processing situations like this, couldn't seem to keep up. Had he missed something? Just yesterday Kaken had looked like he was gonna break his year-long don't punch Deku streak because of the physical tests, and now he suddenly wanted to walk to school together. Izuku felt like he had missed a step or 5 while walking down some stairs. Kaken CLC-ed his tongue and spun on his heel to storm off down the road. Izuku instinctively followed him, inexplicably reminded of all of those years in his childhood he had spent chasing after the other boy. Izuku made sure not to walk too close behind him, but enough for them both to be aware that they were definitely walking together. Izuku spent the first 5 minutes of the walk trying to dissect the conversation from yesterday to see if there were any clues to Kaken's sudden change in personality. See, Kaken didn't bully Izuku anymore, but that didn't mean they were friends. If anything, they were tense acquaintances. They were both too close and knew too much about each other to ever really be strangers, but Kaken had continued to push Izuku away. Izuku as well had stayed within Kaken's orbit throughout the rest of middle school, but he hadn't attempted to repair their relationship. Izuku had far too much on his mind to even think about getting close to Kaken. And as he had suspected, Kaken of all people would be the one to realize something was different about Izuku. He hadn't exactly talked much to Kaken during the past year besides some of the bare minimum. He had said hello to him and goodbye. He had sometimes initiated some conversations, and sometimes they had been paired up for school work. It had been tense, but Kaken had never been as cruel as he had been. Izuku still wasn't sure what had changed between them that Kaken actually tolerated his presence again. His conclusion had previously been because Izuku now had a quirk. Now he knew that conclusion had been wrong because Kaken hadn't even believed that Izuku had a quirk. It made Izuku question everything that he had analyzed about his old friend. Kaken suddenly wanting to walk together to school was unusual for both of them. It was unexpected, and Izuku had learned to be very wary of the unexpected, especially so with someone as volatile as Kaken. They walked in silence for a long time. They even made it to the station and stood somewhat near each other to wait for the train that would take them to the station closest to UA. Izuku fiddled with his backpack straps. He picked at the bits of string that were sewed into the plastic LTHR. Kaken continued to frown and shift back and forth on his feet once in a while. Izuku's eyes darted over to him and then away quickly when he caught Kaken looking back. This was awkward. It wasn't until the train had pulled up and both had crowded on along with the morning commuters did Izuku finally cave and break. He didn't want to risk PSS Kaken off when they were surrounded by so many people. Neither of them had even been able to grab a seat. Is there a reason that, you, holy SHD, Deku, FC King spit it out. Kaken said, irritated. Izuku was surprised he hadn't shouted. Stop your stuttering SHD. I know you're faking it anyway. Izuku stiffened at the accusation before forcing himself to relax and shoot Kaken a surprised and confused look. What? Kaken CLC at his tongue and didn't respond. He looked to be visibly biting his tongue. Warning bells were going off in Izuku's head. He had to try harder. Nobody could know. Kaken especially so. He continued carefully forward. Is there a reason you wanted to walk together to school? Kaken looked away, glaring out of the window. Neither said anything as the train came to a stop and people piled off and on. Izuku was unfortunately pressed closer to Kaken in the process. Sweat formed on the back of his neck. He was nervous and uncomfortable for real now. There was no faking about it. Kaken, he tried again quietly. He needed to know what was so weird with Kaken. Shut up, Kaken responded instead. He refused to say anything else for the rest of the train ride. The two of them walked to UA and into the classroom together in silence. Izuku was then gathered up by Uraraka and Ida to chat. He shot Kaken a couple more confused looks, but the boy seemed to be done with him then. That had been really confusing. Izuku felt like he was on edge for the rest of the morning. UA's teaching was split into two parts, the morning general classes and the afternoon hero training classes. The morning classes were what Izuku struggled with the most and what he knew he would continue to struggle with the most. He'd had to cram all of the information he had learned the past 2 years if he had been able to have any chance of graduating with the rest of his class, so he had never actually properly learned anything. Whatever he had learned had been quickly forgotten within a few weeks of taking the test on the subject. He could feel the gap in his abilities clearly between himself and his classmates. He couldn't answer a single question, and the few he had been called upon to answer he'd mostly gotten wrong. His face felt like it was on fire the entire time. His shaking only worsened as he'd lowered himself back down to his seat and had hidden his face. He had been grateful for when the morning ended and he could retreat to go eat lunch. This time he had properly made sure to get excited when he had met lunch rush again. But he had been yelled at by other students for holding up the line. Izuku didn't mind, though, as he could feel his own excitement simmering. What else would they be learning today? His teachers were all pro heroes. Who would they be training with that day? Midoriya. Ida was quick to match pace with Izuku and walked beside him. Have you found a place to sit? Come join me at my table, please. Izuku gaped a little at that. Really? Had he actually made friends? This way. Ida led the way to a table that was already occupied by Uraraka and Asui. Uraraka waved cheerfully upon seeing him. Deku-kun. Ida-kun. She greeted as the two boys took their seats. Hello, Asui nodded, seeking something off of her fingertips. How are you feeling, Midoriya? What do you mean? Izuku asked, startled by the impromptu question. He was a little surprised to see that Asui had joined them. He could understand suddenly being friends with Uraraka and Ida, but he hadn't thought Asui would be interested in befriending him. In class today you seemed really embarrassed, she explained. Izuku's face warmed again in memory. Don't worry about it, Ida insisted quickly. And Asui, it's not polite to point out such things. Please call me Tsu-chan. Ada turned bright red now. Izuku thought they both must have looked quite the pair together with their blushing faces. I-could possibly. I don't mind it. Try it. No, I can't. Ida waved his hand quickly in front of his face. Try it. Uraraka giggled and turned back to Izuku as she decided to continue the conversation. Ida-kun's right, though. You don't have to be so embarrassed. She smiled and scratched at the back of her head a bit. I'm not super great at school either. Asui nodded. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I was going to say exactly that. Sorry, I'm the type to speak what's on my mind. Izuku was starting to gather that. He found himself appreciating it. It was a breath of fresh air to find someone who was straightforward like that. It relaxed him just enough that he could give them a soft, awkward smile. Thank you, guys, but it's not really that strong. The classes. Izuku felt more than heard Kaken's approach as the boy came up to the table. The four of them turned to Kaken at once as he scowled down at them. Izuku didn't even care that he was gaping openly this time. It was crazy that Kaken had approached him once that day, but it was absolutely unheard of for it to happen twice. What the hell was going on? Deku. Kaken's eyes darted to him as his hands clenched a bit around his food tray. Izuku straightened immediately. Why yes, what the FCK was that in class? Izuku felt like he was very much on one of those gravitron rides. He didn't know which way was up or down, but he was spinning too fast and was pinned to the ride. He was also certain that Kaken was the one doing the spinning. That was what his day felt like so far. Izuku couldn't wrap his mind around it. What? In class? Kaken snapped, clearly annoyed at having to repeat himself. What was that lousy performance? Don't be so strong on him, Kaken. Uraraka interrupted. Huh. Kaken slammed his tray onto the table, nearly upturning both Uraraka's and Izuku's food. Izuku managed to yank his tray out of the way in time. Wincing. What the FCK did you just call me? Chubby cheeks? Chubby cheeks. Uraraka gasped, hands flying to her face. Bakugou, you can't just call your classmates by such rude names. Ida yelped. Kaken ignored him and pointed at Uraraka. Don't FCK call me that again. So it's something only Midoriya can call you. Asui said. I don't even want that DMN nerd to call me it either. This was PSS Izuku off. It was one thing to have Kaken be weird, but it was another for him to suddenly start yelling at Izuku's brand new friends. He decided to intervene. Kaken, what do you want? Kaken turned his heated glare on Izuku. And good. Izuku could handle Kaken just fine. He made sure to lower his head just a little bit so he didn't look like he was challenging him too much, but still maintained his own frown and stare. Kaken's teeth gnashed once before saying, I'm not FCking repeating myself again. I already know that. He pulled on his nervousness again. I just don't know what you mean. I know you knew some of those answers, Deku. Kaken growled. What kind of act are you trying to pull looking like a coward and an idiot? Izuku firmly ignored the first part. I'm not acting at all, he cried, feeling his cheeks heat a bit. He didn't want to admit something like this in front of them. He hated the pity he received from people whenever he mentioned his trauma. He didn't like exposing himself, but he couldn't have Kaken planting seeds of doubt into his classmates. It was crucial that nobody suspected anything. Izuku clenched his fists tightly, causing them to shake more than normal. It's just strong for me, okay. Then he added in a mutter, you already know I had to take repeat classes. You've never been the best in class, Kaken argued, but you could at least stand above a couple of these extras. Don't call your classmates extras, Ada scolded. Izuku lowered his head and peeked an eye out from between his fringe. He stared Kaken dead in the eye and glared at him. Deku had to resist snapping at the other boy defensively. He didn't like when people questioned him or how smart he was. He hated being humiliated in front of his peers. If he was back with the villains, he would have beaten the shit out of Kaken, or at least attacked him. As it was, Izuku couldn't do anything like that. If anything, he needed to restrain himself even more around Kaken. He was too used to not having to control Deku. It had become automatic to fall back into that role. I think you should drop it, Bakugou. Asui spoke up when Izuku didn't respond. He broke his stare with Kaken and lifted his head. He kept his eyes averted from his friends as well, looking ashamed. Stay the FCK out of it, Kaken told her. Izuku heard an intake of breath indicating one of them was about to snap back at Kaken, but the angry boy turned back to Izuku. Whatever. I only have one thing to say to you anyway, Deku. Izuku finally looked at his childhood friend again. There was a frown on Kaken's face, but it wasn't as severe as it usually was. If anything, he looked a little off-kilter himself. Uncomfortable. If Izuku hadn't known Kaken for so long, he doubted he would have seen it. What did he have to feel so weird about? He was the one who was freaking Izuku out. Tomorrow. Don't make me wait for 10 DMN minutes. Get there on time. The boy grabbed his tray back from the table and left promptly then. Izuku felt the gravitron ride slowing, leaving his mind still spinning. He couldn't even respond to that. How long would it be before Kaken started the ride again? 2 times was enough that day, I thought. Uraraka started cautiously. That you two weren't friends? I can't even imagine being friends with him. Ida agreed, motioning after Kaken. How can you be friends with someone who is so rude and calls you such bad things? And that language. We're not really friends, Izuku said slowly, still trying to play catch up. He hadn't been this thrown off in a while. Did that mean Kaken expected to walk to school together tomorrow as well? Izuku knew that despite Kaken being a bit of a punk, he was usually one of the first ones to class. He had always been very serious about his schoolwork for as much as he complained about it. It was just another reason why it was so shocking that Kaken had decided to walk with Izuku, who preferred to arrive at a normal time. He paused and then shrugged as he stared at his lunch. He suddenly showed up and wanted to walk to school today. Sounds like he wants to walk with you again tomorrow. It sounds like you might be friends, Isui said as she pressed a finger to her mouth curiously. Her wide-eyed expression never changed, which made it strong for Izuku to understand her emotions. He was glad she was so blunt. Are you okay with that, though? Ida asked. He still calls you that name. Uraraka does too, Izuku pointed out. You call him Deku? Isui asked Uraraka. Yeah, Uraraka nodded. But I mean it differently than Bakugou does. Deku-kun, who even is Bakugou to you? Izuku startled a little at that, surprised. He was suddenly overcome with the realization that he barely knew these people in front of them, but he already felt rather comfortable. Maybe it was because he didn't feel threatened. Izuku had forgotten what it was like to not have his guard constantly up around people. He had forgotten what it was like to have actual friends. It was strange to him to give out information like this willingly. He supposed that it was just another thing to be uncomfortable about today. What even was Kaken to him anymore? Izuku remembered hating him for a long time before he had been kidnapped. He had hated Kaken, but he had admired his strength so much, his determination and fire. He had hated when Kaken had turned against him and treated him like he was worthless, when he had become Deku. But now that anger was all but gone. Kaken either had matured while Izuku had been gone, or he had decided to move on. He doubted Kaken had cared that Izuku had been missing. He knew that Kaken's parents had been there for his mother and father while he had been gone, but Kaken himself had never visited or checked on him, even when some secret part of Izuku had hoped that he would have some kind of proof that no matter what he had mattered at least in some form to his old childhood friend. Nevertheless, he and Kaken didn't have much of a relationship, so Izuku didn't feel pressured to fluff up their relationship other than to say, "We've known each other since we were 3. He doesn't live too far from me. You came from the same middle school too, right?" Ida asked. "I saw that you were both wearing the same uniform at the entrance exam." Izuku nodded. "We've just kind of been around each other our whole lives. We haven't been friends in a long time, though. Maybe this is your chance to reconnect." Uraraka sat forward with excitement. "After all, both of you are training to be heroes. Just imagine the kind of duo you can make with his explosions and your fire quirk." Izuku thought of all of the times Kaken had pushed him around and burned his skin with his explosions. He thought of all of the rejection that Kaken had put him through and how his old group of friends had abandoned him to follow after the brighter Kaken. He thought of how no matter how many times he had thought of Kaken when he had been in hell that the other boy didn't even seem to care he had been gone. He thought of how he had been considered worthless without his quirk and how even though he had won Kaken hadn't even believed him. He thought about how suspicious it was that now that he had proven to have a quirk, Kaken suddenly was talking to him more. And Izuku gave a half-hearted smile and a huff of a laugh, shrugging helplessly. "Thanks, Uraraka, but I doubt it." Lunch passed back into the classroom and invited Izuku to finally take his mind off of how strange his entire school life has been thus far. He sat practically vibrating in his chair as he waited to see what they would be doing with their afternoon training classes. His eyes kept darting to the door as he ignored the curious and excited murmurs of his own classmates wondering among themselves what the next class would be. That was why Izuku had been the one to hear rapid footsteps before a familiar voice cried out, "I am here." Izuku gasped as the door to the classroom flew open and All Might moved himself dramatically through the doorway, his cape flying behind him from the wind. Izuku wasn't the only one to cry out in delight and surprise. Coming through the door normally, All Might finished over the noise. "All Might." Izuku covered his mouth to stop his instinctive muttering. He couldn't believe it. He had forgotten about the hologram that UA had sent him of All Might because he had thought it was just some kind of recorded thing from the UA alumni. He hadn't known nor expected All Might to actually be a teacher at UA. What kind of luck was this? Izuku thought he might actually faint from being in the man's presence. Would it be too weird to ask him for his autograph even though he was a teacher? They would be learning from All Might of all people. This was something that he needed to make as many notes on as possible. His rambling thoughts were pushed onto the back burner as All Might spoke then to explain they would be initiating in a battle simulation that day. Izuku gaped and saw even Kaken in front of him sit forward out of his own excitement when they both heard the news. They were already going to be doing battles. Izuku had known it would happen eventually, but it was a surprise for it to occur on the second day. UA really was a high-tier school, that was for sure. The students were introduced to their new costumes that had been built to their own specifications. Izuku had been one of the first students to leave the classroom to head down to the changing rooms due to the fact that he didn't need to worry about grabbing any kind of large case with his outfit. His mother had been kind enough to make a hero outfit for Izuku, which he had kept in his backpack waiting for the day that he would need it. He just didn't think it was so soon. Izuku entered the changing rooms and pulled out the green suit to run his fingers over it for what was probably the 100th time since he had received it. His mother had painstakingly crafted the suit just for him. She had even gone so far as to add little details that Izuku hadn't known he had wanted, such as the ears of his hood and the goggles to protect his eyes. He'd had the option of letting a professional company make him a suit based off of his quirk. But when he had seen the joy and hope in his mother's eyes as she had presented the gift, Izuku hadn't possibly been able to say no. He began to undress before the other boys started to arrive. The only things he had ordered through the school had been mostly support items. His gloves, for example, were handmade and easily destroyed. He took full advantage of the school's connections to request fireproof material for his gloves, as well as a way to easily restock both his flint and matches. His utility belt around his hips was where he stored the Zippo provided to him by MSDR, as well as a few tricks of his own. His shoes, too, had a layer of fireproof material on them so they wouldn't melt unless under more extreme heat. For the first time in a while, Izuku felt prepared. The other boys came in while he was slipping his suit on. Some of them were chatting loudly with each other, already discussing some of the features of the outfits they'd had custom made. Izuku didn't pay much attention to them, but he did look up when a pair of feet paused in front of him. His eyes met Kaken's as the boy looked him over. Izuku tried not to blush and feel self-conscious as he knew what Kaken was looking at. Without his clothes on, the scars on his body from his training were obvious. Kaken said nothing, though, and didn't stick around before he moved on. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and sped up his changing. It didn't really hit until he was standing with everyone in their various heroes' costumes. Izuku felt like he was having a bit of an out-of-body experience as he gazed upon his classmates as they stood in front of All Might. He was here. This was UA. It was the school he had always dreamed of. He was actually training to be a hero with the top hero right in front of him. He was actually meeting All Might, being trained by him, and had a hero's costume. It left him feeling a little lightheaded as he grinned. His heart felt lighter than it had in a long time. This was the hope that All Might had stored in him. He was going to be a hero. He clenched his fists and startled a little when he felt the thickness of them. He looked down and was reminded of his position and felt gravity set in on him. His smile fell into a frown as he gazed upon his fantastic new gloves. The weight of his lighter was heavy in his red utility belt. Izuku's trembling stopped. He wasn't a hero. Everything in front of him was a fraud, just like he was. He was an actor on a stage, and everyone around him was ignorant to it. He stared at All Might, barely aware of what was being said as his mind turned to his mission. When he had suggested being a spy for UA, he hadn't expected that All Might would come to work there. He didn't know if his MSDR was aware of it or not. Was that the real reason his MSDR had agreed to his stretch of a plan? Why he'd had his chain loosened so that he could roam just a bit farther from his MSDR's side? Deku knew what his mission was. It was something that was on his mind at all times, to find the weaknesses of the pro-heroes. All Might was the ultimate goal for both Izuku and Deku. He was the one he had always hoped to meet and had prayed that he wouldn't. All Might was the one MSDR wanted to kill, to topple the Pillar of Hope and take the world of heroes down with it. Deku was a tool in order to achieve this goal. He was certain that MSDR had known. How long could Deku pretend he didn't know in front of MSDR? At what point would Deku have to start betraying All Might as well? He would have to tell MSDR the truth or risk everything. Was it worth it? Young Midoriya. Izuku blinked back to himself and out of his darkening thoughts to realize All Might was standing in front of him. Izuku felt like his invisible shackles were made of diamond as he gazed upon the Pillar of Hope and hopelessly understood that even he couldn't help save Izuku. Yes. His voice was thick and heavy. His eyes felt like they would water. He was so tired. He shook his head quickly to clear it and to pull himself back together. Be Izuku again. Take a letter from the box, if you will. All Might gave the box in his hand a small jostle. Izuku stared at it for a moment before his memory CLC'd together. Despite having been lost in thought, he had still picked up on his instructions. He had to pull a letter to see who he would be teamed up with for the trials. He realized that almost everyone around him had already pulled their letters and were waiting for him. Sorry, he cried and quickly grabbed his own letter out. He was on Team C. He looked around to see who else was on his team as everyone else pulled their numbers. Are you all right, Deku-kun? Uraraka whispered as she came up beside him. He glanced down at her letter and saw she was on Team A. He was a little disappointed. She was watching him worriedly. You're really pale. Are you nervous? Am I? Izuku asked, eyes skating sideways and away from her earnest gaze. I'm a little nervous. He wasn't, but it was as good of an excuse as any. He definitely felt sick to his stomach, but not because he was actually getting sick. He hoped that he didn't have to report to MSDR that night. He smiled shakily at her. Don't worry too much. You'll do great, I'm sure. Uraraka pumped her fist once with an encouraging nod. Don't get me wrong. I'm excited too, but I haven't really used my quirk against anyone before. The lie was harder than normal to pull out of his throat. He regretted even using such an excuse. If things become too much, I will be sure to stop the battle. All Might interrupted, and Izuku jumped guiltily when he realized All Might had heard their conversation. Now, everyone find your teammates. Never give up, Deku-kun, Uraraka said with a slightly teasing grin. The play on his nickname and her words unwound the thorny knot in his chest just a little bit as he nodded and smiled back before moving to search for his partner. Oi! Izuku jumped as Kaken's hand wrapped around his wrist, yanking him backwards. Izuku froze as his arm was twisted enough to allow Kaken to see what letter he had received. He attempted to look at Kaken's as well, but the boy didn't show it to him. Kaken dropped his wrist with a small scowl and turned around to continue searching for his partner. Izuku decided that if Kaken did anything weird again that day, he would take his time to dissect it later. He needed to concentrate on the trial rather than on Kaken's strange antics. Over here, Midoriya Yaoyorozu, Momo called and trotted up to him. Izuku gaped from behind his mask before he could stop himself. His face lit on fire, realizing just how much skin Yaoyorozu was showing. It took him a few seconds for his HRNE-filled thoughts to clear away and allow his logical side back. He quickly averted his eyes and scratched at his hair. It made sense, of course, for Yaoyorozu to have an outfit that showed a lot of skin. From what Izuku had seen of their first day, she had the ability to create stuff with her body. It was unknown to him thus far how she did it or what the limits were, but she had used it readily during the practice exams. He had actually been very impressed while watching her as she had used her quirk to her advantage, making sure to give herself the boost she'd needed. She had made it to the top of the physical exam for their class this way. The things he knew about Yaoyorozu were limited thus far to her creation quirk, her clear intellect, knowing that she had gotten into the school on recommendation of all things, and that she seemed more serious than some of his other classmates. It would be a good idea to get to know her better. He could use her mind to his advantage, maybe learn how she had gotten in on recommendation. He would need to make note of the strengths and weaknesses of her quirk. He could use the test to his own advantage. It's good to be working with you, he told her honestly, smiling though he wasn't sure she could see it. He pulled down his mouth guard so he could speak clearer. Likewise, she said with a small smile. He could tell by her shifting a bit that she was uncomfortable with just how much skin she was showing, but she didn't attempt to cover herself. If anything, she relaxed just slightly around Izuku. He was determined not to stare at her too much so that she would be able to focus. The terms were simple. One team would be picked to be the villains and one team would be picked to be the heroes from a random draw. The heroes had to enter the villain's lair and either had to incapacitate and capture the villains or touch the bomb the villains were guarding. The villains, in turn, had to return the favor or wait out the 10 minutes until time was called. If the heroes did not accomplish either A or B, they would be declared the losers and the villains would win. Both the heroes and villains had 5 minutes to prep and strategize before the trial would begin. It was simplistic, Izuku thought, and not the kind of training simulations he was used to, but it would be good either way. On top of that, all of the other students would stay with All Might and watch all of the other fights via cameras to learn from their classmate. Izuku was glad that he had thought to pack away a small notepad and pencil to write with. He needed to take as many notes as possible. He was grateful that he wasn't one of the first teams to be called up. It gave both him and Yaoyorozu a chance to instead watch someone else in action and get an idea of what to expect. Instead, he watched as Mainta and Ashido went up as villains against Hagakure and Ida as heroes. Izuku had the chance to see some impressive things yesterday from Ashido with her secretion quirk, but it was different to see it in action. She seemed to be able to control just how destructive it would be, meaning she could use it defensively or offensively. Mainta's purple hairs were extremely sticky and could really drag a person down when they were covered with them. Mainta could repel himself from the S. It made for a number of tricky traps and some quick attacks from both sides. On the opposite side there was Hagakure with her invisibility quirk and Ida with his engine quirk. Ida would be able to speed around the building quickly but at the cost of leaving Hagakure behind. Hagakure, though, was good for sneaking once she took off her gloves. Both of them were at a slight disadvantage with Ashido's various acid puddles around the building. Izuku spent the time not only watching carefully for any particular quirks of the other hero students, but also where their failings were. He thought about what he would do depending on who he had been teamed up with and what kind of strategy he would have used. He decided that Ashido's quirk was the most versatile and useful to him out of all of them, although Ida clearly had good control over his own abilities. Both would be good teammates for him. It was all over the moment one of Mainta's S got into Ida's engine and left him at half capacity. He and Hagakure had gotten close, but in the end both had been unable to work their way around the traps. What could have gone better? All Might asked the class over the sound of Mainta's gloating and Hagakure's sighs. Izuku's hand had shot up in time with Yaoyorozu's. All Might grinned and nodded to him. Izuku decided it was time to redeem his terrible day right then and there. The heroes should have focused on a capture plan rather than trying to go for the bomb. He explained quickly. His rambling habit transferred to his analysis to give it speed as he attempted to get his mouth to work as fast as his mind. Between both Ashido's and Mainta's abilities, it was clear that the room with the bomb would have been trapped. However, Ashido's quirk allows her to move very quickly. If they could have lured her out, Ida and Hagakure could have captured her. Between Hagakure's sneaking ability and Ida's speed, Mainta would have been the easier of the two to take down purely because he lacks the speed or strength to fight off two heroes at one time. He paused for a single breath as he brought a hand up to press a knuckle to his chin. His classmates stared at him, stunned by the word vomit and the analysis itself. All Might opened his mouth to speak, but Izuku wasn't done yet. That, or they should have sent Hagakure in first. In the physical exams yesterday she had proven to have decent upper body strength. She most likely could have scaled the wall without too much of a hassle. If Ida had worked together with her to locate the room, she could have snuck in and attempted to capture Mainta while he had been alone. Ashido couldn't cover the entire floor and it would just be a matter of avoiding it. Ida could have been used as a distraction to help lure out Ashido, and the win could have been made. He held up a finger and spun around to face Ida and Hagakure. But that's under the assumption that Hagakure could climb that far and hold out for that long. You both did very good nonetheless. Ida using his speed to run along the walls to avoid the traps had been rather brilliant. If you both had more time to get to know each other's quirks, I'm sure you could make full use of them. As it was, traps were just a bad combination for both of you. Silence followed in the wake of his ramble. Hagakure's hands were at her mouth in surprise while Kirishima let out a low whistle. You tore them apart, man, he said with a laugh. Izuku flushed a bit. Was that too blunt? I didn't mean. Very good planning, young Midoriya. All Might called after clearing his throat once. I think you're rather correct. I would hate to be the one to go up against Mr. Planner over there. Izuku heard Cyril murmur. I thought he was supposed to be. You know, Kaminari added with a thunk of his head. He was shoved for that by Gyro. You are too, Gyro pointed out. I'll have to try harder next time. Ada decided, looking disgruntled. Me too, Hagakure agreed, looking determined based on the clenching of her fists in front of her. I'll think it over more in the future. Yaoyorozu seemed to look at him with new interest in her eyes. Impressive, Midoriya, she murmured appreciatively. I was thinking something similar. Izuku smiled a little helplessly, somewhat embarrassed. Had he gone overboard? Maybe he still didn't quite know how to control himself. However, he thought that was a rather Izuku thing to do. He couldn't ramble nearly as much as Deku, even though it was his job to know all of that. He hoped that his analysis helped his classmates in the future. Maybe he had been too blunt, though. Next teams, then. All Might called over all of the noise to quiet everyone down. He dug into both the villains and heroes boxes and pulled out new letters. Izuku stared at the letter C on the villains and the letter F on the heroes one. Izuku's eyes met with Ciro's and Kirishima's. All Might's smile widened. Well then, let's see if your planning helps you to succeed in your own challenge. On to the next building. Izuku and Yaoyorozu were both given a map of their hideout that they used to navigate to where their paper bomb would be. All Might gave them the signal to let them know their time for planning had started. And both of the students whirled on each other with mouths open to say, someone needs to guard the bomb. I will do it, Yaoyorozu decided immediately. Your fire quirk runs the risk of setting it off or destroying it. Izuku nodded. He had already been all for that. I'm a lot faster than I look too. I can guard the grounds if you can handle the bomb. I can, she assured him, and he watched as she pressed a hand to her chest and pulled out a long metal staff. Izuku realized quickly that it was a bow staff and grinned at the sight of it. He could tell just by her sheer confidence in how she wielded the weapon that she was an expert at it. He was impressed. We need traps as well, he told her. I can fight without my quirk and can take some of the heavy hits from Kirishima if I come across him. But I would be a better matchup for Ciro. With the enclosed spaces of the hallway he won't be able to maneuver as easily. Yaoyorozu agreed. And your fire could probably cut through his tape. I'm not sure I can hold Kirishima off on my own based on pure strength. Izuku nodded, thinking quickly. They only had about 3 minutes left. What's the limit to your quirk? He asked her. How much can you create for us? I stored a couple of snacks in my belt, she confessed, but I can only do so many things before I'm tired. And anything big is out of the question right now. I didn't have a heavy lunch because I didn't know what I would be doing today. That's fine. Izuku smiled wider. I have some ideas that hopefully you could help me out with. Izuku found a relatively secluded corner in the blind spot of a camera and decided to take a moment for himself to take a deep breath. His heart was beating at a steady, excited pace, but his trembling had yet to stop. That wouldn't do. He was playing a villain right then, right? Would it be so wrong to get into character? Izuku smiled to himself and decided that no, it would not be such a bad idea. Deku stepped back out into the view of the cameras with a neutral face as he examined his surroundings. He became aware of the depth of the hallways and the smoothness of the walls and floors. The building was made to be sturdy but to be destroyed. He calculated the width of the hallways as he adjusted his gloves to sit a little more snugly on his hands. He then reached into his pouch to pull out his all-might lighter and FLC it on and off. Deku could feel a sense of calm wash over him as he walked through the hallways, listening carefully for any kind of sound. He had already memorized the layout of the floors and knew that at some point Team F would have to come his way if he kept walking the way he was headed, unless they took another route, but he doubted it. The hunt was a familiar game to Deku, but it was unusual for him to be the hunter instead of the hunted. It made a thrill roll down his spine as he smiled and ran a hand into his hair to brush it out of the way. "I'm set, Midoriya," Yaoyorozu reported softly into his ear through the small headset they both had as part of the training. "The room will be ready in 3 minutes. Good, thank you," he told her before dropping the communication. He'd heard voices just a moment ago. Deku tested out the grip of his new shoes and found himself impressed by their grip. It was exactly what he had wanted when he had ordered them. Time to begin the hunt. He was silent as he ran and ducked around a corner and slunk into the soft shadows of the building. Kirishima and Shiro weren't bothering to be too sneaky as they glanced briefly around corners and moved forward without pressing to walls. Deku agreed it was the better method. Kirishima was a good defense and offense from what Deku had noted about his hardening quirk, and Shiro would be good for a quick capture. Many different battle tactics ran through his head about how he would normally use his 3 quirks together to take down both of his enemies at once. Instinct had him deciding deaths quickly before dismissing them from his mind. This was a non-lethal mission. All Might probably wouldn't be able to stop him before he finished them off, but it was still something Deku decided to push aside. Still, he couldn't help his training. He had to limit his options even further when he remembered his instructions given to him by his MSDR before he had started school. "No more than 20% of your power, Deku," MSDR had commanded. "That's so boring," Deku had responded with a half whine. He was used to being able to go all out even if almost a year had passed since his last real training session. MSDR had chuckled with appreciation and patted his head. "Remember your role as an actor. You're supposed to be an inexperienced first year. It would be strange if you were so in control of your quirk. 20% maximum," Deku reminded himself as he silently opened his lighter again and pulled deeply from it to have his flame snake around his body. He liked how calm and how responsive the flame was. Deku adjusted his mouth guard and pressed a small button on his goggles to make them darken before he charged in for a sneak attack from behind. Shiro whirled around first because he was in the back. He bent his arm and immediately shot a line of tape at Deku. "Good reflexes," Deku noted as he dropped to his knees and used the momentum to slide across the smooth floor. He resisted the urge to activate Snapshot because he realized he didn't need it. In a split moment's decision, he slashed his hand out and his flame sliced the tape flying over his head. He then grabbed the broken tape and attached it to Shiro's ankle as he slid past and yanked it. Shiro went down with a surprised yell. "What the hell?" Kirishima yelped as he dodged backwards from a swing of Deku's leg. "Surprise attacks are so not manly, dude." Deku said nothing in response but was amused by the outburst. However, he didn't have time to think on it as he was yanked backwards off of his knees and his momentum interrupted. He had underestimated how strong of a glue was on Shiro's tape, and the boy had used it against him by yanking his own taped leg back. Deku was still stuck to the boy by the hand still stuck to the tape. Kirishima's skin roughened as his quirk activated, and he aimed a punch at Deku while he was off guard. Deku allowed the hit to hit him, throwing him off even further and causing his cheek and jaw to smart. Before Shiro could land a kick at his back from his own down position, Deku got his feet under him and kicked off of the ground to flip over Shiro's prone form and slice the tape from his hand. He landed and backflipped one more time out of the way of Kirishima charging again before he turned and took off down the hallway. As he predicted, both Shiro and Kirishima followed after him. Deku wrapped the loose bit of tape still clinging to his hand around his palm. It made it so that he couldn't use the flint on that hand, but he didn't need it. He could study the properties of the tape later this way. It was a good collectible. He heard the zip of Shiro's tape again coming at him and dodged right to avoid it. Shiro seemed to predict that as a second zip came right afterwards. Deku grinned a little and planted his foot against the wall to flip backwards over it as he used agility to enhance his movement. He saw the shocked faces of his classmates and laughed in response. "Come on," Shiro cried. "What's with the Parker?" Deku's foot hit the ceiling and he moved himself downward and into a roll before coming back to his feet. "You heroes are nothing," Deku yelled back. He kept his feet moving just to taunt them and smirked. "You can't even keep up with me, you losers." "Geez, Midoriya," Kirishima said with a grimace. Deku scoffed. "Even hurt by my little insults?" He mocked before he turned and ran off again. "Go," he heard Kirishima call behind him. They weren't following him anymore. I'll take Midoriya. He's just trying to lead us around. You sure? Zero asked. Deku smirked to himself and spun a corner to circle back around to get behind them. Deku brought his fire into his palm and lit his matches on fire to add fuel to his flames. They didn't thicken, but their durability was extended. He removed the matches to let the thin wood burn in the fiery snake. Yeah, go. Deku jumped out behind them, but they had heard him coming this time. Kirishima jumped and grabbed a hold of Deku's arm, surprising him. He bit back his instinctive moves as Kirishima spun and threw him down the hallway. Deku rolled and focused on keeping his fire going rather than stopping himself. It was enough time for Zero to have disappeared down a hallway by the time Deku had hefted himself to his feet. Midoriya, are you okay? Yaoyorozu asked, but Deku didn't respond. Kirishima stood in front of him in a boxer's stance. Deku noted that he had clearly had hand-to-hand combat experience, but he was all about keeping the defensive right now. Deku knew that with the right kind of training he could become more than the tank that he was at that moment. Did his hardened form slow him down? Did he become a wall? Was he heavier? Or did his skin only become just as strong as stone? It was time to test out a couple of theories. I doubt I can capture you, the red-headed boy in front of him admitted with a grin, but I can take you in a fight. Your fire won't have much effect against my quirk. Deku CLC at his tongue and glared a little disdainfully. What are you doing bragging to a villain? He asked as he stood up. His fire encircled his waist and snapped angrily as it finished consuming its fuel. There was the temptation to light Kirishima's hair on fire. Surely all of that gel was flammable, right? Or did his quirk extend to his hair as well? Deku spread his arms with a sneer. What would you have done if I had known nothing about your quirk? Are you really going to be so idiotic? Harsh. Kirishima didn't stop smiling though, but he did lower himself in preparation. He had too much build-up, Deku noted. He really was fighting against first years. He was too used to dealing with adults who had more years of experience with their quirks. He's waiting for an opening. Deku decided as he bit his tongue to stop from spewing more insults. He didn't want to completely distance himself from his classmates. Izuku, after all, was a nice guy. He wasn't the type to insult his friends so much. And besides, Kirishima wasn't rising to any of the bait. Deku added easygoing to the list of traits he had for Kirishima. Well, if he wanted an opening, Deku would give it to him. He pressed a finger to his microphone and made a tiny hissing sound into it. Got it, Yaoyorozu responded, catching on that Zero was headed for her right as Kirishima took the bait and charged. Deku threw his fire at the boy's face. As Kirishima had said, his flames had done nothing. They were probably not hot enough to even distract him because Kirishima just charged through them. His hair didn't even light on fire either. He noticed immediately that Kirishima's arm temporarily lost its hardening so the face could take it instead. A sign that he required concentration. Possibly couldn't move well while activating it. Automatic response took away from his attack. Deku swiped his hand to maneuver the flame behind the other boy and out of the way before using the same motion to grab Kirishima's arm. The move surprised Kirishima, who planted his feet to stop his momentum, but Deku already had a hold on him. He felt the arm harden again in his hold. The bare stone skin dug into Deku's body through his jumpsuit but didn't pierce. He winced but still grappled the arm and hefted him over his shoulder to flip him. He toughed out the feeling of the stone, no doubt bruising him as it SCD, and tore a bit at his suit. He was glad he anticipated the additional weight the stone skin had added because he threw Kirishima down a little harder than necessary, knocking the breath from Kirishima's body as the boy let out a pained gasp. Your defense is strong against my fire, Deku acknowledged as he made the foolish mistake of letting Kirishima get his bearings back. Deku stared down at the boy disdainfully and smirked. But you forgot that I'm fast and you are not. Don't underestimate your opponents just because you have a strong defense, especially if you can't maintain it over a little unexpected move. Kirishima stared at him from his down position, frowning seriously before he put on a rueful grin. God, I can't believe you, dude. You talk CRP, but I like your ass. He rolled his body and hopped to his feet while Deku was thrown off guard by how cheerful his enemy was. That's gay. He threw back automatically, a little dazed. It's whatever, Kirishima responded and PND his fists together to have his hardening quirk spread up both arms to his shoulders. You won't get me a second time. Come on. Deku decided in that moment he liked Kirishima. Here, Yaoyorozu suddenly called over the receiver in his ear. Nah, Deku responded to Kirishima and instead turned tail and ran. Kirishima yelped out a shocked, hey, but Deku didn't stop. He didn't go as fast as he could so that Kirishima could follow him as Deku led the way back to where Yaoyorozu and Zero no doubt were. He hoped that she was fending him off well. Considering All Might hadn't stopped the fight, he figured she was just as good as he had predicted. It was a risk dragging both heroes so close to where their prize was. But Deku trusted the plan both he and Yaoyorozu had come up with. He refused to lose his first real battle with his classmates. He wanted to make up for earlier in the day. He would make sure none of his classmates thought he was an idiot like some of them already did. He would prove his worth. he would be victorious in his mission. He ran into the room where Yaoyorozu was holed up to find her holding her own against Shiro. The girl was wet with water she had made to try to keep the tape from sticking to her and was fending Shiro's movement off with her bow staff. He was holding himself a little awkwardly and Deku realized that his one elbow was injured. He internally praised Yaoyorozu. He activated Snapshot so he had just a second longer to take in the room. He held his breath as he noted the gasoline and wood on the floor. The fumes from the gas were a little heavy in the air, but some of the windows were open to the room. Shiro and Yaoyorozu were near the circle, but not within it. She was clearly trying to drive him back. A few of the pieces of wood had been strewn around the room with tape on them. Shiro was in on the idea, but Kirishima behind Deku had no idea. He would use the element of surprise one more time. His breath left him and a few seconds later a couple things happened at once. The first was that Yaoyorozu noticed that Deku had arrived. The second was that Kirishima slammed into Deku's back, launching him into the room and sending his lighter flying from his belt. Deku needed a stronger clasp. The third was that his flame disappeared by the sudden attack. Kirishima had been closer than he had thought. Kirishima, Shiro called and Deku knew he was about to warn the boy of the impending trap. Yaoyorozu knocked his feet out from beneath him before he could, though. Deku took that time to roll out of the way of a kick aimed at his ribs from Kirishima, who was focused on Deku. The kick, however, didn't go for Deku only. It hit a piece of wood and sent it skittering across the ground where it pushed Deku's lighter even further away. Fire's out, Kirishima yelled triumphantly. Talk to me about surprises, Midoriya. Deku added single-minded and calculating to his deductions of Kirishima as he reached into the sleeve of his jumpsuit and pulled out the capture tape both teams had been provided before the test. He unspooled it and wrapped it around his hands before spinning on his back and looping the tape under Kirishima's foot, accounting for the possibility of Kirishima hardening his body to add weight. Deku twisted and yanked the foot. Kirishima stumbled but stayed standing while Deku pulled himself to his feet to get a firm grip on Kirishima's ankle with his hands. Surprise, he cried with a grin. He relied purely on his strength and spun the boy off of his feet and sent him to the ground to slide directly into the circle of wood. He broke the circle, but Deku didn't care as he turned his attention to Yaoyorozu and Shiro. She'd gotten him close enough. Deku jumped in quickly to assist. He grabbed Shiro from behind and Yaoyorozu did the rest by grabbing his legs. Whoa, Shiro cried and struggled. But Deku made sure the hero's elbows were pointed uselessly away before the villains threw him at Kirishima. The boys recovered quickly and scrambled to their feet, pausing one moment to gather their bearings while Yaoyorozu ran towards the bomb to protect it. You don't have any fire left, Midoriya, Shiro called, motioning to the circle. Your little trap won't work. You can't produce flames without your lighter, Kirishima added. His eyes darted towards the bomb that was tantalizingly close. Deku stood up straight and smiled at that. It seemed to throw his enemies off. I can't. Deku pointed a CCKY thumb towards the bomb. But she can. Yaoyorozu chose then to drop the lighter she had produced herself onto the line of gasoline on the floor. Deku moved his arms out and took control of the flames, encouraging them to eat up all of the fuel and surrounded the heroes before they could move. He saw Kirishima begin to harden, but Deku knew this was the end. He lifted his arms up and encased them both in a dome of searing flames. He reminded himself to spread the borders a little farther so neither boy was at risk of getting burnt. SHD, Kirishima yelled. Deku focused on keeping the fire going, but his concentration wasn't as necessary with all of the fuel for his fire to eat. Yaoyorozu smiled with delight where she still stood at ready in case either boy broke through. I can. Don't do it, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu warned. You'll get burnt. It's our win. Deku agreed. That doesn't matter, Kirishima called back. What kind of hero would I be if I don't risk getting a little hurt? Nah, they're right, Shiro said with some reluctance. Besides, we're out of time. Come on, dude. It's the truth. Just our luck that we go against the two planners. Shiro sighed as All Might finally called time and Deku pushed fire away so the boys could exit. They were both covered with sweat, but otherwise unburnt. Both of them looked disgruntled but in good humor. Izuku sighed and finally relaxed. The adrenaline of the moment still felt good in his veins. Yaoyorozu approached Izuku and held out the All Might lighter with a pleased smile. She was wearing a towel now to try to dry herself off and she was eating a snack. She looked a little pale and definitely a little bruised, but overall okay. Here you are, Midoriya. Thank you, he told her and then turned to all of them. You guys did really well. He praised with a bright smile. The four of them worked together to put out the last of the fire. The floor and ceiling were a little scorched, but the bomb was perfectly fine. Izuku was proud for that one. Both Yaoyorozu and Izuku had been determined to cause as little damage to their villain hideout as possible. They all walked together as they went to find the exit to the building. Izuku felt his trembling come back little by little as Deku wore off and he pulled on Izuku again. He smiled a little bashfully at them. Sorry about earlier. I was pretty rude. It's fine. I was just shocked, Kirishima said. Yeah, I didn't think you had that kind of mouth on you, Midoriya, Zero added, telling off your enemy like that. He laughed. I thought you made a good point, though, Yaoyorozu said, although it did make me unwilling to talk. Right, Zero nodded. All I could think was I'll be scolded next. Izuku laughed with them at that and sighed with relief that nobody seemed mad. He had done well to rein in his tongue. If he hadn't, he was certain he would have ended up sounding like Kaken. Habits were very strong to break. It's just a shame, Deku thought to himself ruefully as he exited the artificial light of the building and out into the daylight again. That 15% was all I had needed for this test. Oh well, middle of the road was what he wanted anyway. It was one thing for Deku to have a quirk that was actually pretty decent. It was an entirely different story that Deku was so good during a fight. Katsuki had barely been able to focus for the rest of their afternoon classes because of the confusion and burning fury in his chest and throat. His own trial had not been nearly enough to release some of his pent-up frustration because absolutely nobody was questioning how FC King Deku could move like that. Katsuki sat in front of Deku so he wasn't even able to look at the boy through the rest of their classes together. He had taken to gripping his desktop strong, but he ended up getting scolded for the burning that had started to char the wood. He spent the rest of his classes focusing more on reining in his emotions. What the hell had that been in class? Deku was Deku. He shouldn't be able to move like that. And what were those muscles that Katsuki had seen in the changing rooms? Deku was a scrawny kid who couldn't fight back. But suddenly he could hold his own in a fight. And not only that, but hold up well in a fight. He had easily outpaced two of their classmates in a fight. Katsuki had been able to see it. Deku had been holding back. It infuriated him. Katsuki felt like he was gathering all of these puzzle pieces, but none of them seemed to fit together. What kind of FC Ket-up puzzle was he making? The questions he had for Deku and about Deku just kept piling up. This picture made no sense. It was why after class he had waited despite his own urge to just kick a tree until his foot bled. He wanted to go home and punch his punching bag. But he knew it would only let his mind continue to form questions. Those questions would just become fuel to the fire in his stomach, and thus he wouldn't be able to burn through it all just by punching something. He had to try to get some kind of answers out of Deku again. Katsuki took a breath and glared at his feet. No, just confronting Deku wasn't going to work. He could tell from the short conversations they'd had that day that Deku would continue to play dumb. Even though Katsuki was actually attempting to be friendly with him of all things. It wasn't much consolation, but at least Deku was lying to Katsuki just as much as all of the other friends he had. But Katsuki wasn't just any other friend, and he would dig all of Deku's secrets out if he had to blow the FC Cur up himself. Katsuki looked up as Deku left the school building. He had been almost completely unharmed by the trials earlier other than a strong hit to the cheek. He had a bandage over it but nothing else. Katsuki noticed him before Deku had noticed him. He was walking and reading over whatever weird little notes he had been taking when he had been watching the trials earlier. It seemed that no matter how weird Deku was now, at least he had kept that aspect of himself. Deku lifted his head when he finally came within Katsuki's orbit and blinked in surprise. Kaken. Deku glanced around him as if Katsuki wasn't looking right at him. What a FC King idiot. Are we walking home together too? Katsuki decided not to answer that hesitant question. When did you start training? He demanded instead and waited for the effect that he had come to start expecting. It was the same thing every time, and Katsuki was certain that he was the only one who had noticed it. The moment Katsuki mentioned something that was off about Deku, his eyes would twitch just the slightest and darken. His expression became just the slightest more guarded even as his eyebrows, mouth, muscles, they all continued with their performance. But Katsuki knew what Deku really looked like when he made those expressions with full intent, like it was natural and not just another show. He refused to be fooled. Deku's voice stuttered a bit before it strengthened and he shrugged a little. When I knew I had a quirk, I started training myself in preparation for the entrance exams for UA. Direct confrontation would get him nowhere, Katsuki decided. But that didn't mean it didn't grate at him to not just grab Deku and shake the truth out of him. It went against his instincts not to snap. He was sure his body was visibly shaking with his restraint. And those moves. Deku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Parker videos. Haha, I had wanted to try them. Lies. All you do is FC King lie. Katsuki forced himself to turn away from Deku as his nails bit into his palms. His jaw hurt from gritting his teeth so much. That level of skill wasn't gained by oneself over the course of a year. When would Deku have even had time to train? He had looked exhausted over the course of the school year. Too much so for heavy training, right? Katsuki's mother had also told Katsuki about all of the extra classes and therapist visits that Deku had to go to. Unless he was getting absolutely no sleep, Katsuki doubted the other boy had a proper training schedule. When Katsuki started walking to the gate to head home, he realized that he couldn't hear footsteps following him. His heart jumped unpleasantly in his chest as he remembered the day Deku was kidnapped. How silent it had been as Deku had disappeared. He turned around quickly and saw Deku staring after him. Honest surprise lit up the other boy's eyes as Katsuki's eyes met his. Katsuki quickly morphed whatever face he was making into a scowl. "Hurry up," he barked before turning back around. He would tell nobody about how his ears were trained for the footsteps of those stupid bright red shoes as he started walking again. This time those shoes followed him. It reminded him of years ago when Deku would determinedly follow Katsuki everywhere with his friends. Back when Deku had forced his presence on Katsuki no matter how he hadn't wanted it. Now it was Katsuki's turn to return the favor. The next 2 days passed in this fashion. Katsuki would wake up and get ready just a little bit earlier than usual. He would eat a quick breakfast, possibly argue with his mother, and then head to go wait for Deku outside of his apartment complex. After the first day, Deku had started meeting Katsuki at the gate. He had been surprised to see Katsuki actually show up on the second day, but by the third and fourth day of them walking together in the mornings, Deku seemed to understand that this was going to be a common thing. More often than not, they didn't talk to each other. Deku would follow behind Katsuki and never next to him. He was always close enough for Katsuki to be aware of him being there, but he never breached some unknown border they had both unconsciously agreed on. Katsuki couldn't decide if he was relieved or angry about this. He didn't walk to school with friends. He liked his privacy in the mornings before he would have to deal with a day full of morons and annoyances. He didn't even really want to be friends with Deku, but he needed the other boy to be more comfortable around him. Deku only really opened up to his friends, but he also was well aware that it would take a lot of digging to get Deku to say anything. Katsuki doubted that Auntie and Co even knew. Katsuki paid attention to Deku and his interactions with the rest of their classmates. There was already a distinct difference between how he acted with them than he had with their middle school classmate. He was already livelier and friendlier. Their classmates seemed to genuinely enjoy and marvel at Deku and his skill. Katsuki remembered how after Deku had first come back he had made sure nobody had gotten too close to him. He hadn't even tried to become friends with Katsuki and their old group again. Katsuki couldn't decide if his friendliness with the classmates was an act or not. Well, let it not be said that Katsuki couldn't play the same game that Deku did. He smirked behind his hand and decided to see how far he could stretch this fake's acting. "Oi, Deku," Katsuki called as he threw open the door to the classroom. Deku jumped where he was gathering his books and talking with chubby face and 4 eyes. "Bakugou, don't throw open the classroom doors like that," 4 eyes scolded. But Katsuki ignored him as he shoved his hands into his pockets and moved to stand in front of Deku. Deku's constant shaking made him look nervous as he gazed at Katsuki with wide eyes. "Well, what is it, Kaken?" Deku asked, looking around nervously. He wasn't sweating, though, so Katsuki recognized it as him faking. Just another FC King act. It was irritating. This loser better not try to be a FC King actor in the future if his hero career failed. The FC King idiot. "Eat lunch with me." Ugh, that took more out of him than he had expected. The absolutely floored expression on the nerd trio's faces wasn't helping. "What?" Deku asked with a weak voice in there. "That was real. Is this some kind of trick?" Chubby Face asked hesitantly, glancing between Katsuki and Deku. Katsuki glared at her. What the FCK has Deku told her about their relationship that she was reacting like that? "You got some kind of FC King problem with me?" He growled at her. "Well, the entire class can tell you and Deku don't get along." She tried, not backing down from his glare. He didn't like that so few people in this class were affected by it. He would admit she had a decent backbone, though, for a girl. Most girls shied away from his anger. Katsuki met Deku's eyes and he watched as the other boy pulled on that mask again. Katsuki could see him thinking rapidly. It made the way he faked being an idiot in class all the more a sin. Deku, for being worthless at school, was not an idiot. He was a nerd with a nerd brain to match. And Katsuki had read some of the hero analysis books the boy used to keep. Deku had a brain hidden in there. Why was he acting like such a vapid idiot then? Katsuki wanted to punch his stupid FC King fake face in. "Do I suddenly need your goddamn permission?" Katsuki demanded, shooting a glare at both of Deku's stupid friends. Then he turned his look back to Deku, who he could see was itching to say no. He was wary, Katsuki could tell. Katsuki had already thrown down the gauntlet of his challenge. The shitty nerd had to know what Katsuki was doing, right? It was a game between them, and Katsuki was determined to win. Katsuki knew that he had caught Deku in his trap. It was enough to make him smirk in amusement. What was Deku to do? His friends didn't know Katsuki and Deku well, but they clearly knew that he and Deku had a relationship previous to coming to UA. He was acting like such a sweet, if nervous, guy. The old Deku would cave to all of Kaken's wishes whether he wanted to or not. It would be weird for Deku to turn down Katsuki's kind invitation. Or would he prove Katsuki's theory correct that it was all a fake? Deku could try to slip his way out of it, but Katsuki held all of the cards. The old Deku can't turn Katsuki down. The new Deku doesn't want to accept his offer of friendship that eating lunch together implied. Well, he asked lowly to Deku, waiting. Deku glared at him, his green eyes flashing sharply. He knew he was in a catch-22. Katsuki waited for him to cave one way or the other. Instead, Deku lifted his head and smiled brightly, his fake mask solidifying more as he said, "Really? You really want to? Ah, Ida, you're Raka. Is it okay for Kaken to join us?" Katsuki's smirk fell into a frown, horrified even more at the prospect. Of course, Chubby Face looked delighted. "I want to get to know Deku-kun's friend." Katsuki's head snapped to her. Since when had she called him Deku? How had he missed that? "I'm fine with it too," Four Eyes reluctantly said, glaring with a little distaste at Katsuki. Katsuki only scowled back at him, no less upset about this situation. He had been tripped right at the finish line. He couldn't even question Deku or rub his success at his trap in Deku's face because his stupid friends would be there. This was the worst. He spotted Deku's smirk as well from the corner of his eye before it disappeared. He was going to FC King destroy that nerd the first chance he got. The first week of school at UA ended without much affair. Katsuki refused to eat lunch with Deku again because he couldn't stand the thought of being around Chubby Face with her bubbly personality and Four Eyes who had a stick shoved so far up his butt that a tree was probably growing there. He still forced Deku to walk with him to and from school, though, although they still didn't really talk. Katsuki had gathered a number of things over the course of the week unrelated to school itself. The main thing that PSS Katsuki off was that maybe Deku hadn't actually been lying about the classes thing. That weird determined look that appeared in Deku's eyes was becoming commonplace enough that Katsuki didn't think that the nerd would purposely make himself look like an idiot in front of the class. That could only mean he really was struggling in class, right? Katsuki frowned as he stood at the train platform with Deku beside him. Deku was shifting back and forth like he wanted to run or something. It was really distracting. Maybe he was hurt from hero training earlier or something. Whatever. Katsuki glanced over at him and narrowed his eyes when he found Deku watching him as well. The other boy's eyes skittered away, but there was a frown on his face as well. He looked less tired than he had in the past couple days. Katsuki noted. "Hey." Deku actually startled when Katsuki broke the long-standing silence between the two of them to talk. He met Katsuki's gaze. Katsuki quirked his head a bit to the side and asked, "Are you actually struggling in class?" Deku's frown deepened and his face shuddered off. Katsuki wanted to grab him and slam him into a wall. Why was he bothering to hide? They both were already aware that Deku was playing this stupid goddamn game. It was only the two of them, so why the FCK was he acting like that? Deku looked at his shoes, hiding his face behind his hair. "Why are you asking, Kaken?" "To see if you're lying about that Situ." "I'm not lying," Deku snapped somewhat desperately. Katsuki scoffed and grabbed the front of Deku's shirt to yank him close. He was tired of this SHT. An entire week of this bullshit. "Stop FCKING pretending," he yelled into his face, gathering a number of shocked stares from nearby people. Deku grabbed Katsuki's hands and struggled to get away. Kaken, stop. We're in uniform." Katsuki just dragged him closer until he was right in the nerd's face. Deku couldn't look away now. Katsuki wouldn't let him hide. The fierce glare he received in response made his anger burn brighter with satisfaction. Finally, he was getting a reaction that wasn't his shitty acting. "Answer me, Deku," he growled. Deku kept yanking at Katsuki's grip until he finally got him to let go. Katsuki released him and caused Deku to stumble back a couple steps. The bitter look he received in response to that was gratifying. The fact that he determinedly kept his mouth shut, however, was not. Katsuki opened his mouth to shout at him more, but their train pulled up then. FCK. Katsuki made sure to kick the bottom of Deku's foot as he attempted to walk on the train. The boy yelped and stumbled because of it, but didn't turn to face Katsuki as they both climbed onto the train and found places to stand. Deku stubbornly refused to talk to Katsuki the rest of the way home, which meant Katsuki was left to stew in his own anger. That FC King nerd wanted to be stubborn. Katsuki could be stubborn too. He would win this stupid Mother FC King game if it was the last thing he did. He ran into his room and emptied out the contents of his backpack to fill it with other supplies. He grabbed some clothes, refilled his bag with books he would need, and then went into his bathroom to grab some supplies. "What the hell are you doing in here?" his mother demanded. "Are you throwing a FC King temper tantrum?" "Shut the hell up," Katsuki yelled back. He was seeing red and he needed to burn this off quickly. He wouldn't give that FC King a whole Deku a single chance to breathe. Nobody FC King ignored Katsuki, and he would make DMN sure to show Deku that. "I'm going to the FC King Midoriya house." "God, what got you so angry about that?" Katsuki's mother asked with a confused frown. "FCKINGDEKU," he shouted back, P&D his fist on the countertop of his bathroom. Literal smoke was coming out of his clenched fists. "Oh, are you actually going to visit him finally? Well, if you're going to see Inko, take a gift over for her." Katsuki's mother left and Katsuki stormed after her. Soon enough he was receiving some money that he reluctantly shoved into his brie. Katsuki's mother slapped him over the head. "And be nice," she commanded him as he growled at her. "That FC King hurt, you hag. If I hear one bad thing about you from Inko, I'll come straight over and kick your butt." She yelled back. "I'm not coming back here anyway." Katsuki yanked his shoes back on and threw open the door to the house. "I'm spending the night." He slammed the door before his mother could respond to that. "FCKINGDEKU." He screamed into the air since he didn't have any other way to vent. "You think you're FC King better than me? I quote LL show you." He ran the entire way to the nearest bakery before it could close so he could get a gift quickly. He would be the winner of this FC King game. Izuku arrived home so stressed out and angry that he wasn't even shaking anymore. The entire week had been a mixture of the best and weirdest days of his life. And this was coming from someone who had been to hell and back and had seen that some demons had stupid sides too. Izuku had been able to meet many new heroes and had been able to learn many techniques from them already. He was thorough in his notes and had already filled an entire notebook on just notes on his classmates. He had been able to learn about the more human sides of some of his teachers rather than the fronts they presented to the public. Izuku had gotten the chance to stretch his legs and practice with people his age that hadn't been out to beat him down. He had received valuable feedback and had made some friends along the way. But on the weird side of things, Kaken was onto Izuku. It was obvious that Izuku had slipped up at some point and Kaken had noticed that not everything was right with Izuku. He was like a shark with Izuku bleeding in the water no matter how much he tried to cover his wound. Izuku still didn't know what he had done to give himself away, but he had been a fool to underestimate Kaken. He had forgotten during the time he had been gone that his old friend was a genius for as much as he was in a hole. There was a reason he always had great grades, and he knew Izuku as well as Izuku knew him. He just hadn't needed to take notes. Izuku had been too caught up in maintaining his front in front of all of new classmates that he had forgotten to take into account Kaken, who knew how the old Izuku had been. Izuku had forgotten his part and hadn't been able to contain the personality he had developed as a villain. He had slipped up too many times and now Kaken knew. How much he knew, though, was still up for debate. Izuku could tell that Kaken was playing Izuku's game of cat and mouse. Unfortunately, though, Izuku was the mouse. He would have to outmaneuver Kaken if he was to maintain his role. If Kaken found out, then it was the end. It was enough to make him so stressed that he might actually explode from it. He felt like his every move was being watched by Kaken. He had to maintain his facade around everyone so nobody would realize that something was wrong with him. He was Midoriya Izuku, who was traumatized from scars and losing a year of his life to villains. But apparently he was worse at it than he had thought. His temper was loosened the moment Izuku had been able to ditch Kaken. The other boy had been furious with Izuku and had yelled at him the entire time they had made their way back from the train station. Izuku had broken into a sprint as soon as Kaken was inside of his own house and let out a roar of frustration on his own. It was bad enough that Kaken seemed to have sunk his teeth into the meat of Izuku's act. But now he was attacking the stuff that Izuku didn't want to talk about. Why had he asked if Izuku was struggling with school? Why did it matter? They weren't friends. Izuku knew that Kaken was only hanging around him to get him to slip up more. He didn't actually care if Izuku was struggling or if he was hurt or stressed. Kaken just kept pushing himself into Izuku's space, and Izuku was on edge because of it. If it wasn't for the fact he thought that if Izuku didn't know it was a game to Kaken, he might actually think the jackass wanted to be friends with him. As it was, Izuku had gotten home and felt frustrated tears in his eyes as he took off his shoes. "I'm home," he called. "Welcome home." Izuku felt a little better seeing his mother relaxing on the couch with some sewing. It looked like she was making some kind of quilt. Her smile soothed something that ached in Izuku's chest. His mother shifted with a frown to gaze at her son more properly. "Izuku, what's wrong?" Nothing." Izuku shook his head and dropped his bag by the entrance before joining his mother on the couch with a heavy sigh. "Just a rough day at school." His mother patted Izuku's shoulder sympathetically. "I imagine it would be. Did you get hurt at all from training?" "Nothing like that." Izuku waved his hands in front of his face and shook his head. "It's just tough adjusting." He scratched the back of his head with a soft smile. His mother nodded. "High school is a different experience for sure. And a hero school too." Izuku opened his mouth to tell his mother about his day when his phone began to vibrate in his pocket. He blinked and put on a surprised face before he dug out the device. He recognized the unknown number and felt anxiety spike in his throat. What could they want? "Oh, sorry Mom. I'm gonna go take this, okay." He stood and moved around her to his bedroom. "One of your friends?" she asked curiously. Izuku smiled at her. "Yeah." The relief and joy in his mother's eyes hurt to see. He hated lying to her. He had to turn away and lock himself in his room quickly as he swallowed down the guilt. Deku answered the phone and he allowed his annoyance from his stress to fester. "What?" he demanded. "You're to come tonight, Deku." Kurogiri responded promptly. Deku was glad that it was Kurogiri. At least he would keep the conversation short and wouldn't work Deku up even more. He wasn't sure he could handle much more stress at that moment. He frowned and pulled out his desk chair to plop himself in. He stared at one of his All Might posters as he crossed his ankles and lounged back. Why? You'll find out when you get here. Ugh, you all always say that. Why bother calling me if you won't tell me anything? Kurogiri's voice took on an exasperated tone and relaxed into something a little less formal. It always made Deku smirk. Kurogiri was arguably the most mature between him, Deku, and Shigaraki. It was funny to upset him. Texting leaves a trail. I could be busy. You don't have a choice. Ooh, I'm so scared. I could just pull you away. Kurogiri threatened mildly. Deku bit at the nail of his thumb and sighed, tilting his head back. Would save me a trip, Deku thought, but he didn't say it out loud. He would never risk any of the villains coming anywhere close to his house if he could help it. He would travel across half of Japan first before he would let Kurogiri in his house. It was bad enough knowing he could appear there at any time, or bring Shigaraki or MSDR there at any time. Don't bother. I thought not. Just text me the coordinates. Deku grumbled. I won't be able to leave until late. Kurogiri was silent for a moment and then his voice came back. Be prepared to have to stay. His anxiety spiked a few more notches. Stay overnight with Shigaraki. What was happening? Did MSDR have a mission for him? Did Shigaraki? The thought was terrifying. Deku's hand clenched around his phone and responded with a hum. Kurogiri didn't bother with goodbyes and neither did Deku. He hung up and placed his phone aside. This wasn't good. The few times Deku had been commanded to go back and spend long PRD of time with the villains, he had been forced into doing more work that he never wanted to do but had to because he was a villain. Izuku wished that he never had to be Deku. He wished that he was just Izuku who was being forced to do dirty work for the villains by spy. He wished that he had no hand in anything else that MSDR did. He wished he was just a toy and bodyguard to Shigaraki. But Deku wasn't just a boy who was threatened into doing villain work. He was someone who actively enjoyed the freedom of being a villain. An act of a person who hated heroes as much as he hated humans. A person who cared only for himself and very few others. Who destroyed things and made fun of pain and acted terribly. He was a mixture of some of the worst aspects that Izuku could give him. He was also Izuku's shield and guardian. He had been created with the strengths of the strongest people that Izuku had known during the year he had been forcibly trained. Deku was the reason Izuku had survived. But now Izuku had to keep Deku alive to lessen the chance the villains had to kill his loved ones. If they believed he had been legitimately converted to be a villain, and a strong one at that, then his family and friends were safe. Deku was a villain. Izuku just needed to hold out a little longer, play his parts correctly, dance to the beat, even if that meant stomping over and killing others to make sure he stayed at the top. Izuku was tired. His phone buzzed with an incoming text message. Izuku glanced at it and saw that he wouldn't have to travel too far. It was only a short train ride away. He would have to leave early enough that he would be able to catch it, or he would have to take a cab. He might get some strange looks if he did that, though, at his age. He exited his bedroom already trying to think of an excuse to give his mother. He didn't like the idea of dropping a sleepover on her out of nowhere. She didn't even know his friends and she had been worried enough when he had just gone out for dinner with them. He couldn't even use the Bakugas as an excuse because she might bring it up with Auntie Mitsuki when they talk. Why can't you be my friend for real, Kaken, so I can have an excuse for a sleepover? Izuku thought bitterly to himself. His irritation for earlier bubbled nauseously in his gut. There were a couple heavy raps at the front door then, which startled both Midoriyas. Izuku looked to his mother in confusion, wondering if she had friends coming over, but his mother looked just as confused. I'll get it, he told her and then called a little louder over the sound of louder, impatient knocks. I'm coming. He opened the door partway hesitantly and gaped at the sight of a fuming Kaken still dressed in his uniform and carrying what appeared to be a bag from a bakery. Call Kaken, Izuku gasped quietly. Open up, Deku, Kaken demanded and moved his hand out to pull the door open further. Izuku reflexively tried to yank the door shut as his mind flew with all kinds of questions. Why was Kaken there? Wasn't it bad enough that Izuku had to deal with the torment earlier? Now he was at his house and trying to come in. Hey, Kaken yelled and grabbed the doorknob on the outside to fight back. What the hell are you doing? Go away, Izuku hissed as he began to panic. He couldn't have Kaken there. It was easier to fend off his weirdness when they were in front of people who didn't know Kaken and Izuku well, but not in front of his mother. If Kaken started spouting stuff about Izuku faking and hiding and stuff, then Izuku was screwed to hell. His mother would get worried and suspicious as well, and Izuku couldn't handle that in his home life. He was fine with his tenuous equilibrium. Huh, Kaken shouted back and dropped the bakery bag to grab the edge of the door. What the FCK did you say to me, USHD? Just let me in. No way in hell, Deku growled in his mind. Shut up and go away, Kaken. Deku growled back as he leaned his weight backwards to try and fight. Unfortunately, Kaken was still clearly physically stronger than him. He could see the whites of Kaken's eyes as he spotted the other boy's face through the opening in the door. A familiar furious fire burned within them. A rough growl was rumbling out of his chest as he tried to pry the door open. The door creaked loudly in protest. Deku pressed a socked foot against the doorway and shoved his other foot into his shoe for grip on the tiled entranceway. Izuku. Both boys froze in their fight as Izuku's eyes widened. His eyes met Kaken's in horror as he remembered he was home with his mother right then. She couldn't see him acting like this. Kaken immediately noticed his panic. A quick, devious grin stretched across his face then. His red eyes glittered with his delight. Game over, loser. They screamed at him. No, Izuku hissed desperately, but Kaken cut him off to call, Oi, Auntie. UFC cur. Izuku barely bit back the urge to curse a few more colorful curses. Is that Katsuki? I thought I heard his voice. Izuku could hear her standing, so he scrambled to straighten himself out. Kaken quickly took advantage and ripped the door open. His backpack on his back looked a lot fuller than it had been when they had walked home earlier. Izuku also noticed that he had sweat coating his face and he seemed to be breathing just a bit harder than normal. Had he been running? Yeah, it's Kaken. Izuku sulked a little at the smug look on Kaken's face and where his mother couldn't see. He cleared it into something more tolerable and less violent than he was feeling as he turned so he could look between his mother and Kaken. His mother lit up and smiled brightly when she saw Kaken standing there. Kaken grabbed the bakery bag. Katsuki, this is unusual. You never visit. How are you? Please come in. Thanks, Auntie. Kaken made sure to brush past Izuku as he stepped inside and toed off his shoes. You can borrow the pair of slippers in the cabinet there. Your parents use them enough when they come over. Izuku moved out of the entryway and put his own slippers back on, feeling on edge. Kaken pulled out the pair of slippers his father uses whenever they came to visit, tossing them onto the floor before slipping them on. He then held up the bag he was carrying with a neutral frown on his face. Mom said to bring a gift over, so here. Izuku's mother took it right away. Oh, a cake. You didn't have to. Thank you. Izuku was a little confused but nonetheless relieved to see that Kaken was still at least polite to Izuku's mother. From what Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru said, Kaken and his mother shared a rather loud and violent relationship. Izuku had yet to see it in person, though, because he hadn't been to the Bakugou household since he was a little kid and Kaken had still been rather attached to his parents. What are you doing here, Kaken? Izuku asked with a slight tilt to his head and a curious look on his face. Kaken glared at him for that. Izuku clenched his jaw and didn't react. He really wasn't fooling Kaken, was he? Wait, let's have some of the sweets first. Izuku's mother interrupted with a wave of her hand. She motioned for both boys to follow her and pulled out the box with the cake in it. It was a strawberry shortcake that Izuku remembered having enjoyed with the Bakugas years ago. It startled him that Kaken still remembered it. He had completely forgotten about that bakery. Izuku grabbed some plates and the silverware to set out for the three of them while his mother divvied out a slice for each of them. Thank you, Kaken muttered and speared a strawberry. It was interesting to watch his mother and Kaken interact. Izuku's mother asked Kaken what he thought of UA and the new schooling. She asked how he had been since she had last seen him and encouraged him to come over more often. Kaken responded with short but polite answers through his eating, but it was easy for Izuku to see his heart wasn't in the conversation. Izuku could feel the tension in the air, though at least it wasn't as suffocating as it had been on the train ride home. So to what do we owe this visit? Were you the one who called Izuku a little earlier? His mother asked, and Izuku managed to bite back his flinch. He managed to dodge a bullet as Kaken didn't seem to notice. No, I'm here to tutor to Izuku. It was strange to hear his real name come out of Kaken's mo. Wait. What? Izuku yelped, and his mother jumped at his outburst. Wait a minute. What do you mean, Kaken? Kaken rolled his eyes and crossed his arms on the table to lean on them and glare at Izuku. Tutoring, idiot. I'm gonna tutor your dumb butt. Izuku's eyes darted to his mother to see if she would react to Kaken's insults and cursing, but she seemed unaffected. Izuku lamented that she was too used to fiery Bakugas. But I don't need. Really? His mother interrupted, delighted. That's great. She turned to Izuku, who had a sinking feeling in his stomach. Mitsuki always said Katsuki was good at school. It'll help a lot if you have a friend to tutor you, Izuku. Yeah. Izuku hated that Kaken could sound so smug and so casual at the same time. He wanted to punch the other boy in the DCK. A real friend wouldn't use his mother against him like this. This absolutely had to be cheating. Really, I'm fine. Izuku insisted, waving his arms rapidly in front of his face. It's only the first week of school. We don't have much. You're doing shitty in class, nerd. Kaken interrupted him. You can't answer a single question that's asked of you. Kaken, Izuku cried, seeing his mother's distraught face. Clearly whatever classes you took were terrible. I'll teach you for real. Kaken pushed his chair back and stood, picking up his plate and placing it in the sink. Thanks for the snack, Auntie. Kaken, are you staying for dinner, Katsuki? Izuku's mother asked. You still like your food spicy, right? Mom, yeah. Holy SHT. Why wasn't anyone listening to him? Things were spiraling out of control. It's going to be a little late, his mother said. I need to go buy a bit more ingredients, then. No problem. Kaken shrugged. I'm spending the night anyway. What? Izuku yelled again, stumbling quickly to his feet from his chair. You can't. Kaken's smile this time was downright sinister as he lifted his backpack. Too late, shit nerd. I already packed. Izuku's ears began to ring as he stared in horror at Kaken. He couldn't even hear his mother's next words. Shigaraki would cackle at Izuku if he knew. This is not what I meant about a sleepover. Izuku wailed internally as he heard the door to Kaken's trap snap shut. Izuku wasn't quite sure how he got there, but eventually he and Kaken ended up dragging out one of the low tables and placing it in Izuku's room. His mother left to go shopping with the promise she would be back shortly. Izuku and Kaken pulled out some pillows to sit on, and when Izuku blinked himself out of his stupor, it was to realize he was finally alone with Kaken. Oh my god. Izuku's hands clenched as he stared at Kaken. Kaken raised an angry eyebrow. Kaken, what? The other boy snapped. What the hell? Izuku finally yelled, slamming his hands on the table. Kaken leaned back with some surprise but recovered quickly. Izuku only glared at him. What are you even doing here? Isn't it enough to cause me trouble at school? Now you have to force yourself into my house too. You wouldn't freaking tell me anything when we were walking back, so yeah. Kaken yelled back. You can't spend the night here. Go home. Izuku stood up and pointed towards the door. Heat filled his chest and burned him inside. He wanted to scream while he had the chance. He still needed to think of a reason to tell his mother as to why he was leaving that night. With Kaken there, all of his plans were ruined. How the hell was he supposed to go meet the villains if Kaken, who already was suspicious of Izuku, was here? Kaken slammed his own hands and stood up sharply. His rage only cooled Izuku's glare further. Don't tell me what to do. I quote LLFCKING kill you. It's my house. I don't want you here. Too late, shitrag. Kaken grinned, but it was too tense to be anything joyful. Izuku noticed his jaw twitching a bit as he clenched his fist. Your mother already said I could stay. Izuku hated that he was right. He hated that Kaken was so low as to use his mother against him. He also hated that Kaken had figured out that he could use his mother against him. Izuku had to keep up his act around her, and he was certain that Kaken knew that now. Izuku gritted his teeth and then said, We're not even friends. Why are you bothering? Because I want to, okay. Small explosions popped in his palms. I assented enough to know you're right. Izuku finally yelled. Kaken paused at that. Izuku's fury ran rivers beneath his skin, but his body held strong. He saw Kaken's eyes scanning him before their eyes locked. Izuku took a shaky breath and then said in a lower tone, You're right, okay. I'm a liar. I've been a liar. Are you satisfied yet? Kaken's own anger simmered, but the tension was still there. No, he said after a long pause, which startled Izuku. The look in his face was one that Izuku hadn't seen before. It was calculative and almost careful. He was so used to seeing Kaken angry now that it came as a surprise that he had expressions other than displeasure and rage. This cooled version of Kaken was just another weird Kaken that Izuku didn't know about. What had happened to make him this way? No, Izuku asked. I'm not satisfied. Kaken snapped. I don't need you to FC King say you're a liar. I already know that, Deku. I want to know why you're lying. Izuku's heart stuttered at that. It wasn't like he hadn't known that. From the moment Kaken had confronted him and then decided to force his presence in Izuku's life again, he knew it was for this kind of reason. Kaken never did anything half-but, so Izuku was screwed from the moment Kaken became curious. I won't tell you, Izuku responded. Kaken bared his teeth at that. I don't need you to tell me, he said. I'll figure it out on my own. And Deku couldn't help but laugh at that. How could Kaken possibly figure out what he was up to without Izuku telling him? In what possible scenario would he be able to come up with the idea that Deku was a double spy? That he was the one giving away hero secrets, and that was why there were more deaths of heroes recently? That Kaken and his family were standing so close to the snipers that could kill them at any moment that Izuku screwed up? That Izuku was trapped in hell even though he had already been released to go home? Deku laughed and then wiped the tears that had formed in his eyes, because this was the closest anyone was going to get. Because of all people, it was Kaken who was determined to figure Izuku out. The moment Kaken found out, it was the end of the road for Izuku either way. Maybe Kaken would do him a favor and kill him. Then nobody else would have to suffer. Then the villains would no longer use Deku. The heroes would be a little safer without trash like Deku among their ranks. Kaken said nothing as Deku calmed down and finally looked him in the eye again. Izuku continued to wipe his face of tears and shook his head with tiny, disbelieving huffs. The look on the other boy's face was honestly pretty hilarious because of how perturbed he looked. Another new face that Izuku wasn't used to. Are you mocking me? Kaken finally growled warningly. Mocking? Deku asked with another huff of a laugh. Why would I mock you? You're the only one who has noticed that I'm even faking, Kaken. Why would I mock that? Kaken didn't respond to that. Izuku motioned down to the table where Kaken had laid out some books. Figure me out then, Kaken. But you said you came over here to tutor me. That snapped Kaken out of whatever thoughts he had and he threw himself back down onto the pillows. Yeah, I am. Sit your butt down. Izuku did so and glanced at the books. They didn't look like the stuff they were learning in class. They were their middle school textbooks. Izuku frowned at the familiar pages as he recognized them. Why are you using those? Because I need to see where the hell you're failing at. Kaken pushed the textbooks to Izuku and pointed at the page. Get your stupid notebook and do that problem. Reluctantly, Izuku began to write. Kaken was a terrible tutor. His focus was too sharp and his patience was as short as his ego was large. He didn't handle Izuku's various questions well because he couldn't understand what Izuku wasn't comprehending. He would explain it twice and then yell when Izuku would need another explanation. He would rip up Izuku's paper when it was wrong and demand he start from the beginning with a new equation. He would call him an idiot for getting their own Japanese history wrong even as he claimed it was bullshit himself to have to learn history at all. To make matters worse, Izuku was also at his wit's end. Between the stress of the day, the fact that he hadn't had time to breathe or think about his mission later, and finally Kaken's terrible tutoring, Izuku was ready to lose his mind. He envied Kaken's various shitfits because at least it wasn't unusual for him to do it. On top of it, it wasn't like Izuku didn't realize how frustrating it all was. He was well aware of the fact that he couldn't understand anything and it only made things terrible. It all boiled under his skin, frothing up through his stomach in zest and burning his throat. His head was filled with steam and his eyes watered from the pressure of a headache that was throbbing there. The words in his books became blurs and the numbers would swirl in front of him. He focused too strong on trying to remember what he learned about each subject the first time he had dealt with it, but he couldn't drudge up the memories no matter how strong he tried. He could remember learning it and memorizing the stuff. He could remember some of the tests he took, but he couldn't for the life of him remember any of the answers or how he came to his own conclusions. It was enough that finally Izuku had to scream, "Stop F-seeking yelling at me." Izuku swiped his arm across the books in front of them and threw them to the floor. His heart hurt in his chest from where it was P&D. And even Kaken looked shocked at his outburst. "Stop it. Just stop it. I don't understand. Okay, I can't help it. I know that you know it, Deku." Kaken slammed his hands on the table and leaned into Izuku's space. "I saw you do these answers easily in class. That doesn't mean I remember." Izuku shouted back at him. "Then F-seeking figure out how to remember it." "Boys." Izuku and Kaken turned their heads quickly towards the door to Izuku's bedroom as Izuku's mother opened the door. She stared at them both with wide eyes, but her eyes immediately turned to her son. Izuku breathed as he tried to contain his frothing emotions. His body was shaking under the strain of it. "What's wrong? What's going on?" "It's okay, Mom." Izuku hurried to reassure her. "We're just PSS each other off." Izuku could appreciate that Kaken was accepting his silent request not to involve his mother in his problems. Kaken ran a hand into his hair as he let out a frustrated growl before pointing at Izuku. "Fine, nerd. We're taking a break." Izuku couldn't stay in the same room suffocating anymore. He pushed past his mother with a quick apology and slammed the door to the bathroom. He slid down onto the tile and tucked his head into his arms and knees and clenched his jaw against the sobs that ripped through him. He was used to this, he told himself. He was used to hiding his crying. He had become very good at breaking down alone and silently. It didn't mean the pressure of holding back his frustrated wails hurt any less, though. He had to remind himself, though, that he wasn't with the villains anymore. He didn't have to bury his pain or risk looking weak. He used to never be good at stopping his tears. Kaken had always called him a crybaby for it. Neither his mother nor Kaken would hurt him if he started crying then, and he needed some kind of release. Izuku only moved to grab a couple of the towels to muffle himself before he released his tears. His mother knocked on the door a couple of times and asked to see him. Izuku ignored her and everything else. He had no outlet for any of his stress. His therapist often to him that at times like these it would be best to go for a run, get some air, escape what was suffocating him. But Izuku couldn't risk leaving Kaken in the house with his mother, and Izuku had already worried his mother enough. Izuku cried strong until he had emptied himself out. He allowed his worries and thoughts to spin and blur in his head until it was just a cloud of white cotton that muffled everything else. He gripped that cotton and wrung it as much as he could until the noise wasn't so bad and life wasn't so overwhelming. The pain in his chest was still there, and reality still hovered at the door, but the pressure was softer. He felt that he could breathe again and not choke on every breath. He had a better grip on himself as he gathered some tissues and blew his nose. He rinsed his face off in the sink and glanced at himself in the mirror as he dried his face. He looked terrible. The red of his eyes made his green irises stand out more. His cheeks were blotchy and his eyes were swollen. If he had anything left in him, he might have laughed at how stupid he looked. As it was, he didn't have the strength. It felt like hours had passed when he finally opened the door. He was surprised to see a covered bowl on the ground waiting for him. His weak heart swelled a little bit as he looked down the hallway but didn't see anyone. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks and napkin before he went to find his mother. She was sitting silently at the dinner table with her own meal half finished. Kaken was nowhere to be seen, but Izuku noticed there was another dish already in the sink. The heavy scent of SBK was in the air, indicating that Kaken had came and gone. Izuku could still see Kaken's shoes by the door, so he was still in the house. "Thank you for the food," Izuku whispered when his mother finally looked up and noticed him. Her own eyes watered as she stood and came over to immediately wrap him in a warm embrace. A few more tears leaked out of Izuku before he placed his food aside to hug her back. She pressed her face to his shoulder as he was wrapped up in his memories of warm hugs he had received as a child. The comforting scent of his mother's perfume and the loving and strong touch of her hands on his back and pressing to his head from behind. "Izuku, I'm so sorry," she whispered with a thick voice. "I should have intervened earlier." Izuku shook his head and sniffled. "No, it's fine. That's just Kaken, you know, always yelling." His mother leaned back and took his face into her hands, despite the tears on her cheeks. Her face was determined and serious as she asked, "Do you want me to ask Katsuki to leave? If he's upsetting you this much, I will do it." The temptation was there. It would resolve a part of Izuku's problem if Kaken was forced to leave the house. But it left Izuku with many other problems he would have to eventually deal with. He had learned one thing from the villains and from dealing with Kaken, and that was to face things head on. He would rather deal with the consequences now rather than later. Izuku shook his head and wiped a tear from his face. "You don't have to. Kaken is. He's trying. It's just, today was a bad day." "Are you sure?" "No, he wasn't." "Yes." His mother's face softened and she wiped his next couple tears with her thumbs. Izuku had missed how much comfort she could give him when everything hurt like this. He loved her. "You two should stop studying for tonight, then. I think you've both had enough." Izuku glanced at the table and nodded. "Did Kaken eat?" "Yes, and I scolded him as well." Izuku wished that he had seen that. He had heard his mother say more than one time that Auntie and Uncle hadn't reprimanded Katsuki nearly enough for his behavior in the past. It would have been hilarious to see his face. "Okay, I'm going to finish my food in my bedroom, okay? I'm gonna talk to Kaken," and then set up the futon for him. He pulled away from her hands to pick up the bowl. "Izuku." He paused while walking back towards his bedroom and glanced at her. She opened the door to the fridge quickly and passed him a water bottle. She had a worried frown on her face, but she smiled encouragingly at his look. "I'm here if you need me, okay?" He smiled back at her, grateful, and took the water bottle. The chill felt good on his heated skin. He wanted to press it to his eyes. "I know." Kaken was staring at some of the All Might merch he had in his bedroom when Izuku entered. He turned his head to face Izuku as he frowned. Izuku couldn't read him at all, but he wasn't sure he could even think straight right then as he took a seat at the table instead. Neither boy said anything as Izuku said his thanks and started eating his food little by little. His mother had made katsudon. It did wonders to fill him with warmth even as his stomach churned from lack of appetite. Kaken hovered around the room and kept his hands shoved into his pockets. If Izuku had to guess, he would say the boy was rather awkwardly speechless. Izuku was exhausted emotionally and physically. He couldn't even focus properly if he wanted to. He didn't have the strength to play round 2 of his game with Kaken. Maybe giving half-truths would be better than nothing. If he lied, it only made Kaken upset anyway. At this point, Izuku didn't know what all he would lose except a little pride. "I was never acting like an idiot on purpose." Kaken paused, but didn't turn away from the All Might poster he was staring at when Izuku spoke. "I really can't retain information like this anymore." Kaken slowly turned to face him. His expression was still unreadable as he took his seat at the table again. Izuku noticed then that all of the books he had tossed aside in his fit were picked up and stacked. The boy said nothing and waited. Izuku took another couple of bites and didn't offer anything else. Reluctantly, Kaken said, rather than asked, "So your memory is shot?" Izuku nodded. "I only passed middle school because I can memorize stuff for a short period of time. I had to binge studying before a test. After a while, the information just fades away." He glanced at the books and bit back the urge to sigh. "I can remember learning everything, but I can't remember what I learned. And it's difficult for me to comprehend complicated formulas. It's like trying to shove a square block into a round hole." Kaken frowned and tapped his fingers on the table. Izuku waited for the inevitable follow-up of "Is this a result of your memory erasure?" But it never came. Instead, Kaken said, "You're not stupid, though, despite what you always say." Deku couldn't resist snarking. "Shut the FCK up." Kaken snapped back, but it had no bite to it. Izuku huffed a laugh. "I mean that I've seen you fight. I saw your moves. You plan your attacks and execute them well. Your higher processing isn't completely bad." He paused for a moment to think and then asked, "How much do you still remember from your stupid hero notebooks?" Izuku blinked in surprise. "You know about those?" Kaken scowled but didn't respond to Izuku's question. "In book number 7, what was something you noted about Endeavor and his flame quirk?" The answer was instantaneous, that he could control if it burned his hair because he still has facial hair under his fire beard. But his hair isn't immune to being burned off because it was singed during one of the rescues he made during the collapsing of a building when we were 10. Kaken knocked his fist against the table. It's not your memory, he said, nodding as if to indicate what Izuku had just said. You're just not learning the right way. Izuku blinked. Do you think I just need to figure it out, then? Kaken shrugged. I don't FC King, no. Do I look like I'm an expert on learning problems? No, we'll find a different method to get your stupid brain to remember SHT. Even if half of it will be useless in the future, you'll need to at least remember it for longer than a DMN day. Izuku popped another piece of pork into his mouth and chewed in lieu of a response. He realized that this was as close to an apology as he was going to get from Kaken. He also understood that apparently Kaken was serious about tutoring him. He didn't get it, but he didn't have the emotional strength to even begin to comprehend it anyway. That night Izuku and Kaken settled in early. Kaken had mocked him for going to bed when it was barely 8, but Izuku's obvious exhaustion kept the mocking to a minimum. Izuku had told him that he didn't need to go to sleep when he did, but the other boy ignored him and settled into the futon Izuku spread on the floor. Despite just wanting to sleep so that he could get as much of a nap as possible before he had to wake up again to leave, Izuku couldn't fall asleep. He knew Kaken was still awake because he could see him playing on his phone. It was some kind of article with words, from what Izuku could tell, but he was too far away to read the tiny wording to know what he was looking at. There was a lot that had happened that day, and Izuku wasn't sure what was the most prominent. Kaken may have learned a number of things about Izuku that day, but Izuku had also gotten to know Kaken a bit too. He just wished that he could make sense of the changes in his childhood friend. He didn't understand why he acted the way he did if he was just trying to get information out of Izuku. There was no point in tutoring him. He was still shocked that Kaken even wanted to. There must be a greater motive. But what got him the most was how much Kaken avoided bringing up anything that might be related to his trauma. He didn't mention the panic attack, he didn't bring up the scars he had seen in the locker rooms, and he didn't even ask what was the cause of his memory problems. Most people assumed, of course, but Kaken obviously didn't want to assume anything. He had said it himself that he wanted to know. It was bothering him too much. Izuku had to ask just to get it out of his head and let him rest. Kaken, he whispered. He rolled onto his side to face him. Kaken grunted and his finger paused in its scrolling. Why didn't you ask what caused my memory problem? You already know I didn't have it before. Kaken shifted on his elbows to get more comfortable. Fine then, I'll ask. He looked at Izuku, and even in the dark his red eyes seemed to glow. When did you remember your time with the villains? Izuku's eyes widened as his breath caught. Kaken stared him down, waiting. Izuku forced the air to leave his lungs and closed his sore eyes before he rolled over to face away from the other boy. He couldn't stand looking at him, but he could still feel Kaken's gaze on his back. I never forgot, he confessed quietly. He waited for a guillotine to come down on his neck. Kaken was silent before he let out a scoff and shifted noisily on his futon. The light of his phone turned off and Izuku heard the blanket rustling as Kaken got comfortable. Obviously, neither boy said anything for a long while after that. Then, quietly, Kaken muttered, At least you're not FC King lying to me anymore. Izuku pretended he didn't hear that and slipped an earbud into his ear and set an alarm on his phone. He would only have a few hours to nap. He would need as much sleep as he could get. Hopefully Kaken would be fast asleep by the time Izuku had to wake up. Izuku woke at the first note of his alarm with his eyes popping open. He was hit with a confusing wave of grogginess before he shook it off with the beats of his alarm. He quickly turned it off and pulled out his headphones. The darkness of the bedroom was heavier with the weight of the late hour and the silence of sleep. He risked rolling over onto his other side and letting his eyes focus on the sleeping figure on the floor. Kaken didn't stir at the sound of Izuku's rustling blankets. Izuku listened. The other boy's deep and steady breaths remained undisturbed as Izuku carefully climbed out of bed and lowered socked feet to the floor at the edge of the futon. His body quickly adjusted to the adrenaline beginning to permeate throughout it. It heightened his senses as he crept across the floor to his closet. He kept one ear on Kaken as he went into his closet and silently opened the chest with his clothing in it. He would change in the bathroom instead of there. Less chance of waking Kaken. He also picked up a dark bag stored in the back of his closet and shoved a couple of extra clothes into it. He silently opened his door and glanced back at Kaken. The boy still hadn't moved. Izuku had no idea if he was a lighter sleeper or not. He didn't have the data on when Kaken liked to wake up or if he would wake up early since they both had slept early. He had no excuse in mind for why he wouldn't be back in the morning. He would have to make an effort to convince MSDR that it was in the best interest to let Deku return home so as to not raise suspicions. Got it, Kaken. Izuku closed his bedroom door and changed in the bathroom. He slipped his gloves on and wore the black shoes Shigaraki had forced him to buy. They were tighter, but admittedly they were better suited for Deku's outfit than the red shoes. Deku exited the house with a single text message to the unknown number that he was on his way. He had to run if he was to catch the train to where he was going. They would be stopping soon. Kurogiri didn't respond, but Deku didn't need him to. As long as the man arrived on time, Deku couldn't care less how little he talked. Deku strolled out of the portal that Kurogiri had opened up to find himself in a place he hadn't seen before. Kurogiri was the only one waiting for him as Deku's shoes stepped onto bare concrete floors. The air was saturated with the scent of chemicals that was enough to make his nausea worse than it was to begin with. There were tall metal tanks throughout the room, and eerily enough he could hear some splashing. The room felt dead, but every one of his nerves were on end. Deku only raised an eyebrow at this and turned to Kurogiri. "Where are we?" he asked as he joined the man. "You've been here before," Kurogiri said as the two of them walked through what was some kind of factory. There were some low security lights that were on, but other than that there was nothing to see by. Deku glanced around at the shadows they passed and wondered who could be splashing around in some of the tanks. Or was that water lapping? I think I would remember. He shoved his hands into his pockets to resist the urge to touch the tanks to feel if they were cold or hot. "You were in the underground portion. We're headed there now. Why bring me here, then? Unable to do it down there?" he asked with a twist of his mouth to hide the fact that he was suspicious. Kurogiri was prompt about where they arrived and less harried. There must be a reason Deku was to see this. "Tamura is upset," Kurogiri explained with a heaviness. Deku sighed in understanding. That meant something downstairs was being destroyed. They exited the warehouse and entered through a secret doorway into what must be the underground portion. It was a crudely made hole dug underneath the warehouse with a number of chains and cages. The floor was flat, compact dirt, and there were a few pillars to support the structure above. It spanned about the size of 2 of Deku's apartments in diameter, and had a few lights built into the walls for sight. It had low ceilings that were too close for comfort, but too far away to touch. It was like the earth was pressing in on you slowly. Deku recognized it immediately and felt a Pavlovian dread enter his system. It only became worse when he saw the figures standing in the room. The most grotesque thing Deku had seen to date was the first thing he focused on. It was a monstrous thing of black muscle with a beaked face. Its eyes stared unseeingly ahead but rolled around once in a while as if to look at something. The beak had sharp teeth within it. Worst of all was the exposed brain that sat at the top of it. Its body was littered with scars. It was hunched over and breathed like a gorilla. Deku noted as well the sharp, piercing claws on it. Next to the beast was Shigaraki, who was scratching furiously at his neck and pacing a little. He was clearly agitated, but at least containing himself because of the final person in the room. Deku had been nervous to see the threat of the monster in the room, but it paled in comparison to the overwhelming terror that filled his chest with smoke at the sight of MSDR. MSDR was a tall man much like All Might was, although one couldn't tell as much when he was sitting down. He had to wear machinery to breathe, forcing him to sit in a wheelchair. But Deku knew well that just because his MSDR was frailer that he wasn't any less of a threat. Deku had made the mistake of underestimating him during the first few months of his training. He knew much better now. It was instinctive to be scared of him, although that was Izuku's reaction. Deku let none of his fear show on his face as he and Kurogiri approached the group. "Hello, Deku," MSDR greeted. Deku nodded back. "You took too long to get here," Shigaraki snapped. "You should have been here immediately." Now, Tamura. Good reason or not, Deku has his own mission he has to maintain." MSDR's words were an immediate dousing of Shigaraki's flame, but the other man still didn't calm down. Deku noticed that he had a rolled-up newspaper clutched in his fist, just barely being kept from being destroyed. "Did you have another mission for me, MSDR?" Deku asked. "Kurogiri said that I might have to stay." "Deku," MSDR interrupted, and Deku shut up. He narrowed his eyes slightly and waited. MSDR had no expression that he could read due to the scarred skin that covered his eyes and the mask that covered his mouth and nose. Deku could only read the little quirks of muscles that moved in his face and the tone of his voice. It was still that light, slightly chiding voice that he always used. "You've been keeping secrets from us." Alarms went off in Deku's head and he bit back his internal screaming to demand coldly, "What?" "This." Shigaraki threw the newspaper at Deku, who caught it from the air. He opened it up and took a moment to search for what they were talking about. Each second seemed to drag on, pressuring him more and more. It was intense. The sound of the monster breathing so close to Deku didn't help. Then he found it, an article that said that All Might had taken up a teaching job at UA. Deku frowned at it and tossed the newspaper aside. "Yeah," he said. "You knew?" Shigaraki asked lowly. "Of course I knew about him." Deku glared at him and then looked to MSDR. "I figured you already knew." "I knew he was in town," MSDR admitted. "I was unaware that he was teaching at your school." "You should have told me." Deku hated being scolded by MSDR. He was never angry with Deku anymore, only disappointed and disapproving. "That was worse. You've been going to school with that BSDRD," Shigaraki added with a growl. There were wounds opening up on his neck now from scratching. It made Deku himself want to scratch at the sight of the BLD. "I was hoping to get more information on him before relaying it back. I've only had one class with him so far." Deku spread his hands and shrugged. MSDR hummed. It was a neutral noise. Then, we have our own plans for All Might. You do? Deku asked with a little surprise. MSDR motioned to the beast. Meet Namu. It's Tamura's new toy. Deku stared at the creature. Go on, MSDR crooned, leaning forward a little. You can touch it. It doesn't think on its own. Deku knew a command even when it sounded like a suggestion. He walked forward and reached a hand out to touch the beast. Its skin was smooth to the touch, like a bald human, but slightly damp. Its teeth looked more like stones upon closer inspection. The sick urge to touch its brain was there, but he didn't. He didn't like this at all. It didn't even react when he waved a hand in front of its unfocused eyes. What is it? He asked as he took a step back from it. A creation of mine. Something I've been working on for a while. MSDR let out a little chuckle. You don't have to look so worried, Deku. It can't think for itself. It's not human. Or ... at least it's not anymore. Deku felt his stomach roll. It's been built to be the downfall of All Might. Deku's head snapped to face his MSDR. What? Are you serious? MSDR grinned then. And Deku could tell by the way the muscles pulled upwards. Yes, just like you. I've given it a number of quirks that it can use to destroy the symbol of hope himself. Can you guess what it has? I haven't seen it in action. Deku said warily. Let's change that. It was the only warning Deku got before Shigaraki commanded. Namu, attack. Deku gasped as the eyes of the beast rolled and suddenly focused on Deku. He didn't get the chance to move before its large arms swiped at him with a speed that didn't match its bulk and launched him across the room. Pain ripped through his back and head as his body slammed into the wall and then to the floor. All air escaped him and his chest burned. Bile rose to his mouth and he coughed up some vomit onto the floor as he gasped for air. The attack had been more powerful than anything he had felt before. Just shifting a little, he couldn't tell if he had broken any bones, but Deku didn't have time to catalog his various pains. It was by pure instinct alone that he managed to dodge Namu's next attack. He heard the rush of air and spotted the claws coming at him, so Deku rolled himself to the side and scrambled to his feet to run. He yelped as he was struck again in the back, the claws gouging through his shirt and slicing skin. Deku gritted his teeth at the agony of it. Don't kill him, Shigaraki called. Deku spun around to see the Namu's aura of death had relaxed into something less volatile. The large hand of the beast grasped his leg in a crushing grip and yanked him into the air. Deku kicked at it with his free leg, but it was like punching RBB. His attacks did nothing. He didn't even hear the sound of his foot hitting skin. You motherfucker, I'll kill you. Deku shouted at the creature and activated Snapshot with what little air he had. The beast's eyes and brains were exposed. Possible weak points. He had no chance of winning in terms of strength. He would have to be resourceful this time if he wanted to win. Shigaraki and MSDR didn't want him dead. They wanted him to figure out Namu's quirks. Fine, Deku would give them a goddamn show. He released Snapshot and struck all 5 matches across his fingers on the flint of his opposite hand. He pushed as much energy as he could into the fire as he gathered it into his fist. He could feel it burning through the cloth of his glove, ignited by his fury and desperation. Die, he screamed and punched. Fist outwards. The flame roared into a fire bigger than Deku himself and encompassed the Namu's head. It dropped him, but Deku focused harder to make the flames burn brighter. He could see the Namu's head melting as the heat boiled the thin skin of its eyes and brain. Deku forced himself to his feet and backed away from its reach. Interesting, he heard MSDR say. Deku felt his energy draining rapidly as his fire took everything from him. His head throbbed and his body wept with agony as he pressed his back to the wall and pulled his fire back to him. The charred head of the Namu was grotesquely unrecognizable as it collapsed, defeated. Deku breathed. Each breath hurt so badly. He could feel the BLD running down his back and soaking into his breath. His legs trembled with the effort to stand. He wasn't sure, but he guessed that he had a couple of broken or at least cracked ribs. He pressed a hand to his side for support. He would be black and blue from this. His eyes landed on his MSDR and Shigaraki. Shigaraki looked furious, shaking as he contained himself. Deku bared his teeth at him and tasted copper in his mouth. FCKU, he growled. Namu, Shigaraki responded, and Deku's head snapped as the Namu moved. To his horror, the skin and eyes were growing rapidly back on the creature. Namu stood and seemed to grin as its cornea and irises regenerated enough to focus on Deku's form. Deku activated Snapshot again just to give himself a few extra precious moments to think. He had fought someone who could regenerate before. He could still picture the woman's face in his head even as Deku had beaten her by sheer overwhelming force. It had been a battle he had lost 5 times before he had succeeded. Now Namu had that quirk, but Deku couldn't take it out the same way he had taken regrowth out. It was too strong to beat. Burning it would only keep it down for a short PRD of time. Deku didn't have the mental or physical energy to burn the entire thing alive. He needed another method. Namu couldn't think. MSDR had said that from the start. It hadn't even awakened properly until Shigaraki had commanded it. It was Shigaraki's new toy. It responded to him. Shigaraki was the weak point. Deku released Snapshot. Naomu threw itself at Deku. Deku launched his fire at Shigaraki then. He had full intent to kill the man if it meant that Deku would win the battle. He meant all of the consequences. It was his fault that they were in that situation. He wouldn't care if he had another death on his hands that night. Naomu, defend, MSDR commanded. And Naomu turned on its thick legs to take the full fire to its chest. It practically absorbed the attack and instantly began to regenerate. Deku had no choice but to release the scattered flames. That's enough, MSDR said. And the Naomu fell back into its neutral hunched stance. You were going to kill me? Shigaraki asked darkly as he and MSDR moved around Naomu to face Deku. Yes, Deku reveled in the dark satisfaction of hatred that bloomed in his chest. You did well, Deku, as always, MSDR praised. Deku only shot him a cold glare and said nothing. MSDR motioned him over. Deku reluctantly walked closer to him. His body shook with fatigue and it was strong for him to see straight. He refused to pass out, though, even though his body was cold and everything hurt. The sensation of pain was starting to become faded, though. Deku knew from experience that wasn't a good sign. MSDR lifted his hand and placed it on Deku's bowed head. BLD rushed to Deku's cheeks even as his heart stuttered as his head was touched so gently. He hadn't received a head pat from his MSDR in a long time. It made it easier to believe the man's words of praise. The patting didn't last long and soon the hand was removed. Your deduction skills are just as wonderful as ever. You noticed where to attack. Always go for the weak point. Don't call me that, sensei. Shigaraki half grumbled, half whined. Deku wanted to punch the man but didn't have the strength. It felt both horrid and nice to have MSDR's attention only on him right then. He had earned that. That praise was his. Tell me what you learned, Deku, MSDR said. Its strength and speed rival All Might's, Deku recited mechanically. His voice as empty as he was beginning to feel inside. His mind was swimming, high on his own pain. It has some level of shock absorption. It will be able to take All Might's hits and deal them back. If All Might's power is too strong, Naomu can use Regrowth's quirk to regenerate at a speed of 20 seconds from even critical damage. Do you believe it will fare well against All Might, then? Deku knew a lot about All Might from his years of watching video after video of the man. He had seen him get damaged, but never be taken down. He wanted to instinctively say no, but Naomu fared a good chance. Naomu was created specifically to take down the symbol of hope, but Deku knew that All Might had a tendency to find a way to come out on top. He couldn't believe 100% that Naomu would win. He didn't want the Naomu to win. Yes, Deku finally said, and his voice sounded too far off. He couldn't feel the pain anymore. He felt so tired. He could barely keep his eyes open. Whatever MSDR said next was lost on him as he collapsed and everything went dark. Izuku recognized the familiar scent of BLD before he was fully aware and made the decision to just keep his eyes shut. BLD coated his tongue and his body wasn't in nearly as much pain as it used to be. MSDR had gotten someone to heal him then, but Deku could still feel various aches and pains. MSDR never let Deku get healed all of the way. The pain was used as a learning method, but he didn't want Deku inhibited. He still had a mission to do. Wake up already, Deku-kun. Deku struggled a little to open his eyes and shot an unfocused glare at Shigaraki. He wanted to hate the man for what he had done to him, but couldn't really. Shigaraki was childish and cruel, but he had grown past attacking Deku like that. That had all been MSDR's decision. This must be what Kurogiri had meant when he said to expect to stay until morning. Deku needed that time to heal. Don't look at me like that. You know what happens when you hide stuff, Shigaraki said as he relaxed back in his wooden chair. Deku was on some kind of thin bed on his side, probably so as to not aggravate his back wounds. They itched like crazy. Deku pushed himself to sit up and hated every second of it. Nonetheless, he persisted and breathed from the effort. His eyes begged to close and for him to rest. This entire day was arguably one of the shittiest days of his life, and he was running on about 4 hours of sleep for it. Deku kind of wished that he had killed someone just to take his frustration out on something. But that was counterproductive. Water, he told Shigaraki. Please, Shigaraki mocked. Deku scowled at him. Shigaraki huffed a laugh and got up to yank open the door. Deku heard him call out to Kurogiri. Deku ran a hand over his face and Elseek at his lips only to shudder at the taste of BLD. He didn't like being healed by MSDR's healer. He felt like a vampire because he had to drink their BLD. It made his stomach churn again to know the only thing in it right then was BLD. He had learned a terrible thing tonight. It was something that Deku didn't even want to begin to process. It was terrifying to think that creature would be going after All Might. When, though, Deku needed to find out more information. He would wait until Shigaraki was back. Deku closed his eyes but saw the melting head of that Naomu again. A shudder ran through him and for the second time he almost vomited. He forced the bile down knowing that he needed the BLD there to keep healing. Don't think about it. It had been so long since he'd had to see something like that he had only more to add to his nightmares. Don't think about it. Regrowth was gone. Maybe she had outlived her usefulness. Maybe her usefulness was best given to a monster. Izuku hadn't liked her, but he hadn't wanted her to die either. When had she been killed? Don't think about it. Shigaraki came back as Deku grabbed his thoughts, bundled them up with twine, and shoved them into the back of his mind to take apart when he wasn't already about to fall apart. If he didn't do that now, he would break down again. He wasn't sure his body could handle anything more than it had already suffered today. Thank God he had tomorrow off from school as well. He needed an entire day to sleep. But he had to see his therapist too. A cold glass of water was pressed into his hands. Deku took it and didn't look at Shigaraki. He didn't want the man to think he had forgiven him as he forced himself to drink. The water did wonders to clear the disgusting taste of his mouth. He wanted more. You should have told us right away, Shigaraki said as he sat himself back down in the chair and crossed his arms over his knee. Pointless information. Deku choked out against the rising urge to cough. He had drunk too fast and it had gone down the wrong pipe. He shook his head and regretted it as his migraine reminded him that getting rid of it was easier said than done. FCK, do you have any pain pills? None for you. Shigaraki frowned, but it was strong to tell when he was wearing all those stupid hands again. From what Deku could understand, he put them on whenever he felt particularly vulnerable or in need of comfort. The hands squeezing him possibly gave him comfort, but probably not in a healthy way. Izuku's therapist would have a field day with this one. Deku just thought he liked to look creepy too. Seriously? Yeah, I hate this shitty FC King family. Deku grumbled. He took another long gulp of the water and spotted Kurogiri coming into the room. Deku held out the glass to the man. Refill, please. Drink slowly, Kurogiri warned as he took the glass. Are you hungry? I can't eat anything right now. My stomach is still recovering from being punched. At least most of the damage is healed. Shigaraki commented lightly as Kurogiri went to get Deku a refill. Love the consolation prize. You were nearly killed for the 1000th time in 2 years. But at least your damage is almost healed from tonight's beating. He bit out sarcastically. He did quick jazz hands and then sighed as he dropped his hands back into his lap. He held his head so that his cooler skin might soothe some of the pain. What time even is it? He heard more than saw Shigaraki shrug. You were out for a couple hours. Is MSTR still here? No. Good. That increased Deku's chances of leaving significantly. I have to start heading back soon, then. He stared down at his lap and noticed finally that he was wearing the extra clothes he had packed. His shirt was still probably in the bag considering he was shirtless and his gloves were missing as well. He looked at Shigaraki. Where are my gloves? You're supposed to stay tonight, Shigaraki said instead, sounding irritated. I'm not done with you yet. My gloves, Deku repeated testily. They're in your bag, Kurogiri said as he came back and handed Deku a larger glass of water. This one had ice in it. Deku couldn't wait to SCK on the ice. It wouldn't help his headache, but it would make him feel better emotionally. Thank God someone answers questions. You're not leaving yet, Shigaraki insisted, hands clenching on his legs as he sat forward. What more do you want from me, Tamura? Deku snapped. His irritation hurt his head even more. Didn't you have your fun sixing your monster on me? That was fun, Shigaraki admitted with little care. Until you tried to kill me. Amazing. You took the words out of my mouth. Are you a mind reader and a rotten BSTRD? Deku, Kurogiri warned. Shut up, Shigaraki hissed. Sensei wanted me to pass on another mission for you since you were too busy being passed out. Sensei had to leave because you were taking so long. I'll try to avoid the mini-coma next time. Do that. FCK, Deku hated this guy. What's the mission? He demanded. There's a plan in the works for attacking All Might, Shigaraki explained. He sounded excited at the prospect. Now that we have your confirmation of the theories, we're going to attack. We have an army ready. Dread was cold on Deku's spine. I won't be in that army. Obviously, Shigaraki said scathingly. You're to know nothing of it. You'll just be another idiot student caught up in the fire. It will be at the school. No, we already have you in the school. You're going to find us the plans for USJ. Deku stared at him. We have enough knowledge to know they take first years there as a test to see how well they do. It was obvious that at some point his class would be going to the unforeseen simulation joint. But he didn't think it would happen so soon. You're going to get us the security plans of the place. What's the point? Deku asked. There's no guarantee All Might will be there. You don't even know when we'll be going. We do. Shigaraki's grin was wide enough to see even under the hand on his face. Deku could see the man's eye through the space between the fingers. When? You'll need to be surprised, Deku. Kurogiri interrupted before Shigaraki could say. Deku glared at him furiously at that. I don't like being kept in the dark. He looked to Shigaraki expecting him to tell him. Kurogiri's right. You stick to your mission, Shigaraki finally said and sat back in his chair. Deku cursed internally. How could he prepare for an attack when he didn't know it was coming? What kind of army were they talking about? Did MSTR know about this? Who was leading it? His classmates would be caught up in the attack. All Might die that day. It was scary. Fine. Deku bit out to show his displeasure. Where are the plans at? Kurogiri. Kurogiri reached into his breathe pockets and passed over a sheet of paper. Deku opened it up and scanned its contents. It was a mixture of instructions that fully relied on his position of knowing the school. Anybody else wouldn't be able to read it, but he could. Memorize that and destroy it. We want the plans by Monday night. Deku glanced up from the sheet and narrowed his eyes a bit. How many times am I going to be tested? He asked as he lowered the sheet. Shigaraki pointed at the paper. You're the only one who can do this without suspicion. If you fail, I will have to take matters into my own hands. Deku scowled at the thought of failing. He would never fail. He would be the winner of this game of life and death, even if it meant betraying his own school and heroes. It wasn't like he wasn't aware that he was constantly being tested. But Shigaraki didn't seem to notice it. Why did Deku always have to prove himself? Where was he on MSDR's list? Deku crumpled the paper and shoved it into the pocket of his sweatpants before standing. He placed aside his now empty glass of water and didn't bother with the ice. It wouldn't help him in his current state anyway. He still felt terrible, but he could at least move. This level of pain was familiar. It wouldn't even hinder him. I'll take care of it. Expect me Monday night, Kurogiri. I'll text you. I will. Kurogiri agreed. Deku grabbed his bag and pulled on his sweat jacket. It covered all of his wounds enough. Last night's clothes were ruined, but they weren't anything that couldn't be replaced. He was glad he had brought a second pair. Drop me off at the station. No goodbyes, Shigaraki asked. Deku ignored him and stepped forward to fall through the portal and appear at the train station. He kept his head down as the beginnings of the sun illuminated the sky. He peeked up to marvel and take in the different colors and to breathe in the fresh air. The oppressing atmosphere of the villains was finally gone. He could breathe again. He had so much Scythe had to do now. He needed to get back home as soon as possible and hope that nobody would be awake. He wanted to take a shower if he could first. He could make up an excuse for being awake so early. His lack of rest wasn't unknown. It was obvious by his face whenever anyone looked at him. The crumpled paper in his pocket stabbed him through his breath. He would do his mission and do it well, but he was risking himself to do it. The gravity of his new mission was nearly crippling. He had to break into the offices of heroes and steal information straight from his school. Could he do that without getting caught? He would have to move quickly. Lunchtime would be a terrible idea. It would have to be another time when the teachers would be gone. In the middle of classes would be better. Izuku pressed a hand to his forehead and tried not to let the sounds of the train station slowly coming to life for the first rounds get to him. He wished that he had headphones or something to block out the noise. He wanted to go home, shower, and sleep. Pretend everything was just a nightmare, and that he hadn't needed to go see the villains that night. That he hadn't once again almost died. The image of the Nauma was still in his brain. He had never seen his fire do that to anyone or anything before. The feeling of dark satisfaction as he had sent that same fire after Shigaraki still echoed in him. Deku rarely attempted to kill anyone. Izuku hadn't realized he was so far gone that he would murder someone to save himself. When had that happened? Don't think about it. It was dawn proper when Izuku returned home and entered his house. It was still silent and he didn't smell any food, which meant his mother was still asleep. That was good. He would need to check on Kaken to make sure he was still asleep as well. Hopefully hurry the boy out of the house as fast as possible so that Izuku could shower and go back to bed. He was disgusting. Izuku pulled off his shoes and carried them with loose fingers as he pulled on his slippers. He let his backpack fall from his aching shoulders into the floor with a sigh. He was exhausted. Hey! Izuku screamed and jumped so high he briefly wondered if he had activated agility. He spun around and nearly fell but caught himself. Kaken stood behind him fully dressed and with a confused frown on his face from Izuku's shout. Izuku slapped his hands over his mouth and looked worriedly towards his mother's room. He hoped he hadn't woken her. What the FCK? Kaken said. What are you doing awake? Izuku hissed, pulling his hands away from his mouth just enough to speak. I went to bed at an early hour. Why the FCK do you think I'm awake so early? He growled. Izuku bit back the urge to remind him that he did tell Kaken that he didn't need to go to sleep when he did. Also, I went to my house to grab a couple things. He motioned to the bag he was carrying. He narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Where the hell were you? Running. Izuku lied effortlessly. I woke up and couldn't sleep, so I went for a run. Kaken's eyes searched him and then landed on the shoes in Izuku's hands. The moment those red eyes narrowed and a growl echoed in his childhood friend's chest, Izuku realized his mistake. Those shoes were definitely not for running. Kaken's hand snapped out to grab his collar and his mouth opened to yell, but both boys heard the movement in Izuku's mother's room. They both cursed at the same time and Kaken was forced to let him go. Izuku hurried down the hallway to get away from Kaken with a quick, I'm gonna shower. Deku, Kaken hissed, but Izuku shut the door to the bathroom. Kaken couldn't risk causing a scene without disturbing his mother. Thank God. Maybe his mother's scolding of Kaken yesterday had actually affected Kaken's respect of her. Izuku would have to apologize for screaming later. He hadn't been expecting to be caught coming home. Goddamn it, Kaken. Izuku stripped with careful movements and then turned to check himself in the mirror. His face was dirty with sweat and grime. Most of the dirt had been wiped off, but there was a bit of BLD crusted in the corner of his mouth. He winced at that. There was no way he managed to get away from this without Kaken having more questions. Izuku was determined not to answer a single one of them. His torso was mottled with bruises. The darkest one was around Izuku's lower ribs and stomach where he had taken the brunt of Namu's first punch. He gingerly touched his ribs but didn't feel any of them shift unnaturally. The BLD must have healed that at least. That was good. That wasn't a quick heal. It explained why he was still so painted in colors. His leg where Namu had grabbed him was also bruised up, but not nearly as bad as his torso. Parts of the circular marks were turning green with age from the healing. It didn't hurt enough to limp, at least. Izuku needed his legs for sure. He turned around to see the slashes across his back. His back was already covered with various scars, and now it looked like he had more to add to it. His back looked like the door of a monster horror movie. The skin was pink around the edges and all but healed. There were already a few scabs forming. He would need to be careful while washing so as to not reopen them. He hoped none of them get infected. He would have a hell of a time hiding from his mother why he got sick from inflammation. He couldn't go back to the doctor. The last was his hand, which was pink from burning it. Kurogiri had said that Deku's gloves were in his backpack, which meant that he hadn't destroyed his other glove with his fire. It had been hot enough to give him first-degree burns, though. He would have to really check the damage later when he had the chance. Izuku finished his inspection and finally just stared at himself in the mirror. He looked terrible. He wanted the world to just fade away for a while. He wished that he could go back to a time when things had been simpler. At this point, he would rather be quirkless than deal with this mess. He wished that MSDR had never targeted him. A part of him wished that Kaken would just go back to being disgusted by his presence. Life was so easy back then. He didn't even feel like the child he physically was. What was it like to be a kid? The face in the mirror was one that Izuku recognized. He couldn't remember what he looked like without the darkness under his eyes. He wondered what kind of face he used to make when he was truly happy. Was it like how the stories always described it, and his eyes were brighter, full of stars, sparkling like emeralds? Izuku couldn't imagine that him looking back through the mirror. Maybe it would be easier to just die. That would solve all of his problems. After all, he couldn't become a hero if he was the cause of death of All Might. His family would be safe. Kaken would be safe. The Bakugas would be safe. The villains couldn't use him anymore. They wouldn't have a reason to kill those Izuku loved. He wouldn't have to live to see lives destroyed because of him. Don't think about it. He was probably just tired. Some more sleep would be nice. He wondered if there was a time travel quirk out there somewhere. If there was, he would beg for them to reset everything for him.